Fast. Fast.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to VCT EMEA, the best region in the world. I always like to say it. Hello, and welcome to the desk. I'm the medic. With me are Cougar and Lothar. Hello, you two. How are you doing today?
Doing great. I had a lot of fun yesterday, and today I expect a lot of the same because we have a very, very special day.
You're a caster now, right? You just...
Yeah, sometimes I cast in Spanish. I'm here every single day. Sometimes I'm requested.
You live here?
And yeah, I don't, but I do.
I think that was the same last year. If I'm not
That's true. That's true.
Once in Berlin, and I was like, my mother was messaging me, being like, "Are you ever coming home?" And I was like, "No, I think no."
Your heart's stuck at the studio.
Yeah.
Well,
I have a bed there. Is it?
It's under the table.
It's just a mattress.
It's
Yeah.
just, yeah, don't hype it up too much. Lothar, you're here today. How are you doing?
Yeah, I am here today. Yesterday I was replaced by a bald man here on my spot. Hi, Tom. But yeah, I'm very happy to be here. I was watching the game yesterday, which is something that I typically, I don't have to like watch it live at home, but I always do. But it's always different because I do take mental notes, but I don't have to make an analysis of it. So it was very, very refreshing, you know?
Were you doing it on stream or just blurting it out to
No,
the family and kids like, hey, did you see this play?
You know, with the amount of matches that we have in general in VCT, like at home right now, my wife hates me because every single day there's something on the TV just in the background from VCT. There's just so many matches that I want to see, you know?
He wakes up in the middle of the night, he's talking about Reina again. He just won't stop. Oh, wait a second.
Oh wait.
Sam, do we have to do it? Really? Okay, can we cut to camera 11? We gotta go, guys. Camera 11, can we get a close-up? We hate to interrupt this broadcast, but there is a special urgent piece of news that is supposed to come in. So, VNN, VALORANT News Network, that's a thing?
Ken.
What is this? I
mean, you're gonna see now because we have to go, so just wait and see.
But you think at some point...
Call us in if we have to go.
Is this the LEC or what? I don't know.
Welcome to the VALORANT News Network EMEA,
your most trusted source for all things Valorant.
coming to you live from Berlin. I'm Youngsu Collins.
And I'm Christy Frierson. Our top story of the day, Carmine Corps nearly took a map off of Navi last week, and after a last-minute substitution, brought in assistant coach Seish as IGL. Now, staff at KC have announced their plan to continue adding themselves to the roster, stating more IGLs equals more strats. It's unclear if any of these so-called strats include actually planting the spike.
IGLs are important? Who would have thought? In foreign affairs, a coalition of EMEA teams featuring BBL, Heretics, Koi, and K-Core have rallied together in support of North America's Zelsis, declaring everyone's allowed to suck.
Wow. Well, NFTs are a thing of the past as demands for NFUTs have hit an all-time high. For a record low price of $158.99 or Rhymes ACS, you can show off your knowledge of the VCT EMEA scene without the need to learn Turkish.
Animal rescue organizations are pleading to irresponsible pet owners not to abandon their Koi, stating, "We know they are a bit of a letdown right now."
Did they have anything else? That was...
That's it. Yeah.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it down over to Boaster for the weather.
Hello, it's Boaster here, standing by Durka's head. It's a bit hot right now because it's not quite bowled, but I'm getting a slight whiff of winning. Look to you in the desk!
Thank you very much, Boaster. Next, a feel-good story. For most teams, misclicking and locking in Yoru is a kickable offense. But when CNED did it, Angel was so overjoyed that he gave him a promotion, making CNED the only other Na'Vi player with permission to give mid-round calls during scrims. Congratulations to CNED.
In archaeology, Mixwell has long been referred to as Padre in Spain, but after extensive DNA testing, we can now reveal he is not the father.
That one is
You
a
can still
shocker.
call him daddy, though. That's up interpretation.
A big shout out to our long-term viewer and #1 fan, an evil cat, for her video submission this week. Sliggy reacting to Sideshow, reacting to Ender, talking about Sliggy reacting to Sideshow, reacting to Keiko. Let's react.
Tweet at Sideshow, tell him not to watch this.
No, it's too late, Ender!
Yeah, that's me.
Actually, no, because if he watches it, then Sliggy will watch him watch
Yeah,
it.
it's
Too
coming.
late,
It's coming.
Ender!
I didn't think he was watching.
And it's just a clout machine. It's a clout farm.
That's it.
Riveting.
As always, we asked you to vote for who you think should be Bulgarian Player of the Week. And for the 5th week in a row, we are so excited to give the honors to Koi's Wolfen.
He edged out Hilasan this week to keep his winning streak. So make sure to vote for next week's Bulgarian Player of the Week and see if Wolfen can do it again.
For the VALORANT News Network EMEA, I've been Christy Frierson.
And I've been Youngsu Collins. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't understand why we keep coming back, but
I like the news. I think it's the first time that I actually watched the news.
I'm upset because my job as a weatherman was stolen by Boaster now.
I mean, were you here?
No, I wasn't.
there you go.
Then someone has to do it.
Whose fault
That's
is
that's
that?
an easy one.
All right, then with this set, I think we can talk about some more fresh news, some more live stuff that we can go through. So, highlights. How did things go through in our play day yesterday? I gotta say, even though it was one best of 3, it was a hell of a game that we got to see between Giants and Liquid.
Yeah, exactly. 3 mapper between these two. One that so many people did not expect that it would go to the 3rd map. But actually, we saw a lot of mistakes. We were surprised even with the map veto. But also the agent select was pretty surprising, especially because we're talking about a couple of teams that rely a lot on preparation and seeing changes on Icebox, the changes on Lotus, probably not expected by both of them.
Yeah, I would like to say that I expected both teams to play better than they played
Better,
before,
yeah.
because it seems like it's a progress for both of them. And so far, Liquid actually looks like they made a bigger leap than Giants. They are looking way crispier on the calls. It seems like they have a coherent plan on how to play together, and because of that, this man right here, Nats, is someone who is performing really well.
Yeah, exactly. The lurks that we saw yesterday were literally were signed by Nats. Is something that we have seen in the past, and he has so much freedom to do them again, going back to his previous identity. So loving to see in that. The closing here, especially when we take a look at Team Liquid's attack, I was much more surprised than Giants. I think that they lost whatever they came in with yesterday, and I didn't see them take charge. In so many occasions, Nats was found as the first kill, thanks to those lurks, and they never were able to capitalize on that.
I'm just happy to see that Lotus is a constant wave of evolution for every single team that plays it, because it's just super cool to watch as a viewer that the teams are discovering how can we play on this map. In this particular match, we have seen Redgar had actually really cool calls when it comes to like swapping the executions, and they went through the entire map. You know, like there was one attack that went through A, towards B, through the broken door,
Yeah.
and then towards C. And I was like, so cool. This is not possible on many maps. This is like Haven and Lotus are the ones that you can do that. But because of the design of the map, you can still have a lot of, let's say, creative freedom
Yes.
to express your team's playstyle on it.
And it fit very well. We got a close back and forth game, and that, of course, was yesterday's game day. But if we were to turn around and realize that Lothar is on the desk and there is no time no better time, I would say, to learn something new whenever Lothar is on here.
Yeah, I brought a one clip from...
Just one?
Yeah, well, you know, it's
It's a
just...
slow day at the office.
But it's a
there.
full clip, so I would just
okay.
like to...
I'll take that.
Look, when it comes to KC, we know that their playstyle...
Oh, it's a Casey clip. Okay.
Yeah, it's a KC clip. So what I wanted to show you here is the upgrade that they did, because in the past the team wasn't really coherent, wasn't really playing that well together. So what I would like to focus on here is the defensive positions of the KC players. And we're gonna play this clip. You're gonna see that there are 2 players on A main, 2 players on mid, and the Killjoy has a supportive turret on B main. All of those players are working in tandem to get early space control. This is super basic stuff, something that you would expect from any team playing in VCT, but this stuff wasn't happening when we had Scream at the IGL IGL chair last time. So you can see that Zeish now in this team is transferring this, let's say, consistent planning towards the team, and they look much better when doing those executes. And then even when it comes to retakes, we're gonna pay attention now when this clip is gonna be playing down, that the team now, look at how they're positioned on the map. There are 3 players now on A main. All of them have crossfires and play on contact from each other. This is something that we really didn't see with KC before. So there's a huge upgrade on the quality of play that we see from KC, even though those are really basic stuff.
The amount of risks also that they're taking, of course, Shin, it goes down there, but the position from XMS is going to allow him to take a little bit more control. He still has his utility down, the turret that is going to go down now, and everything that he can still do to grant Casey a little bit more time to come and perform the retake.
Yeah, and now look at Zeish's flash that allowed XMS to play patiently and play for those flashes. Like, those 2 flashes that were saved during the entire round were so instrumental to have that defense on the B side actually be effective. And also XMS, when we were watching him in previous games, he always was like very confused in the mid game when it comes to like, what is the next step? Here, he had a
Someone
call.
telling him,
Yes.
this is what you're doing, this is what's happening next.
You wait for the flash, you play safe, you are an anchor in the backside. So I'm really happy to see that KC now have like this kind of leadership with the team.
It's a good improvement from week to the other. We'll see what they can actually do today, which leads us on to the next piece, which is our 2 series for today. Starting off with BBL versus Team Heretics, following up with Koi versus K-Corp. We'll see if those improvements from last week can actually be followed up into the next.
Yeah, especially today, I think is very important because we have the 4 teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard. So it would mean for some of them to almost delete the chances of making playoffs. Not yet, not
Get your KC Hopium. How about you, sir? 25 cents.
For what? What are you?
For a buck. I got something special for
K-Corp
you.
I thought that was
Hopium.
inflation.
KC Hopium just for you, sir.
What is this flavor?
This flavor here, it's the IGL, huh? Now that they have one, you can have one too. What about you, ma'am? How about
Hi,
a
do you have
nice
some
yellow-
Team Heretics?
No heretics, only good flavors here. We got a Navi. This is representing, now that they've beaten Navi, it should be plain sailing, sir. Well, they were close to beating them. In my mind, they might as well have. And for you, sir, I have a feeling I know just what you want. I look at you, and I think Scream on an IGL, huh? Not even that, on a duelist. Let him pop off, let him frag. Now that they've got that IGL, it's easy peasy.
What
3
about-
ice creams, $3 if you pay now, $5 if you pay later.
Can we like, hey, whoa, wait a sec.
So, okay.
Did you get to pay him?
Before you try them, exactly. It's Mitch. Okay. Would you trust anything that Mitch gives you, especially if you didn't pay for it?
Well, I wanted to give him a napkin, but in exchange, like a barter trade,
Yeah.
you know? I wanted to ask for a new Zero ice cream, but he already went off. I don't think he had it.
No.
Harry ice cream also.
It is Mitch, so I'm not really surprised in this case. Well, I think it's time for us to get started with our day. Game number 1, BBL versus Heretics, coming up. We talked about it earlier. This is the fight for the bottom 4 here in EMEA, and it's a question of who can gather up as many points as possible. Now, BBL Heretics is what we have coming up next, and we need to hype it up, right? It's a big job, it's big teams, and a lot of fans behind them, so I don't know. Maybe we can do a better job of hyping up this game. All right, boys, another day. We excited? Got some good games today. 2 full series. It's gonna be a fun time. Just gotta hype it up for everybody at home.
It's gonna be a long day, isn't it?
It's 2 best-of-3s. How long can it be?
That's not. We don't say that here. We don't
All
say
right,
that here.
Look, just,
Do we get any splits?
Did we just bring in the scripts, please?
Scripts? I hope they're better than the last time.
Look, I'm not the one writing them. I just produced this. You may give the scripts.
Can I? Thank you.
All right. So just to put you into perspective here for a sec. Look,
Okay.
2 best-of-3s, bottom 4 of the league, right? Still, but you're hyping
Oh,
it up.
exciting.
There's people, there's hundreds of millions watching out there. You're like, yo, this is the approved script. This is it. Hype it up, give it all the action. I want to start with you. Wait, open it up, Lothar.
Okay.
Really feel it. Ready? Ready? Look,
Do I have to read this on the desk?
contractually you're obligated to. Who are you reading anyways?
Team Heretics.
All right, Heretics, right? Pedigree, history, and begin.
So I should be hype while reading this?
Yeah, excited.
Okay. Team Heretics, Team Hope, Team Hype. A team that was once the shining light of competitive VALORANT. That was a long time ago. That's me, by the way, not the script. The biggest name in Europe for a short period of time after winning First Strike, the first ever VCT tournament. The firsts, Nummer 1. They created the biggest names in our competitive scene just to have them poached when they needed them the most. But they don't care. Just as a ranked player must always ego peak in a 3v1, so too must the father of VALORANT return to his natural home. It is time they do it again.
From the heart, from the heart.
Okay. It is time.
Yeah.
Team Heretics turn the players into the stars whose flawless fundamentals will outshine the rest of the region and dethrone the fall kings and gods of EMEA. It is not too late. We know. I know. My Polish heart will follow wherever Zeke goes. Reina might be his third most played agent, but my fate is absolute. I support his every decision. Team Heretics' deepest fear is not that they are inadequate. Their deepest fear is that they are powerful beyond measure. I heard a rumor that Zeke the Zoomer would make their chances bleak. And if Zeke the Zoomer is the orb consumer, your strategy you should tweak.
Oh, beautiful. Fantastic.
Don't know
Good.
how I'm gonna follow that.
Well, you're going to have to because as I said, you're contractually obligated to do
Okay.
this.
So I don't get paid if I don't read this word
Nobody's
for
getting
word.
paid.
I already am missing a payment from the previous week.
Oh, okay. Well, because you didn't read the script.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to pay your rent, you're going to have to do it. Anyways, Tom, imagine, right? You're focused on it. BBL.
I can open this. Yeah. Are you sure?
Pandora's box.
Okay.
Surprise. Go.
Oh God. If at first you don't succeed, try again. After beginning the season with a loss to the French super team Carmine Corp, BBL started without any wins. For weeks, they walked the desert, starved of victory, draining every drop of determination as it deteriorated day by day during their duels. But then, as all hope was lost, it happened. Cutie the Beauty wasn't off duty as they set the foundations like Pasha Cutie.
Pachacuti, come on.
Yeah, I know that word.
Charcuterie.
My favorite. At long last, Vitality were in their locality. Factually, what came next was abnormality as BBL dished out their first fatality.
More
Now-
edge, more edge, more edge.
Do you want me to do it again? Or should I carry on?
Continue on, but
Carry-
more
okay.
edge. Give it limmer.
Now, just like Din, all they'll do is win as they speed to the top like they're racing Vin. This story has finally begun for BBL. Let's see in what final spot they shall dwell.
Oh, beautiful.
I shed a manly tear.
Do you need another take, or was that was
I
enough?
need a tissue. That's beautiful.
Okay, you enjoyed it that much.
I'm at awe of your oratory skills. I think we can move on to our second game. Bring the others. I think there's no better way to have hyped up our game. Here we are, the bottom four. It's BBL Heretics to kick off our day of competition here. Day 2 of week 5. Map Veto is up. Lothar, please guide us through it.
Well, the actually very important ban just appeared in front of us,
Yes,
so let's talk
totally.
about that. Team Heretics are banning Ascent, and the first pick from BBL is going to be Haven. We were wondering if Team Heretics are going to ban this map, because this is definitely the best performing map for BBL.
Yeah, I think it's interesting the fact that if Team Heretics were to have won that coin toss, they will be the ones offering BBL to be the Team A, because they need to see what they're going to be banning. Actually, BBL did them a favor, because I don't think that Team Heretics wanted to go to Fracture either. The fact that these 2 maps are off the pool, we know that these 2 teams have a complicated map pool in the sense of Team Heretics has only won 3 different maps and BBL 2. But hey, for BBL, you know, they granted them a win as well, so, you know.
Yeah, this is very interesting because Haven and Lotus is a map that is being played only by 1 team so far in this season. So we're gonna go into the first 2 maps with a lot of unknown factors for the first of those. So this is gonna be awesome, actually.
I think it's very intriguing as well, because we talk a lot about the preparation coming into the matches for every single team. That when we, as you said, take a look at Haven and Lotus, we see that their opponents have never played it. So what they're going to find on the other side, it's a complete question. They can only rely on what they have prepared themselves. So everything ends up being about the in-game, during the time in the server, adapting to your opponent.
There's an extra layer of it because we have Polish fans that have come all the way, of course, from Poland across the border, right over here, all the way from Poland.
It's not only Lothar that we brought.
They have a beautiful bus that they traveled in all the way down here, and very excited to hear them because of myself, who I'm just out there. I lived in the country for a bit, and I've seen the fans and crowds of esports. I think we're going to hear a lot of action from the stadium itself.
I mean, the Polish fans are always going crazy if you were ever at any Polish event. They are very passionate. You know, it's like there's a lot of similarities between the Polish and the Brazilian community when it comes to how they react to being on the stage. Yeah, that's what I think.
Oh yes.
Okay, now you got my hopes up. So.
Here's the bus arriving, and I think they were checking to make sure that the bus is actually working completely, but this
I want
is...
to go on this path.
There's a V missing. Look at that. It was a VCT.
Who took it?
I literally messaged Starso this morning being like, bro, you're on the bus. Like, you've made it. Like, it's literally like Footballist or something like that. It's full.
It's Polska Górą all the way across, and they made it all the way here to Berlin. So there you go. Shout out to the Polish community joining us today. I wonder what they were singing in there. Lothar?
Look, this is a school trip, and those sitting in the back row are always the coolest
Always the same, right?
Yeah, it's always like the bunch of like...
I always tried to sit in the back, and I never could.
We don't really.
Anyways, from, I guess, some Polish fans to another, Lothar, would you like to talk to us about Haven? Actually, would you both like to do it?
Yeah, Kakuka, come. Let's go to the terrace.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take this off. It's kind of weird that I have it there.
We had wait. There's an ice cream over here.
That's mine. I chucked it with.
That is actually disgusting. We don't throw things on the floor here.
It's Mitch's. Are you surprised?
Well, I have my ice cream with me. But anyway, the point is that we want to talk a little bit about Haven and how Team Heretics can learn a little bit about how BBL are playing the defense on it. So we're bringing in the previous 2 maps that BBL was playing on Haven and how they are stationed on the defense, because they are a little bit of a meta slave when it comes to the positions. And first, Kakuka, when we have here all the agents with different colors, I would like to isolate 2 agents first, and you will go through those 2 agents. This is gonna be Sushi
I can do it. I'm ready. I see another one. Okay.
Here we go.
Let's do it like this. Cola Brew is going to be Suchny. And as you see, he's going to be focused on this A control, always using the first arrow. And of course, you're going to have Turco playing on the breach. The first 5 seconds, I would say, he's going to be focused here to just use the stun towards this area to, again, fight for that A control. Not only those two will be here, because obviously we're missing something. We're missing someone that is not using utility, and there's going to be Kute. You can see that he is a little bit more all over the map, but especially having the two initiators playing for him granted him a lot of responsibility, but also success against Vitality. Only in the defense, I think that he encountered 5 first kills right off the bat, shutting down someone like Twiston, for example.
Yeah, and this is very important to note that what you explained right here about the A lobby location, this is something that Team Heretics should probably put a lot of focus on denying the vision, on using any utility that will be able to just counter the aggressive plays and stuns and like recon arrows from the defenders first, right? But then, again, we have still 2 players missing, so I'm gonna bring up now Brave position on the minimap. Brave is essentially stuck at that C, and sometimes he's gonna be just on eco rounds.
Like pistol rounds.
Yeah, this is pistol rounds or like ecos. He's gonna be more on a short, but typically his job is to just anchor seaside, and because of the aspect of Omen's utility, sometimes you're gonna be able to rotate faster because of the ult, but this is his job, so it's very easy to read where the Omen is gonna be during this entire game. But another win condition for Team Heretics is finding the utility from Aslan. And Aslan is, as you can see, pretty mobile, so he's typically playing either from area of double doors or from short in case he has his ultimate. But the more important is where are his Alamo bots and turrets stationed. So Kakuka, how do you think Team Heretics should approach this utility in the map? I
think the first thing that they have to do probably is take this garage control. It's something that we see many teams do, but you can spot that there is a turret that we see a lot of the times that they can spot and destroy it right at the beginning of the round. This is one of the areas that I will focus more. And here on mid as well, these are 2 turrets.
Oh,
so
sorry for covering.
I would say that, I would say that this 3, adding the one that you mentioned, are the 3 most important points for Heretics to have prepared this map. I think that they had done a great job preparing for maps in the past. I think that they should definitely look into this point.
Yeah, and it's also very important to note that this turret over here in double doors can be destroyed through the doors, even without going there, right? So by seeing this, the clear position of it, you can make a plan in the beginning of the early round.
Yeah, and it's not only that. You can, knowing that if you even spot the turret, you can just leave a smoke there. There's a lot of things that you can do to get into your opponent's head and maybe faking into the fake.
Yeah, and that's about it.
That's about it, yeah.
Heretics will actually approach the attack.
We should have told them before. Heretics, if you're watching, you're welcome.
Is there anybody that we're expecting to really show up then from Heretics, since, you know, we don't want to talk anybody down in this case?
I mean, I think that Kellogg's, obviously, as we're, talking about Kute and the amount of impact that he has found in the past and how pivotal it is for him to be showing off on those first duels. I think that for Kellogg's, it's an important day. I think every day for him it is.
It's gonna be an important day for both the teams, because as we mentioned before, they are in the bottom of the barrel right now, scraping the bottom of it, right? So the win right here is bumping the chances at playoff so much.
Yeah, totally. But, the feeling from both the teams are quite different. I don't think that the histories merge that well.
All right, I think it's time then to put our teams on the stage in the Coliseum. It's BBL and Heretics. Bring them out.
BBL Esports.
Don't wanna be us on a madman thing. Don't care whatever Batman bring, make a boss when I push that swing. Take it up, that's right. Take it up, take it up, take it up, that's right.
Team Heretics.
There we go. Our teams are set in the Coliseum. Heretics versus BBL. We'll see them all together, huddling. It's always like that, right? You get together, you hype everybody up, and you make sure that you're set for your match.
This is the second match for Epic as a coach. Of course, a very important one. They got the win last week. We saw a lot of potential. And as I was saying right before the teams came to the stage, it's a very different feeling from each and one of them. We know that Heretics got that win, but wasn't that in week 1? BBL is going is in that crescendo right now. They feel unstoppable after getting a 2-0.
I mean, they're on the roll for sure. It's better for you to, like, let's say, start with a win, even though it's pretty late, but now you're going off it. But I wanted to just mention one thing for Heretics. Not sure if you actually heard the fans, for the viewers that were hearing the fans, how they're chanting, because there was so much noise right now in the pit. So it's awesome to see the reactions from the audience. But I wanted to mention that apparently Zeke is not IGLing anymore.
Yeah.
I spoke with him today because I wanted to ask what is the reason for that, and he said we need more firepower. So it's kind of similar to Scream, maybe not to say the same extreme example like Scream, but Zeke feels more comfortable when he's not IGLing, so he can focus more on fragging. And I feel that you know, he's one of the biggest fraggers in the team, so he's
Did he tell you? Did he tell you? I'm sorry if I'm putting you in the spot. If it was his decision or the team.
I didn't want to ask about.
Okay.
So,
Okay. We will ask him if they win. How about that?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good alternative for it, and we'll get to see if that was reflected in any way, shape, or form in Agent Select as we see it in front of us. Bea, anything that stands out?
Definitely all of the Team Heretics composition, we expect changes because the last time that they played this map was in Red Bull, but it was during the chamber meta, so not much that we could expect.
Yeah, and also they were using Phoenix in the past as well for this map, so I'm pretty happy to see this. This is
And
the very...
Reina.
Yeah, well, don't talk about that. Team Heretics are running a, let's say, cookie cutter composition. We have a mirror comp from both the teams. It's pretty meta, and we're gonna expect the Jets have a lot of burden on their shoulders on the attack side, because on this map it's so vital that the Jet is being fully supported by the Sova and the Breach to open the sides. They're gonna be the can opener, the dash, the side dash, to check the corners, to play off the recon arrow is gonna be so important.
We talked a lot about the defense of BBL in that graphic, and they started off with a very strong lead last week with an 8-0. That's the reason why Team Heretics probably decided to start on the defense themselves. Probably they want to test these duels. They want to put actually the pressure onto BBL's hands to just actually go on those executes and read them further. Definitely a tough one for both of them.
I thought he has a keyboard in front of him, and like, you know, like an actual Casio keyboard, like a piano or something. Is like, wait, is he gonna play something?
Why not? It would be great. Maybe a nice piece of classical music to get the entire team kind of nice and ready for a game. I'd like a bit of shout-outs out if there's any Korsako fans out there. But now with this, now we have to also factor in the fact that there is even more of a crowd in here. We talked about it yesterday, but now even on the entrance, it was quite loud. Is there anybody that could use that sort of energy during the game where, you know, if you got gunners, they're gonna keep gunning?
¿Cómo están las máquinas? Vamos, Koi. Grande, eres un grande, amigo.
Translate.
They're already cheating for Koi. ¿Cómo están las máquinas? It's a meme with David. It's a very long story. I don't think I can explain it, but it's a very nice sign.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
David Bisbal is a singer, and he had this meme, okay, last week, and it's very powerful right now.
All right, let's see, set it up. Our casters are ready. You can already hear them. Tom and Mitch, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Wow, what a game we've got set up here, and what a crowd that's turned out. I mean, I saw the first flag. I thought that was pretty sizable, but it got a little crazy. The whole stadium's covered.
Yeah, that's the thing. These are almost reminding me of like football team flags that take up like a ridiculous just amount of the stadium. But yeah, I think they've come at the right time. Like both these teams sort of needing that little bit of extra support. I think this is going to be one hell of a match for both of these teams, because if they lose, it could be problematic.
That's it, not just the stadium filling out, adding more pressure, but also the fact that this game could define their entire season. Everything that they've worked for now on the line, and you can see down there, these faces are dialed in, ready to go. The timer's ticking down. The barriers will be up any moment. Anything to keep an eye on as we dive into Haven Top.
Well, I definitely think for the side of Heretics, like, new for them compositionally. Like, last time they were playing Phoenix Reina, so I'm kind of glad that this is something new, because otherwise I probably would have had an aneurysm. Nothing too crazy coming out, but I also think that, again, Mixwell, he's been swapping roles an awful lot. I want to see how he does back on that Killjoy again.
We're getting some A aggression right off the rip, and it's going to be Kellogg's that's pushing it down, gathering the information, seeing that it's clear, had a recon to cover just in case anybody managed to sneak it by. And with that, he's just going to hold his angle now as they rotate off the 3-man A stack that started out this round, now looking very different, and they can plug in these players wherever they want. On the other side, though, they won't be getting ahead of any BBL plays because BBL are pumping the brakes.
Yeah.
They very much waited for Team Heretics to continue their aggression, which hasn't come down. And so you kind of look at the clock and think, you know, when do BBL need to make that move?
I still got plenty of time. Early drone going to be utilized. We expect to see a lot of congestion when it comes to this A side of the map, and the two focal points looking to face off for the first time, Kellogg's versus Kushner. It's the battle of this series, no doubt about it. Kellogg's having one of the quieter performances we've seen so far. Kushner has been lighting it up, and he'll lead the way here.
Well, here's the battle of the Jets on backside. Kellogg seems caught off guard, and he certainly was. BBL dominating those duels and taking the site with ease. The plant seems to be going down with Kushner. He's up close. Nice little reposition, though, coming in from Mixwell on the side of the smoke. Aslan covering forward, and as it fades, it's a bloodbath. Initial fight pushing Mixwell back as the utility comes in. Heretics still able to get some picks, but few of their players low now. Both, in fact, as they make their way back through, and that flash was damn near perfect. Clean stuff for BBL, 2 alive as they take the pistol.
Yeah, this was a map where they played incredibly well in that last matchup versus Vitality. I think this was one we all expected to see go Vitality's way, but I do think more recently BBL have sort of almost gone back to the basics. Like they played a lot of somewhat overcomplicated comps. I'm interested to see later in the series when we get to Icebox if they're still going to be running the Omen on Kushner. I'm not sure that we will, but
hopefully not.
Just keeping things a little bit more simplistic, basing a lot of their play around the man there on your screen, Kushner. And he had an incredible matchup when he played last time out, so definitely someone to keep an eye on. I think he had 28 kills in their matchup, and it wasn't even close to anybody else. So we'll see if he can keep up that run of form, and as said, I feel like Kellogg's might just have to be the man shutting him down. Interestingly as well, though, Heretics, when they played last time out, looked a lot better seeing Boo in that IGL role again, and, well, Kellogg's has managed to find one here.
Apparently it used up, but they don't push on the back of it. I thought that was going to be the split. But instead, they decide to leave these players to fall back. The Nano that does a little bit of damage. It's not too much of a deterrent. Look, early trades like that aren't bad for Heretics. I think they're wise not to overextend into those fights. They could have had a serious opportunity there to extend it that little bit further. I think BBL, you know, especially when they're coming in with some pistols to work with, they're not going to sweat too much having lost one player. They faked the rotation off of C all the way back around to A, made some presence there, and that has worked beautifully for them. Just because this turret's still there, keeping the information, they're willing to play super light on this side of the map, and that was a mistake. Because now they'll realize with this team diving in towards the C site and almost grabbing a plant. I mean, Mixwell, he's going to try something, but they are more than ready.
Yeah, just executed, and that's the thing. He was the only line of defense, hoping that the Nano Swarm could slow down enough for the rotation to come back through. I almost expect there to be nothing from here onwards from Heretics. Like, you're not really expecting any damage with just classics. They have saved basically as much as they can. You might say, oh, okay, the credits have gone down a bit, but they're just holding on to their utility, using a little bit to try and do some damage, and ultimately BBL are going to have a relatively clean 2-0.
Yeah, I think best case scenario here is literally taking shields off a player. That's probably the most you could hope for. Even taking a kill, right? If Kushner goes down, it didn't really matter. Turco's just going to pick up that weapon. Not now, obviously, look how far apart they are, but that's the man without the weapon that falls in the end. So good luck to you, picking up another ghost. In the end, he will fall. So I think also Turco had like 18 shields, so he was probably reinvesting anyways. Altogether, that's a very economically healthy round for BBL.
Yeah, now this is where the focus goes on to Heretics. They're going to come up against what is a tough buy. BBL are doing the same thing we've seen from Na'Vi many a time, like buying a few rifles, having pistols, and then just forcing back up and playing the Logitech G power-up round as almost a free buy, like one that you shouldn't necessarily have. And in fact, you look at sort of either side, it is basically dead even. So I want to see Heretics coming out of the block strong, because this may not be their map choice necessarily. It's still one that they're going to want to compete on.
I think BBL are almost counting on Heretics wanting to compete early for some of these fights at least. Again, the same default, holding for a C long push, where not Evolve, excuse me, where Brave is stood up on top of the boxes, down on C long, watching for that aggression. They're just pumping the brakes, giving up a lot of map control. You can see one of their concerns in that pistol round was that they had to use their drone just to get back down through long and grab basic start around information because they conceded the control. Now they haven't seen any aggression with a minute left on the clock, and it's time again to worry about that. But this time, thanks to a well-placed recon, Aslan has lost his life. So this slow and steady approach from BBL not paying off for now.
Yeah, they don't even have to give up control on the Heretic side either because of Kellogg's being so deep. They've been able to gamble their rotations a little bit earlier, and it's something in the future I expect BBL to put the pressure on, not allow him to just keep that map control for almost nothing. And with this jump spot in, of Other still having a full belt of utility available to him, he has a lot of delaying power.
Kushner has to be lightning fast on this duel. He's being held on that corner, and Mixwell has the advantage, seeing the barrel make its way through. The spray from Avova, not too good. Down goes the smoke. There's a player inside it, and he's caught the angle. That's the C-site gone. They could take a risky retake right here and now to fight for the control, but I don't think they want to. Utility going through might prove otherwise, though. 10 seconds left. Here's the push. Great flash. That's caught him blind. Brave couldn't do anything. Turco down. The numbers are thinning. The spike is on the ground, and the round is Heretics.
Yeah, good stuff from them in the end. I do think BBL are going to have to look to battle like they did earlier for that early A control. I think just having that much information, you could see how much they sort of had set up ready on C-site. Avova didn't even get any of his utility baited out of it, so you were kind of holding a default, expecting aggression to come through from that defensive side, and when it didn't, you'd basically just left them with, what, like 35 seconds left and all of their utility still available to them. Not something BBL can allow going forward, but as mentioned, that was somewhat a bonus-esque round. They're still going to have a bye here.
There's the adjustment. Now we're seeing this A control being fought for. They're realizing that Heretics in 2 of the 3 rounds have taken the control early and left Kellogg's to hold this entire side of the map, something you might even need a Sentinel for at times. But he's doing it all by himself. So they're going to disrupt that. But the disruption, Tom, look, with a minute 15, we kind of fall back into the same old game plan. A lot of BBL's ideas here seem to be off of punishing Team Heretics for overextensions, for rotations, and right now they haven't got those opportunities in this round. It seems Heretics are quite wise to how they're playing this game.
Yeah, I actually want to point that out, because one of the things you always know with Kushner is he's able to get garage control relatively for free and had a lot of really impactful flanks cutting off rotations. Mixwell, for the last 2 rounds, hasn't moved from the garage door. He just sits there and he waits. And you saw him actually get Kushner just moments ago. The fact is, though, this time, his impact is probably going to be null and void as they're taking A.
Well, it's this man instead, Kellogg's, that needs to do work. That flash didn't catch him. He's being revealed, though, repositioning. He can't fire back. Zeke saves his life, but he was too low, too easy to take down. Holding on to this site seems near impossible. Just 1 man was left there, and Zeke is quick to fall. Heretics, again, facing down into a retake. This time, it's a little scarier. BBL have a lot of control, and they've got a Hunter's Fury to work with.
They're even using the drone just to clear behind them, just in case. Maybe a little bit risky from Suchny alone on the site, but never mind. The IGL just looking to take this into his own hands. Already a couple of kills, and now Boo, the last man standing. 1 found, a second will not fall. BBL break back immediately. And well, we'll see what Heretics have on the board. I don't think it's going to be great.
Yeah, one of the main concerns about the way that they're playing this game is that you stall out, that you run out of those ideas. And when you end up, like we saw in that 3rd round, pushing into the C site with 15 seconds left, when you break that long barrier, like, yeah, you're going to be in a lot of trouble if that's how your game plan, or that's what your game plan revolves around. But they've made the adjustments here. The push was fast. It was clean. You can see that they've got an execute, a very sequential execute on the way through with how their utility is deployed. Even though that flash coming out on A long didn't catch the player up top, Kellogg's was still forced back by the recon. Like, there's so much depth to what they're doing.
Well, it has done damage as well. The Heretics just going to be left with pistols, a Marshal, a Stinger. Okay, there's a few ults that are getting close to being online, so maybe if they can get a cheeky kill or 2, they might opt to risk them, but the same can be said on the other side. Kushner 1 away from a Blade Storm, and then you've already got the Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury if you want to try and use that, just to make this like low buy round that little bit easier. For now, though, it seems like they're going to go pushing into this C-site setup, and this is where Heretics have had relative success so far. Tougher this time, though.
The BBL have already used their drone, so the way through instead, it's going to be Kushner who's having to drone all this space out. Caught up by a stun, though. He's in a bit of trouble. Not able to press forward as quickly as he'd like. They've got Mixwell with utility. Avova manages to catch one at least. A big kill with the Frenzy. How much more can you expect? A wall bang from a Classic? That's something else. Rolling Thunder, going to be fully committed on both sides, in fact. Stalling out the round a little more. 35 seconds on the clock. And here's a Hunter's Fury. Zeke's got one. Damage done. No kill to follow, but that might just be enough. Look at the HP on these final two players. Oh no! That was so close, and in fact, it might serve as a distraction for Boo to deal that final blow. Look at that. 15 HP left on Kushner. Stun ready. This is looking like they fought back in. 10 seconds. That plant needs to go down. He has to fight both. There's one, but Zeke will find 3 kills in a round where they had nothing.
Yeah, huge round from them. Again, it seems to be that push into the C site that is just causing so many issues. A decent crossfire from them coming out, but then it was just, as said, there were ults that were close, and all it took was a couple of kills going through on the other side. Boo doing a fantastic job. I think that kill actually got him the Rolling Thunder, which forced them back in the first place, and then knowing that they're likely stunned up and stuck back in the corner, Zeke just throws out that Hunter's Fury, which, okay, I guess 1 kill, but it basically wins them the round off damage alone.
That is definitely one you're going to want to pause after. A technical pause this time, but I'm sure a moment to breathe for all involved.
New desk?
Maybe. Maybe. It's not the Koi game yet, but we'll see how it goes. Well, you know, sometimes in moments like this, when you've got a big showing from home as well, it can make or break a player, and I think it's fair to say Zeke is feeding off that energy now. On fire. He's 8-4. But Heretics are still trailing, and this is their chance to bring it right back. The economy of BBL's in a shaky enough spot. But I'm more curious about BBL's evolution through this half. The first couple of rounds, again, very much based on allowing your opponent to do whatever they want, to make their move, and you'll punish it. But Heretics, they haven't been making moves. They're confident in their defensive setup. They often have the map control, as we've seen A long challenged for, and that seemed to cause some problems for Heretics. But even then, when you look at C, when you look at Garage, look at B, nobody comes pushing. Nobody goes walkabouts, and that's often what they're looking for. It's maybe what they're used to facing against. But the discipline on Heretics been improving week by week, and well, I think BBL are going to have to flex a different strategy as we move further into this half.
I think the main thing for now is put that pressure onto Kellogg's. The second you remove him early, it pulls the rotation away, and that already makes a lot of their setups look more vulnerable. And I also think at the moment, I'm hoping the Heretics are going to continually switch up their setup a little bit, because they seem, as always, incredibly reliant on him either getting like a kill or getting a multi-frag. Now, I will say, from what we can see in the server right now, he's going to be bringing in the Operator. And that's always been a huge game changer for him individually, and that'll make locking down that angle a lot easier than it has been with the rifle. I'd also like to see them pressure into B. Right now, it's literally been very direct. Like, you've gone for these passive defaults, then gone C. Passive default, then gone A. There hasn't really been any middle control, and that's going to be one of the portions of the map that will become easier and easier for Heretics to read if you don't put pressure there.
I think as this goes on, BBL as well, a player you're talking about putting pressure onto is Kellogg's, and I think Kushner on that way through. He's been left out to dry a couple times, yet still found himself a ton of results. There's been good disruptive utility thrown out by Heretics to fight back. But I think for me, man, looking at this attack side, I'm just scared that Kushner comes in now with Blade Storm. This is a team I'm looking at thinking they could benefit from a change of pace. And I know what those two things together tends to mean in BBL's hands. It's a very tough round to defend against. We've already seen the sequential utility. We've seen how good they are at cascading all those pieces in and then ripping you apart from there. Add in a Blade Storm to it. Kushner doesn't need to dash and take his weapon back out. He's already flinging knives at you, and they're rarely going to miss.
Yeah, I think, again, like neither of the teams are really taking, I would say, a step forward. And that's also the other thing you have to talk about within this series. If we're going to see one of these teams step up, get to the point where they can actually qualify for the playoffs, because let's be real, for either whoever wins this is almost a stepping stone. Like, beating the other team is not going to convince anybody that, oh, this is now like your moment, you've made it, you're making it into the playoffs easily. This is, okay, you've beaten one of the other teams that are 1-4. How can you then move forward from that? How can you then get to the point where you are a challenger within this league? So I think, realistically, we need more of a convincing victory here. And I think both teams come in on their map choice. I would lean Haven over to BBL because it's a map that we literally haven't seen from Heretics. So you have to go in that direction. And then what, Lotus is the next map coming up? That's one again where it's just like, it hasn't looked particularly great on the other side, so.
Lotus should be an interesting one. I think if we end up on Icebox, and I almost hope we don't, but if we end up there, it'll almost be a nice send-off.
But that's the thing. I feel like, again, Lotus is one where we have never seen it played by BBL. Like, they were picking the lesser of evils. They went with banning Fracture and the veto. So, again, you kind of look at that and go, okay, they must have something prepared on Lotus. And it's one that, for example, Foot, playing a very sort of aggressive style with a lot of rotations, have managed to do very well on. So I would imagine there's probably been some practice between those two teams. And I can see someone like Kushner also thriving on that map. Then again, though, that was a map that Heretics won against Na'Vi. If you can beat Na'Vi on a map, I have a bit of faith in you winning that map. I will say, if we do end up on Icebox, which I think we will, I have genuinely no idea where we're going to end up there, because I think that although, like, versus Giants, I think it was decently played by BBL. I wouldn't be surprised that now that we've seen them have this sort of change of the guard with now their coach leaving, I think they might just go for something where Kushner is now playing more of a Jet and being more aggressive rather than the Omen he was playing before. So then that completely changes the dynamic of the map. And on the other side, Heretics got smashed by Fnatic last time, but it was Fnatic. And if you're going to learn anything about your play on a map, it's probably playing the best team in the world of that map.
I do think as well, though, looking at Lotus and for teams that are leaving these open, I mean, I just think back to yesterday. It's very reminiscent of, I think it was Team Liquid coming into Icebox. They hadn't played it yet, and we didn't know what to expect. And yet they came out looking very scary. And I think this is somewhere that we can end up in a position that Team Heretics get a little upset on their map pick, get surprised, especially if this map gets out of hand. But very early days for that just yet. Now, obviously, as you're seeing, the technical pause still on the roll, but hopefully we'll have a resolution to that fairly soon. I know for the guys down on stage as well, these sort of pauses, they can disrupt the rhythm of the game. But as we said, that's something that might be helpful for someone like BBL. Their rhythm thus far has been falling a little flat.
That's the thing, though. I feel like if I lost a round to mostly classics and a single ult, and then you just have to sit there, and you're not even allowed to talk to your teammates either. You just kind of have to go like...
Just think back to that classic shot.
We kind of lost the classics, didn't we? And a Hunter's Fury. We had a Hunter's Fury. We used the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think the ults is really where it comes in, because if you invest into a round with rifles, anything can happen. Mistakes can happen. It is what it is. You invest those ults in as well, and those are your safety nets. That's you accounting for anything can happen, and you can still fight your way back, and then you still lose out on the round. Yeah, I think on the other side, though, you can look at it from Heretics' perspective. Zeke might need that energy that's coming down on the stage, because, yeah, you have a big play like that, a 3K with a classic. I think it was a wallbang kill to finish, and then stop, take a breather. And sometimes it can be helpful, sometimes it can't, but so far Zeke has been able to throw back everything that's come his way. And look fantastic doing it. As you said, BBL in a decent spot in the early stages. Bladestorm is the key thing that I'd be keeping my eye on when we get back into that server, because Kushner can turn around completely. And I think there's even a decent argument for them to go for a full buy with two weaknesses and try to get that Bladestorm to find the space early on. It depends on their confidence levels, and like I said, with the slow approach early, I maybe don't see that happening here, but it could be the perfect remedy.
Yeah, I think, boy, you sort of talk about those duelists, and that's one of the best storylines coming into this matchup, because we know that both of these players, when we see the best out of their team, they are the focal point. Like, you look at Kushner over last week where they managed to beat Vitality, the man just, wow, he pulled up an absolute stormer of a game. Like, he was unstoppable. Now, whether that's recreatable week in, week out, I don't know. And it's the same even thinking back to some of the maps and some of the matches we saw at Lock-In. Kellogg's was unstoppable. So there are going to be moments where these two players completely take over games, and I bet both coaches today are hoping that they've got the one on the server that's going to do it.
Well, folks, obviously we're still running through this technical pause. Hopefully we'll be out of it fairly soon. We won't keep you any longer. For now, we're going to toss it over to a quick intermission, which is going to feature a Frenzy Fire video for y'all. Enjoy.
Wait. This could be very bad for me if I don't say it correctly. Oh, no, I'm too good to this game. Don't know. Sorry. Okay. Wait. Okay, can I think a bit?
What teams have we got here? We've got... Where can I see the teams?
So 100 Liquid? No, I know my team. Carmen Corp. Okay, wait. How can I not guess? The Koi? Can I get the next hint?
Padre. Okay, I have no idea.
Heretics. This is Heretics. Heretics? Is it Heretics? Padre, it's mixed for. One of them, Neymar and Mbappé. This is Kellogg's, because he's a fan of PSG. He's a friend of mine, so... LOL. My wild guess. I know Boster came from League, but he was content creator. Giants? Who it was from League? Carmen Corp. Oh. Actually, I still not clue, but maybe Koi? Not Koi. Okay. This one is easy. This is Fnatic, right? Fnatic? Who's the guy who was playing in Excel? Boster'ı görmüştüm fotoğrafını. Boster? I never know that he was a pro.
Yeah, don't worry, I wasn't very good. I was just there for easy.
LOL mu oynuyormuş? Allah Allah.
This team organization is the oldest one in VCT EMEA.
Oh, so we're digging in the past now. Navi. Is it Navi? I don't know. Fanatic. Yeah, Liquid. Oh, it's Liquid. The team was fun. Okay. Is this footballist?
Not footballist.
No.
Navi o zaman ilk şampiyonası Koi.
My guess would be Koi.
Koi. Sinet. Tamam yok. Sinet diyorum. Starksos.
Didn't know he was a football player too.
You might not get it wrong.
Is he the one that cheated on Shakira? Oh my goodness.
Their fans cheer for them a lot, would take my energy.
Carmen Corp.
Vitality.
Wait, what? What does it mean? Is it footballist? Giant.
It's us. PBS.
One player of that team uses texts in Twitch chat a lot.
What? I have no clue.
Carmine Corp.
Fishing. I don't know still. Okay, let's try to start guessing. Footballist. It's footballist.
Biziz herhalde kanka bu.
%100 falandır. Foot.
He every time.
Picasso'nun şehri.
It's based in Picasso's native city.
Picasso.
Goodness. Picasso the painter.
Koi? I mean, no Koi. Carmine Corp. No?
Is he not French?
Carmine Corp.
No. Spain.
Giants. I mean, this is us, Giants. Wait, where's Picasso from? Yeah, I'm Spanish, so I know Picasso was born in Malaga. Is he from Malaga? I didn't know. I learned something new.
No, I just knew he's from Spain, and I already said Koi and Heretics.
I tried, okay? I tried.
Oh, maybe I know this one. I don't know. Carmen Corp, maybe?
This is Carmen Corp.
It's me. It's just headshot machine, right? No?
Headshot machine.
One of the team, oldest player in VCT EMEA.
Navi.
And this is Navi.
This is
That's Navi. Navi? Angel?
I think this is last team, but
Okay, go through this. So the BBL, there was Heretics, there was Koi. Oh, sorry.
the last one. Last one.
What was this team?
Oh, Vitality.
Vitality?
Sorry.
I'm bad on numbers. I'm so horrible. Now start. Let's try.
Frenzy operator, light shield. I'm not sure about the operator actually.
Wait, I'm just gonna speak in French because it's like 4700 plus 450, ça fait
5.1 and then
5150 plus 500, ça fait 5500. 5, I don't know how to say it in English, I forgot. It's 5500. No way! I trolled because in French I said 4700 plus 450 plus 400. So I trolled myself in French.
5,350.
I don't know if my mathematics are good here, but 5,550.
Close.
Oof. That's yeah, tricky.
5,800.
Penalties.
Yeah, you know what? To be honest, Tom, we've heard enough from Angel. Now, listen, folks, we've got a resolution here for you. Sorry for dropping out of the Frenzy Fire video earlier, but we figure you guys wouldn't mind dropping over to the VALORANT YouTube channel and watching that yourself. And you'd rather watch the game, because it turns out our tech pause is finished. We're very close to just getting the players ready to dive back into the game. QC, it does, Tom, it does, but they'll get on that. Listen, the boys are firing back up. They're saying hello to each other again. They get to talk.
Are you sure?
The thing is, QC was investigating a bug that might have happened during the round, as we've seen many times in the past. Bugs happen, these things do. This time, though, it did not. It required a little bit of attention to detail, but we've gotten there in the end, and thank you very much to our QC department for keeping on top of that. We would much rather have these things done live than done the next day. Isn't that right, Tom? 7-0 start, what are you feeling? Oh no, it's 3-2. BBL. At this point, they've been in a pretty good spot, as we said. A slow approach in some of their rounds. They managed to still break through to the sites. Their A push was fantastic. Now the Blade Storm is here and ready to roll.
Yeah, it does seem like they're going to invest off the back of this as well, but not all the way. Like, they're going to keep some finances ready for the next round, which means that Kushner will have to sort of do the heavy lifting, but Turco being able to buy into a rifle, Brave as well. There's still going to be opportunities here. But now, with that operator online, this is where you do feel like Kellogg should start to step up to the plate.
This is a massive fake from BBL. Again, their pace has been extremely slow. This time they fake out C, they put over utility. They're even throwing nano swarms onto the back of site. That looks like it's so clearly a C push out of BBL early round, and instead, and there was a smoke blocking vision as well, which is the best part. Couldn't even tell if they were barreling up C along. Instead, out goes that Blade Storm. Cutie finds a kill. That's not a great fight for Suchny. The man was the only guy without any form of weapon, a classic, and he took that fight on mid. No idea what was happening there, but on the rest of it, they're in a really good spot. Blade Storm and an AWP recovery.
But the thing is as well, if they managed to just take the orb here, they would have a lockdown. So that would be something extra for them to play with. I'm surprised that's not being challenged for. Instead, they just try and walk up, maybe thinking that they've somehow bamboozled Team Heretics, but well, as you can see, they have not.
Well, lost in the sauce on that late round. There's the downside of a Stinger. Good damage, lots of headshots, not enough though. Surviving with 10 HP. Aslan now has his lockdown. That's devastating, up and over we go! Kushner solo! That op's gonna have to be used now. The lockdown a big concern. They're trying to get in and claim the space. It looks like they will have a safe corner. 0 players detained by the defender, and the attackers will get the same result. They found their safe havens, but still need to defuse. Aslan's super low. The pressure's on for Brave to pick up at least one of them, but Boo's too quick, and the turrets caught him. Oh, the smoke was a safe haven for them, but in the end, they fall, and defuse goes to Heretics.
Maybe it's just ex-G2 players. They've just bought off Timmy the Turret. And just he's able to do incredible work. Yeah, I think there were a few just misreads in this. Like, Zeke still playing a Stinger was an odd one, considering he had plenty of cash to be able to at least buy something up. Maybe not expecting there to be a 4-buy on the other side. And then BBL's decision-making was just a little bit weird. Like, they could have got the lockdown a little bit earlier, but I think wanted to play contact. I don't think they'd sold a good enough fake with their IGL just walking down mid and just dying. I don't think anybody on the Heretic side rotated, so I guess just hoping that they would be garnered some extra space for free. Instead, I think they just overcooked some of their decision making, and it made it very, very easy for this hold to come through for Heretics.
Yeah, there were some mistakes there for sure. Still the promise of that Blade Storm, I think that's going to come back in the future to haunt them. BBL, I think after finding that A pick, I was very surprised to see them pump the brakes, very surprised to see them try to throw through a late mid lurk, and I think I can kind of see where they're coming from. That early utility on C should have dragged a lot of rotations over, and then as they go back to A, seeing that this fake has happened, having lost a player on long, they shouldn't be as attentive of mid as they cross over, is probably the idea. Just sending the classic, man, I can't get behind. Maybe it's to do with the abilities they needed, with the ideas they had for taking site, but wherever they ended up, they lost the round. And now coming out of this timeout, they won't be devastated, as we said. As you said, Tom, they kept over a lot of their credits, so they were still looking to lose that round. They expected to, and this is where they wanted to play.
They did use a Blade Storm in a lockdown, though. So in terms of ults, yeah, it was a spenny round for them, but 3-3. Operator online again for Kellogg's. Same sort of scenario. They're going to try and set him up early and then leave him behind to hold on to that control. In the meantime, you mentioned that execution, and it seems like they're going to go for a similar idea, but with much faster pacing.
Yeah, like they got them used to it in the last round. Now it's time to make the play. That's a little awkward. Mixwell able to catch that one for free. I don't know what the idea was there, but it certainly has not worked out. Avova with a paranoia. There's the dropout. Mixwell's doing work around this garage area. And BBL, sure, they'll get the site, but at what cost? And that cost might just increase. Mixwell might not be done yet, looking for a little bit more. That fight about to be gifted to him. Aslan closing the distance, and that corner, all that stands between them, it's Aslan to win the duel, and that's a lifeline for BBL.
Yeah, that kill would have been more than you might expect. It would have turned the turret off behind and given a free flank to come through for Kellogg's. Instead, he's going to have to back through Garage, and Aslan looking to try and take this one into his own hands. They're pushing this together, but Zeke already finding one more. Turco up close, needs a spray down and gets nothing for it. And now, Suchny, last man standing. They're a little bit disjointed. Kellogg's goes over the top, almost styles on him. Dunks down on the head of Suchny. And Heretics are going to have themselves a fourth.
Great fight back from him. I mean, a shame he couldn't get the trade initially, but the adjustment to just break his opponent's wrist on the way through. 4 rounds now for Heretics. They'll lead theirs, and you know, BBL, they won the pistol. They won that 4th, but there's been a whole lot of problems for them ever since then. And I think in this round here, Mixwell getting way too much space. Sure, it's clutched out by Kellogg's in the end, but the fact that he kills a guy by just hiding in the window
but that's
and
the
having
thing.
to run through, like,
it goes back to what I said earlier. It looks like Mixwell is just hard countering Kushner, because he loves to try and make plays through Garage. So the first few rounds, he holds by the door, kills him every time he tries to go through, moves back a little bit, and it's the same thing for free.
Oh, they tried to punish him, having no idea there was a teammate there as well. Kellogg's will go down in the end, but the damage is done. This site held by Zeke, and their support across the map. Team Heretics, they should have been in a very bad position, but what a fantastic round pulled out by Kellogg's. Oh, where do you go from here? They at least have the spike, but okay, a kill onto Avova and a kill onto Zeke. Surely not after all that work was done. They're back in a clutch, and it's Mixwell with another 2K needed.
I'm not sure if this is going to be possible. Just look at where they're playing. Both together, sat underneath in hell, and well, it's hell for Mixwell as he looks to try and make his way back through. He does have a nanoswarm. If he somehow guesses correctly, if he somehow has the calculation in his head where both of these players are, maybe he can make it awkward, but he wants the element of surprise. He wants to try and sneak up on them. They double up, even crouching one below the other, and BBL make that look easy in the end.
I like the firing squad element to it to close it out. They, again, had a very good idea. He wasn't making his way from long, and yeah, I don't know who the general was there, but a good call made nonetheless. BBL finally getting around back on the board here in round 8. Look at the patience on this guy. And the fact that he doesn't make it out of there, you know, almost lucky. He started this round out by getting stunned up, had to dash his way out of there. His teammate had to sacrifice his life to keep him alive, and from there, grabbing a collateral, putting them back on the board. Great round, not so great of a result. BBL steaming ahead. Now look at this, a very different face to this team. 5 players towards A early on, although the pace isn't what I expected of it.
I think they've realized, again, it's the same as last round. These pacey takes towards the A site is what's working for BBL. Everything else, like when they try and slow down, when they try and sneak their way through garage, when they try and play C-long, it doesn't work. But I don't know if I'm correct here, but I don't think they've actually lost a round on the A site so far. Every time they've gone in that direction, it's worked out for them. So again, that seems to be the plan. And there are some decent retake ultimates available for Heretics on the other side. So it might not be too much of an issue, but if Turco plants, and he does have the spike, they're gonna have a Rolling Thunder of their own.
Yeah, the retake setup in this round. Oh, wow. That was Zeke taken down up in the window, trying to spam on the back of a recon, on the back of a reveal. They couldn't see him, but they didn't need to. Team Heretics with weaknesses, and well, it's just getting worse as they lose player after player. Okay, Mixwell good with the stinger. That's some utility to breach their way right back through, but again, very little to be done. Stun goes in, but they can wait out that utility. Trades are perfect. And with the numbers in their favor and the value of the weapons in Team Heretics' hands, they're making the right call to pop a save. Carry these weapons through to the next. Mixwell a little closer, playing the bodyguard.
Yeah, I think this is going to have to now be an adaptation for Heretics. Maybe a slightly more aggressive stance to actually taking A control. But as I said, it seems like if BBL go in that direction, they just have a free win. Like, they've been able to trade out effectively, their executions seem clean, and there just hasn't been much to be able to delay them. I would love to see some sort of combination of a stun going through the back, as we've seen many times before, and a peek out from Kellogg's, just to try and take those fights. The only issue I have is BBL, we saw how they set up at the very beginning of the map. They were very ready for those sort of plays to come out from Heretics. So the fact that even though they've tried to almost play delayed, I'm sorry, but Neil's face there. Neil's shocked face. Oh my god. Like, he was just so surprised by that kill coming through. Oh, I love him.
I'm just looking here, you know, those first 9 rounds, almost neck and neck, pistol round for BBL. One thing here, you know, Evolve is having a rough start, man. 1-9 right now, died in every single round. He's the only player to be in that position. I think a lot of the time, you know, that paranoia as well, it's been hitting, but they haven't been able to actually follow up on it. I think a lot of the abilities that we're seeing thrown out by Team Heretics, they're met with resistance from BBL, not just with rifles out, but you'll often see the nano swarms down, the counter stuns. Hell, even just look at those rolling thunders that were used earlier. These are very much teams that are not looking to, on one side, outplay and on the other side, out-aim. They're both coming in with the same game.
You have to bear in mind as well that Avova has been on C, and in the majority of rounds, they haven't lost when they've gone C. So even though he might not be necessarily having impact, a lot of the time he stays alive longer than he should, and then Mixwell has been able to capitalize. So
that's it.
I think there's actually bigger issues around this A site, and that's why I like, look at this stack up. There are 3 players here, and that stun is being readied. They are looking to fight BBL in this round.
Yeah, this is going to be a very quick one in the round where BBL send all the players here yet again. No control elsewhere. And that all trained in. Kellogg's so close to getting an angle, and it surprises him when it's eventually found. Okay, a Rolling Thunder used. They're going to try to take the site, pressure these players, catch them down on short. He's on top of his head. Gomba stopping him. Kellogg's eventually drains it out, but on the site, Brave is trying to get a foothold for these attackers, somewhere to fight from. But in the end, they're forced back, running towards, I think, the C site, and they better be quick because Mixwell's got the read.
Yeah, a fast foot race on the other side will get him back into C, and he has a lockdown available. He can even just utilize it to try and stop them. Instead, he's going pushing. He's giving them a 1v1, but I don't think anybody's expecting him to be here so soon. An easy kill in the end. I may have even heard the steps of a player wrapping him from behind. Yeah, it's been pinged up by a teammate, giving him that chance, but Aslan on just 17 HP. Spike would actually get him a lockdown, maybe buying him a little bit of extra time, but it's whether he wants to commit it when he's this low on health.
Spike planted.
Stun just about missed him, but how much help will that be when the flash lands perfectly? On the way back, he'll have to hope the turret does a ton of damage. Because now it's time to follow up, and they're just too quick on that. Heretics getting out of there with an even scoreline yet again, 5-5.
Yeah, it's a round as well where they basically just hard counter BBL, stack up with 4 players on that side of the map. Even with a Rolling Thunder execute, it became very awkward. I feel like a lot of it almost just comes down to, like, I don't know if Kushner accidentally dashed, but he had such a good spot above and what looked like a free kill, and then just tries to jump on his opponent's head. It definitely seemed like a bit of a blip on the radar. Now the question will be for BBL, do you have the balls to do it again? Because that's the thing for me, is like, you lose a round like that in still a fairly close fashion. I'm almost got that temptation to just go for it again. Like, take the risk, run into that site once more, and see if you can manage to make it work. Because what are the chances that your opponent are going to stack 4 players on A at the beginning of the round again?
Well, I would say extremely low with what Heretics are bringing to the table here. You know, they don't have the Rolling Thunder, obviously, from the last round, but you just take a look at a lockdown. You know, there's a decent chance they'll play the retake, but that ain't what they're doing.
They have.
You know, what you see on paper, maybe what they see on paper as BBL is not what's on the other side. Instead, again, we'll see the aggression come down. Again, we'll see Kellogg's attempt to take this fight, and the drone sent out. He's following it. You know they're going to peek right after that drone if they are here, but the shot doesn't land. Second time we've seen it now. Caught off guard by them being a little too close. And that is a fantastic kill, because as you said earlier, Tom, that's the guy you want to take out early.
Yeah, especially because it seems like either he's hitting 2 with 1 bullet or 0 with 1 bullet. Like, there doesn't seem to be much of it in between for Kellogg's at this point in time. Now, you might think that, okay, you've seen a couple of players over there aggressively, you know the drone was there, so maybe they fall back off of this. But actually, they're looking to re-aggress. Aslan is ready, though. Watching the angle, but he looks away at the last second. Does Zeke? If he checks this corner on the right, he had a free kill instead. Aslan will take down both. The re-aggression fails. And one with the remaining 2 players, hey, make sure there's a lockdown. I don't think he's going to use it, though.
Let's retake it, guys. Yeah, I think it's more likely they're going to just 5-man run it down and take you out at that point, or just play the retake themselves. Plenty of ultimates to work with, and well, those will all be brought into the next round. A save called for Team Heretics, right there. BBL. They know at this point it could be worthwhile taking some of these weapons out of their hands, and if you look at BBL's economy, they can afford to lose every single player. You only have Boo alive, who hasn't got his ultimate, and he's got 1 orb. So there is really no reason not to send bodies to take these weapons out of the round. The only question is if they can find them. They spotted 1 on the site. They have no idea on where Mixwell might be.
They can definitely afford to throw a player or 2 in, but it seems like it might just be too little too late. Aslan hunting, and he's not going to get the kill in the end. It will be Mixwell. Doesn't help out the Heretics too much, other than the couple of extra credits. He already had his ultimate online, and they have a lot of them. There's going to be a hell of a lot for this final round of the half, so expecting a little bit more spam to come through. Again, like I feel like a 7-5, 6-6, it's not going to be too bad for either side in either direction. I think the main thing again, though, is with Kellogg's, he's having not the best of games, an average game. He's going to be the focal point going into that second half. So a pop-off round here with his Bladestorm online would be huge.
Well, again, the same story coming through. Shock Dart fired in, but an alarm bot that's not going to be caught by it. Positioned a little differently to the right. Won't be doing any damage whatsoever to start this one out. And this is almost just a pistol round from BBL, even less so, not holding the C-long contact in the same way late into the round with 1:20. They will be making their way slowly up through mid. And yeah, they're throwing out a lot here. They're covering their C push, and they're looking for a pick on A. And that pick on A might set B up perfectly, because at this point, someone has to move right, someone has to rotate, and that's what they'll look to punish.
It seems like Zeke caught that bullet for Kellogg's, but now Kellogg's gets to live to tell the tale. I'm almost certain Kushner was expecting him to be the one on long. Instead, the TP's going to go. Just take a bit of a risk, get that rotation in. Again, still a lockdown available for the retake and no flank to come through, so denying that is not going to be easy.
And there it is, the counter lockdown in play. It came through from the defenders first, and that prompted Aslan to immediately drop his down. They cover it out, even a paranoia used there to guarantee that they can make it out of the site. And one has been caught, but here's the swing in from Mixwell! Catching them off, and the player stunned in the corner. He'll get his knives back out, he'll run for short. Cloud bursting on his way. He wants to help the fight with Brave, who's stuck on the site. He needs help. Finding the first alone, but now a blinded up Cutie is swinging into short, looking to do damage, but those knives don't land. Here comes the off, shot doesn't land either. It's getting awkward with Brave having to do it all, and more to be done. One shot left in the shorty, 150 HP.
Oh, he's
it's not happening this time. What a round from Brave.
Yeah, and the thing is, we had the focal point of Kushner, and I'm not going to sit there and blame anything on observing, because that's the man I would have looked at too. And in the meantime, Brave's almost just singing like, look at me! Look, guys, I'm killing everyone! I'm doing all the work! It was just ridiculous from the youngster, and wow. I'm sure they're going to be very happy with that. A little bit disjointed on the way back through as well, but just his repositioning, isolating of all of the duels, and then basically just letting the time and the fact that Mixwell had no bullets left do all of the work.
Just ridiculous stuff there to close that out. BBL won the pistol, and in the end, that's pretty much the only thing that separates these two teams. That little injection of rounds to start us off left BBL with a 2-0 lead, and they've closed it with 2 rounds to spare. 7-5. Team Heretics swapping over to the attack side. Tom, what do you expect to see as a difference? They haven't got many rounds out there. We don't know where the pistol will go, but do you think they'll win those buy rounds more frequently than BBL will?
It's an interesting one, because you look back to the match versus Vitality, the main focal point of obviously why this map has been picked by BBL. Well, that was where, just reading off a few stats for you. So Kushner, on the attack side, he had 7 kills, not too far away from what he has here. I think he's on 9. On the defensive side, he had 21. And 440 ACS, 293 ADR, and was 5-0 in first.
And just
blood.
again, for the people at home, that was versus Noobs, no?
Oh, yeah. Team Vitality, a team that really liked playing Haven, and actually picked Haven in that matchup.
They did. It was their pick.
Yeah, after they let BBL pick a set.
So I think it's pretty fair to say that BBL are in a prime position to close this out at this point.
Well, if you have faith in Kushner, which I do. I think he's a very good player. And on the other side of things, I've always had faith in Kellogg's to be able to do it on the defensive side. I think his operator in the past has been fantastic. I think individually he's very strong. The attack, it becomes a different beast. This is where I'm going to focus on players like Zeke and Boo, because they have got to put him in positions where he can shine, because he can. We know he can do it. But right now, I think he sits as one of the bottom 3 duelists in the entire league. So that's not a sign that you want to be seeing if you're a Heretics fan. And I think in this sort of matchup, he has to turn it around.
And again, one of the reasons I feel so comfortable in bringing up a poor performance from a man like Avova on that first half, 1-12.
It's rare.
As it goes out of it. And not only just because it's rare, but because of the context of it. They didn't lose rounds on A, and they went A consistently. When they went C, often they were faking. And when they did go, as you were saying, he was able to hold off and able to be traded out. That's all you need at the end of the day. He's doing his job. But when you swap to the attack side, I think the man's about to have a very different half in front of him. So for Team Heretics, they better hope so, because something has to change. With BBL having some impressive defensive rounds in the past, and Kushner not looking too bad already. He's up behind them, but this team has confidently seized the A site. It's all disruption here. Shock darts and flanks.
Can he get past this? He's got a single smoke and he failed miserably.
He tried.
Unfortunate, but you could already see Avova switching. In fact, 3 members of their team are watching for that flank to come through, may have even heard the smoke. And if you know that Kushner is coming in from behind, well, as said, he got 21 kills last time. For them to get 9 rounds on defense, you want to kill this guy as soon as possible.
He heard them, turned, but the damage wasn't done. Someone else needs to find it. For Aslan, at least, a good start. The trade's out, Turco for the double, and now BBL have a foothold. They have to get that spike defused, and there's a recon coming through. Will they roll? They haven't managed to spot it or break it. That's massive damage done. Everybody's so low, 1 shot needed, and he's not low enough to go down to the turret this time. Oh, very close. The defuse underway, halfway already. Is he gonna swing? Yes! Well handled by Zeke, another 3K for him. And a pistol round for Heretics, a needed injection of rounds.
Yeah, he's had a lot of really high impact rounds. 12 and 11 on the server, but I think you can almost give half the rounds that Heretics currently have.
I agree, yeah, 3 is what I had in my mind.
So a huge clutch coming through, and one that's desperately needed. As said, I expect big things coming through for this defensive side of BBL. If you manage to get yourself 9 rounds versus Vitality, I think there's high expectations on your shoulders here versus a team that ultimately don't play this map. So to get off to that start is important. Obviously, we've already seen a round 1 with full pistols versus rifles, so I'm not going to go too crazy, but it's not the biggest investment here from BBL. Just a few pistols on board, but we know they can make the Sheriff work.
It's pretty fair to say BBL are not playing for map control in this round. Entirely sat down on the C side. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about that B hold. The A hold I love, but B's a little open. Now, but on C, 5 players sat down, ready to go, and for Team Heretics, they'll spot one on the way through. They'll see the turret. That's still the same player that they spotted in the doorway. So no idea just yet in how dangerous this could be. But even without that notion, or without that information, they certainly do have the notion, because look at where they're going. They've chosen the right side of the map. The A site wide open and still being cautious on their way through. Utility placed behind as they go. That turret should be taken back, unless we're going to see Mixwell stick around this area, which, by the looks of it, we very well may. And actually, I really like that. I think this turret here is annoyance enough for anybody coming out on mid. I think it can be taken back a little later, maybe when they have the plant. But especially the fact that he's tucked in this corner and having an alarm bot there, off contact, he can swing and do massive damage.
Well, full rotation coming through the spawn. The question is, do BBL even try? Like, do they just die to the spike? Because ultimately, like, you already have the Rolling Thunder getting that little bit closer for Boo. Okay, maybe Turco will opt to try and get a few kills here to get his online, but it still just has risks about it with just basically handing over not only a little bit in terms of economy, but more so all of those ultimate orbs, and by the looks of it, they're not going to risk it. And I actually respect this. I think, especially on a map like Haven, where just having a Rolling Thunder, having a lockdown can be so impactful, not giving those orbs over for nothing, it's not worth it.
Yeah, 100% agreed. I think it was the right call made, with all 5 players going down to the spike, getting their money for the next round. Most importantly, you know, 1 ult orb per player for BBL. Had they have gone out and died to rifles, not really going to do anything for them. But you can see on the other side, there's players like Boo. If he picks up a few of those eco frags, you are going to be regretting
Also,
that.
Zeke's one of the guys he's a demon at going for those sort of kills. So I wouldn't even be surprised if he had the Hunter's Fury available to him. 7 and 7 though. As said, it is similar to the last half. Okay, you've got Avova just playing an SMG, but everybody else on a rifle for this attacking side. So it's not like these bonus rounds are truly bonus anymore. And already, an early push-up. This is what you fear when you play against Kushner. He is looking to get up in your face.
That dash is going to fade a little sooner than the smoke will. Deciding to spray it down a little bit, giving away the presence. Heretics, I'm not sure they know what to make of this setup just yet, right? This is going to be a feeler round for them as they start to look at what BBL are trying to do, what part of the map do they want to compete for in the early round. Thus far, they've heard noise on short. That's almost just a ruse to cost them extra time if they do come this way. As you see Heretics look towards Garage. Shock dart in hand, bouncing in, and that's cleared some util. They got some space.
I think they're looking to see if there's any extra utility left. Wanting to make sure that they pull a rotation over, but ultimately there's still a player to this back of sight. In fact, Turco has held on to every single piece of his utility. Stun just being utilized. I think expecting them to be in garage, so maybe a bit of a misread, but the second this drone is heard, that will be the moment of panic.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit scary. There's very little support to actually come in here. Turco has to do it by himself, and by the looks of it, he will. In comes Aslan to help, and that's bought time and a distraction for Turco to triple it up. What an incredible round. He should have been dead to rights on the backside. They were all over him.
He got attacked by a drone as well. So they knew, like, Kellogg's knew exactly where he was. It's not like that was a surprise of any sorts, but Turco, he has been fragging so far. 17 and 8, playing the breach, looking like he's feeling confident in his own individual ability. And I can't really blame him at this point. And that's the thing. I think we're having similar issues to what we saw early on from BBL. These slow D40 rounds, as I said, Turco going into the last, 30, 40 seconds, had his whole utility belt. The only thing he used was a stun that comes back. So I expect to see a pace change, a little bit more control being taken early on of forcing out some of that utility. And already, again, a control taken by Heretics.
And again, I don't mind it too much when it's these slow approaches in the first couple rounds, but well, you start to feel out how they're playing it, you know. This is certainly something you're going to want to have an idea of for later. Flash out, triple peek on A long. It's only a 1-to-1 trade. All in all, Heretics can be pretty happy about that. They've got a good idea of the presence on this side of the map. They know short is clear as well. And if Mixwell removes this PC utility on B, that alarm bot is the only thing that's keeping that information, and they do not have the bodies to cover that now. No matter where they look, they will be leaving a gap somewhere else.
Yeah, with the turret still in garage, I kind of expect Aslan to now switch up his position to put a little bit more eyes towards that B site. And actually, instead, it seems like Kushner is going to be the one rotating off. It leaves Turco in a very similar position as last round, still with a stun and a flash available to him. Can he pull off a miracle again?
Aslan went to C long here, so they're actually splitting up into a 2-2 setup. How did they leave him unchecked for so long? Lucky to walk out of that with still a 2 versus 2 and a spike plant as well. Both players splitting up as well. Brave and Aslan going in completely different directions. Aslan was still on kind of C side of C long, while Brave had pushed down a little bit. I don't know if coming from different angles is going to benefit them.
Just because of the rolling thunder, you don't want to both get hit by it. So if you come from split angles, they can only use it one way, and it's gone already. Boo's going to get dropped, leaving Avova. He's normally so good in these clutch situations. Paranoia available, but there's one right back. He insta-headshots onto Aslan, leaving that 1v1. Omen v Omen, trying to take out the doppelganger. It seems like Brave was hoping that he might go back for a repeat, swinging on, but the time's already gone. Avova might not even need the frag at all, but he'll take it anyway. Scoreline equalized, and Avova, as you said, he might have been quiet in that first half, but he's already woken up to the party.
Quadrupled his kills and found a round for the team. Gorgeous stuff, and it's even the deduction in that moment. He makes the split-second call not to re-swing when his opponent was waiting for it, and why? That's why. Paranoia was thrown out. Who's the last player? Omen. You reckon he threw the Paranoia while he was defusing?
That'd be impressive.
No.
I think we'd have another check.
So he's pretty sure that he's killed the diffuser, and he can be safe from that point, tucking in, playing the time, and even finding the kill to close. Gorgeous work. And that has brought them back neck and neck, moving into round number 17. We mentioned this earlier, a rolling thunder in play. What a peculiar angle to be holding it from. Hell, he could be knifed at this point if they decided to shift walk through that smoke, but, well, they really don't think that'll happen. They're ready for a second mid push. It hasn't come through, and now the A site's where we look. 2 away on Aslan, so I don't think we're playing for a lockdown here. Is it the rolling thunder retake? Is that what they're gambling on?
But the thing is, they've already droned mid, so they knew that that wasn't there anymore. A lot of pressure again being put in onto this A site, and yeah, it seems like they are just going to try and retake this one with just a rolling thunder. Okay, thrown in very early. Maybe it was almost for plant denial, but instead you look at the plant position. It's an interesting one.
Oh, look at that shot!
They can play a little bit deeper, and well, Suchny now has caught one. Aslan's got another. This is falling apart. Heretics playing much further forward than expected, and because of that, they're being ripped a new one. Not a single kill in the post-spawn. How would BBL manage that?
Okay, well, I'm going to give all of the credit to Suchny. I don't know exactly how much damage he just walked out with, but it was a lot. 2 kills and 2 major assists with a shock dart landing on the head of 3 players, essentially. And then another one went in and did even more damage. His utility usage there was sublime. The Rolling Thunder, I'm not entirely sure why they decide to use it so early. And I mean early, not just in the sense of the round, but in the sense of Turco's rotation. He could have made it closer to the site before going for it, but used it further back, maybe to catch the players underneath, under heaven, but I'm not sure. Whatever the idea was, it worked.
I'm also a little bit perplexed by the Heretics post-plant there. But you get hit by the Rolling Thunder and everybody runs forward.
Yeah, to take cover.
So I feel like that almost ended screwing them because everybody was just stuck on the default plant, which, as you said, got shock darted. So I was almost expecting, especially with where they planted, a much more passive post plant, maybe having some presence around short. But no, they tried to fight into the site and, well, they got torn a new one because of it.
And again, looking at some of these rounds, that's a headshot.
Down to 2 HP.
Jeez. Oh, and caught inside the drone as well. Aslan coming through were blindsided, distracted, and this is what they get. An ace found by Aslan in the end, and that's BBL on double digits. Wow, look, they weren't against the best of buys, but they made that look way too easy.
Yeah, I feel like Turco definitely softened a few of them up for him.
Just a little bit with 5 HP on Zeke, that was rough.
Oh, just filthy though. And that's exactly the sort of thing you want. Okay, he had his ult pretty much at the beginning of all of that, so not going to help them with the ult orbs, but you know that when this guy gets pumped up, nigh on unstoppable to play against. And that's starting to look like the case. In fact, we're going to see Heretics calling a timeout, and I can't really blame them. The last couple of rounds, well, you have a 5v5 retake, the other team comes out with 5, you then have a push into B, and the other team comes out with 5. You're not going to be feeling too good about that one. Economy on the other side is going to start getting to the point of no return. Like, for example, if they lose this round, they can easily get that operator in for Cutie. And that's the thing. This hasn't been the Cutie show. That's what we saw last week when they got that first win. It seems like maybe getting that first victory on the board for BBL has softened the blow for some of the other players. Aslan's still performing to an incredible standard, but Turco has been the star of the show so far. You remove that ace, he is top by quite a margin, but Aslan, they're getting the eco frags. Has helped him quite a bit.
Exactly, yeah. But look, the reality is, even just looking at Turco and Brave, their utility usage has been off the charts.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have we seen a Team Heretics player go to take a fight, flashed off the angle by one or the other? It's been so tough for them to actually get into a position to duel properly. And sure, we don't want to take anything away from Boot either. We know his support play is absolutely fantastic, but they need so much more here as we move through. 10-8, BBL pretty much on the home stretch here. If they win this one, they are certainly on their way. And it is a different pace entirely out of Heretics. A faster play to see a dash in already. A paranoia that's caught Kellogg's. He's having to fall back a little bit. And look at that from Brave. He was still paranoid up. It took him a second to put the dots together, and it was too late.
Yeah, I think it's just too slow, though. That's the thing. The whole idea was that Kellogg's would run in, fake one side of the map, and then the rest of the team are going to hit into what should be a relatively free A side. Well, it is not free at all. In fact, there's 2 players waiting on it in a crossfire. Executioner's been a bit quiet. Well, that didn't last too long. A triple kill, and I understand the idea from Heretics, but you pulled some rotation, but Kellogg's died so fast, so the rest of the players went, there ain't no one else here.
Yeah. Did you guys see any flashes come in there? Any recons? Nothing? Oh, okay. Maybe it's not a full push. And those players on the site get a sense of that very, very quickly indeed. The fact that Executioner is able to get away with so much, using the TP from Avova after his kill, catching out, I believe it was Aslan. And he ends up in heaven where, you know, up above, can't do too much. He's got to drop down, and when he does, he's caught. 11 rounds for BBL. Team Heretics forced to, well, I would say an eco. They've gone for Bulldogs here.
Yeah.
Blade Storm on Kellogg's is the main hope for this round, trying to find a player on backside, but he's moved. He's not there anymore.
Well, a much faster attempt at an afterplant, but Hunter's Fury already going to be doing a significant amount of damage. Big kill. Executioner gone. Defender lockdown will force them all the way back, but that's fine. Like, honestly, getting an opening kill and being able to reset might actually help them a bit. We're going on an adventure. Seems like the cam got detained.
You should run.
Well, maybe it will again. Attacker ult going to be used in here. The lockdown on short. See what control this can get them. Still an angle up above for Suchny, and he's ready to fire out a recon. The timing here going to be key. The spray to start. No recon after. He's going to give up on that. Play for later. Oh, shock darts in. A little too close.
It got rid of a nano. You know, there you go. There's at least a little bit of post-point utility gone. Something. Probably not worth the investment of 2 shock darts, but even still, good stun. Who's going to delay them significantly? Bear in mind, the ultimates are firmly in Heretics' favor. They can play for that Hunter's Fury, and instead Kellogg's going, but it's only going to be 1, and there's a trade back against Suchny in these retakes. Oh! Fantastic! But Zeke just gets 2 with the Hunter's Fury. I thought it'd be decent in the post-plant, but hey, that's insane.
That's something else. Timeout for BBL on the back of that as well, taking the wind out of their sails a little bit. The double kill from the Hunter's Fury to close it out.
His Hunter's Furies have been cracked. Do you remember the one in the first half where he gets a kill and basically hits 2 people down to like 2 HP?
Yeah.
It seems like Zeke has been practicing these, although I say that, you look at his face and man, it looks like he's almost as confused as everyone else.
I think it might be. Sometimes you want to give players the credit for it. Like, Oh, it's unreal. How does he know these Hunter's Fury lineups? When actually, he is just as shocked as we are. 11-9 right now. And, you know, for BBL, it's not a round they wanted to lose. This timeout, though, is where they look to remedy it. As we said, plenty to fall back on. I think the stinger in that round isn't going to be the fact that they lost weapons, because they can reinvest, no problem. It's the ultimates that they committed and found the site for it, but in that post plant, they were left with nothing, and, well, we saw it.
Yeah, I feel like the committal of the lockdown to deny them B almost ended up biting them later on when they could have had it for that A site. I don't really mind it in the moment, just trying to force them back and allow the reset, but it doesn't really work out. The one thing that does excite me though is I'd be very surprised if it doesn't come in now, the operator for Kushner. We haven't seen it yet. As said, it was one of the sort of highlights when it came to the previous match that they played. He is an absolute animal with it, and it's something that Heretics are going to have to be careful of now, because they still have plenty to buy another one in the next round if for some reason this doesn't work out.
Well, the barriers are up yet again as the timeout has subsided. Now it's time to see what the plan is for Team Heretics. Fast down A, but BBL reacting. C push, mid push. They're trying to get behind very early on. This is a pace change that maybe Heretics won't expect, but they don't seem to do too much with it. Still not entirely certain of whether there's any lurkers. That means the players on site, they won't have the support from behind. And in fact, BBL are pulling back entirely. They're going to go for a retake through spawn, and well, after that start, they're certainly in a good position.
Yeah, kill on Boo just being caught in no man's land. I think he was trying to get into position to put the same stun down we'd seen before, which really delayed the retake. Instead, losing his life for it, and Kellogg's actually looking to play more of a stopper up front, and he's done a great job of it. 2 kills coming through. Bova holding on for his teammate, and now it's left all on to Turco again, and this time Zeke will shut him out. The man with maybe the most fans in the arena right now, really showing up for the Polish supporters. And Heretics now starting to climb back once again.
They're not giving it up just yet. One round between them, being a hell of a fight.
What?
Excuse me? Way. There's no way my guys brought a trumpet. Hell yeah, let's go, all right. Well,
I didn't know we were allowed instruments.
If that's not going to inspire you.
Yeah, I'll bring my violin next
Zeke's
week.
got his marching band there. Well, it's time to step forward. Team Heretics again. We've seen this in some of the early rounds, but this time Kushner lands the shot.
Oh no.
And it's Zeke who falls. This can be dangerous when Kushner gets off to a good start in a round. It's hard to put him on a stop, but Suchny's fallen, and they are hot on his heels, hunting him down, and the stun was too much. Great round from Mixwell as Team Heretics take the A site and a little more.
Huge impact from Mixer. We've seen it throughout the first half, mentioned it. He did basically the perfect job of shutting down Kushner wherever he could. Does it again this round with quick reactions to get back into the site. And BBL don't really have a choice here. They've got to save, especially if they want that operator back. Like Brave still with 4,000 credits. It'll be available in the next round if he can hold on. But I'm liking this from Heretics. A little bit more direct. I don't mind the idea with some of the fakes that they were trying to throw and pull players off the angles, but I think in a lot of cases, they're almost just overthinking it a little bit. These more direct takes, going off the back of just decent utility, setting Kellogg's up to get up in their faces. And now they've equalized the scoreline. Bear in mind, this is the map that BBL basically picked into as not only one that looks strong for them, but one that we just haven't seen all the way back to home ground. Then we were still in chamber meta when that was happening. So the fact that we are now seeing a strong looking Heretics fighting back on this map, that is a dangerous sign for BBL. They can't lose this one.
And I can understand why you started out maybe not going for that sort of pace up against the Turkish team. I get it, you know, and we saw it in the first half as well. That's often what they're looking to fight against. At the same time, though, now it's been proven time and time again that's what works for them, at least. Kushner robbed of any sort of early opping angle on A. They've got a turret covering down. This is such an interesting angle. The turret's taking contact, and then Aslan's up close. Turco is playing with a stun. The second that turret gets contact, you're either going to have players running through past Aslan a little bit distracted, and if that happens, the stun comes in behind them. He gets the first kill, follows up on more, or players that go to take some control, see the turret, maybe they want to shoot it, destroy that piece of information gathering for them, and instead they end up getting ripped apart. This could be massive for BBL.
Oh, there might be a little bit more trouble. He's going to come out with 2 quick reactions. And now there's a man waiting for this peek from Kellogg's. Already getting shut down. He wanted to try and make a play again, but it's just become a little bit too scripted. And well, boo, that's the second time he's tried to make that cross happen. The second time it's flunked. It's left on to the star man, but not this time. Suchny again, a menace on the retakes, and a 12th on the board for BBL. It's not a death sentence, Mitch, though.
I really want to see a replay of what Cutie just did, because if I'm not mistaken, he didn't just catch Boo out in the open, swinging wide on that box. That was a jump peek over the top of the site to fire a flash.
Wall-banged headshot him.
And he just ruined his life. Let's see this. Again, what a start for him. The fact that the Rolling Thunder just barely makes it past him. Good shot for Cutie. Yeah, all right.
Oh, he's actually just faster. It's not even a wall bang. He's just so quick.
He hit him at the apex, man. That was unreal. I was thinking in the moment, I'm like, all right, Boo just got punished, and normally I'll see a punish and go, oh, you're a silly boy, you shouldn't have done that. But I was like, I don't even blame you, bro. That's not on you.
Oh, 12-11. It's been a good fight from Heretics, but they're going to need one more. Kellogg's actually, oh, he's got an operator and a rifle by the looks of it, just using those extra credits to have whatever he needs, maybe hoping to find an early fight, and when it isn't given, back to the rifle. Normally the first man in. Utility being destroyed early, just to try and put some doubt in the minds of the BBL players. But as you can see, Aslan back on spot, and a single kill for him here would put that lockdown online and save them a lot of hurt if it came to a retake.
Yeah, don't think he'll be going for any orbs anytime soon. The way this map is laid out, Brave up close. Passive play for Garage, double Garage coverage. I mean, I'm looking at Kushner right now, holding it with the up, and I guess the idea is that he can swap in between either angle. If he needs to support on long, then immediately I'll have Aslan covering off that closer angle inside the Garage. But I'm looking at a setup that, well, maybe it will be challenged. We're seeing some presence across the map. For now, Kellogg's is going to be the point man taking space. The spike is following him. They've spotted players on long. The spike was a fake plant, then Kellogg's.
But there's 25 seconds.
Is he going to continue forward? Where's the spike going? They're fake planting it to bait utility, perhaps, and then they're going to go for the plant on the site. I'm not sure what the other guys are doing. Okay, there we go. Caught Brave as they fake the rotation back across. Mixwell's picked up another, and Heretics right back into this round.
I don't know if this was the plan from the get-go, but it seems like one of the riskiest ideas I've ever seen. The spike going in alone, but somehow it's worked out. Rolling Thunder, it may have caught onto Boo. He's alone, and he'll be isolated. But Kellogg's has caught one back on that cross.
They've tapped it. Someone's got a peek to confirm. Recon out, destroyed. They know now. Perfect. Has to be tapped again. There's the swing, and no! That fight did not go according to plan for Kushner. Team Heretics have pushed this up to an overtime. I mean, we've been neck and neck the whole way. We've had pistols traded back and forth in halves. I think I pretty comfortably say this is a game that deserves an OT.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that there's been a sort of confident victor, which, as said, like going forward into some of their other matches might be a scary sign, but for the team that does make it through today, they're at least going to be left with some hope of making it to the playoffs. The team that loses, well, I'm not going to say they're mathematically out, but I think for most people they will be.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things where the probability, you know, it's hard to get an exact number on their percentage chances to make it through.
You could get through with 4, but you probably won't.
You probably won't. And that's it. I think as well, you have to look at a lot of the head-to-heads. And
okay.
Oh, hello? Dash out early. He's caught a little bit for damage. Boo's stuck in a corner, paranoid up. Good look across in that confidently. Shock dart down, op watching, nothing found. And, you know, a scrappy duel for map control early on. Both teams wanted short, and in the end, nobody will have it.
Yeah, re-droning into long, but this has already pulled rotations. Boo had made his way back around instead. They're going to actually walk through. Now, Garage was somewhere they were shut down very early, and now Avova is under unbelievable amounts of pressure. Utility being put onto him. Boo at least trying his best to help, but the site is lost.
It's tough when they're coming in from those angles and when they have so much utility to clear you out of the safe corners that you want to hide in. For BBL, the plan seems secured. And actually a very late rotation from Kellogg's. 40 HP with the operator. He'll be coming through spawn just now. It's going to take quite a while. His teammates are not really given any ground that they can confidently hold. Like, this retake's going to be late. And it's allowing BBL to set up exactly where they want to. The flash didn't even catch Suchny. He's gone for the reload. He's gone for the reload inside the smoke. He's so low. And the spam eventually goes Aslan's way. Of course, second man backside not spotted. Brave doubling up on the angle. Oh, that's a hit. He is so low, 8 bullets left in this rifle and more than 8 needed. That's 13 for BBL and another map point on their map pick.
I still can't believe that you've got a man spamming through the smoke with a Phantom and then Aslan just reads exactly where he is and headshots him anyway. It's not like he's getting traces. He's just almost guessing where this last man is going to be coming from. I have to say I'm impressed with like Suchny's individual ability. Like the way that he seems to work in both afterplants and in retakes with his positioning just seems to be sublime. He's the one that's taken that one over the line for them in reality. And now, as I said, Heretics have fought tooth and nail for this one. They go into the next map. I don't think there's anybody doubting that they have an inherent advantage. A map that their opponents literally haven't played, ever. Like, never played.
I'll do it.
So, and one that they've beaten Na'Vi. So I don't think they're going to be too stressed if they lose this, but at the same time, an opportunity to maybe even take this series 2-0 if they manage to get this one over the line, but they need a second overtime if they're going to do it.
Most certainly. I think, look, moving on to Lotus as well, you don't want to have that map deficit because, yeah, okay, the Na'Vi game is the particular caveat because otherwise you'll say like, oh, the Liquid game yesterday, they came into Icebox, they looked great, they had some fantastic ideas. And at this level, I don't think you get to come in and go, well, we haven't played the map, so we suck. Like, you have to have, if you're leaving it open in the veto, you better be ready to play it. But, and especially when you look at the game, if you've had a lot of success against a top tier team, everybody's seen that VOD. Every single player, every coach, they know how you like to play it. It's tough to do it a second time if they've got your number. OT, number 1, half number 2. BBL need this to push us on to Lotus. Team Heretics need to bring us to another OT. Now just take a look at where they're going on Heretics. A lot of players grouped up and around this A site. Aslan already going to be pushed back from short, but BBL have rotated in. They're stacked up and ready.
Oh, that's big. Kellogg's already getting one. Trade's a little bit further behind, and Aslan's able to capitalize, but Boo's done a good job keeping this advantageous for now. He's also going to get himself his ult online. 2 kills, a plant. That's put him in an amazing position. Rolling Thunder available, but it's whether they can use it. He's actually been caught. In fact, he's just stunning the hell out of Zeke. Just going, okay, screw it. I'm going to throw that utility at you anyway. Stunned up again, well, eventually Zeke will go down into a 2v2 scenario, and shaky from Mixwell. He goes down, and Brace just found everything. Timer on that defusal is plenty, and they're going to be closing that one out. It looked like we were heading to another overtime, but Brave once again pulls a round out of nowhere.
Can't really expect the guy to jump up, wide swing out on side and look for you down below, but Brave is a brave man. Yeah. He likes to make these plays, and this time it worked out. 14-12 on the opening map here. Has to be said, look, Lotus, it will be favored towards Heretics. It's looking likely that we push all the way to a third map, but it's got to be sat there in the back of their mind now. I hope BBL ain't done their prep here. I hope they ain't ready.
That is the other thing, is you have never seen them play. So it's not like you can come in prepared. You have to basically just focus on your own gameplay rather than anything else. So that's also going to be a scary thing, because an unknown BBL is a scary prospect. Even a known BBL. Look how many people have tried to counter their ascent and failed miserably. You have to now go into whatever they've got planned blind. That is a scary prospect. At the same time, Heretics have looked good on this map, at least the last time out, even going close versus Foot, who are another very good Lotus team. So that should be theirs to take, but it is not going to be easy after what was such a long fought map loss.
Yeah, it definitely is. Those are the worst ones. You lose 13-1. All right, we messed up. We were bad. Just go to next.
Still not easy.
It's not easy. It's easier than when you've just put that much time into it.
That's true.
Got nothing for it for now, though, folks. We're going to toss this one over to a break. We'll be back with map number 2 in just a little bit.
Nice.
gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back to the desk. We made it to overtime, but it was closed out right at the end. A great game that we've had back and forth, only 3 rounds. So there's one time where Heretics was able to put together 3 rounds in a row. Otherwise, it was back and forth constantly.
I love the game. I'll be honest with you. Something I didn't expect that this quality of the match will be actually watching here, because both VBL and Team Heretics, there were rounds where they looked really drilled and had like an idea of an actual execute or an actual retake, and everything was working in tandem. there were some awkward rounds when the plan was just literally falling apart. In parts we have seen this kind of like waterfall effect, domino effect. But in general, I was really impressed how both teams were playing.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the highlights, if we start right at the beginning, is not only the first half, but also the composition that Team Heretics chose to run. And they just go for something very simple, something that we have seen before, something that they might have even tested in previous iterations of these teams. So the fact that Avova had such a hard first half, he literally could not find any impact. He was always shut down. And it was not even until round 16 that he was able to find not only his second kill, but also the third and the fourth one. I think that said a lot about how aggressive BBL wanted to be. I also think that the fact that both the duelists, both QT and Kellogg's did not have the best of the games, especially when we talk about first kills and whatnot, says a lot about how these two teams were adapting to each other.
Well, funny that you mentioned both the duelists, because it seems like Kellogg's had a really hard time into getting into the first kills. He had 6 first deaths and 2 first kills. Cody on the other side was 7-7 when it comes to the opening duels, so 50%, that's normal stuff, right? But both of them were actually doing their jobs.
Yes.
When it comes to like doing and execute, they were always dashing on side, trying to just get the first opening kill or be traded. So that was pretty well done. What was more impressive for me even is like, for example, BBL on round 2 after they won pistol round, they had improved their economy game. They had been like going with the 3 rifles to pistols, like the one that we know from Navi. So their round 3 had also more, let's say, muscle built into it. That put Heretics on the back foot as well. So that in general, like it had been way more close than I anticipated because of the fact that those teams min-maxed a lot of the aspects of the game.
You know, Heretics decided to start on the defense, and we may have seen that intention of trying every single retake that they could do, that they could test. The problem is that they got to those positions in maybe disadvantaged situations where they already had 2 players down. They did try a lot of stuff, but hey, it was their first rep. I think it says a lot that, you know, BBL decided to go for this one. I think it's a good result still for Team Heretics to even take this to overtime.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. But I think one round that was already like, okay, now this game is on. Already round 5 was a big kickoff for it, and let's talk about it, Lothar.
Yeah, this round 5 is a pivotal round for Team Heretics because not only they're on the lower buy, but they are able to convert the ultimates that they have at their disposal. So even though they lost the map, this is like why the map was kept close in the first half, because this one should have never been won by Heretics in this case.
That is the one kill from Avova on that half. He knew that he had a lot to do. He had a lot of movement. All the utility was going to be used onto him. They decide to use the breach ult. They get countered right off the bat, but still, they managed to keep them isolated. They managed to do whatever they want with BBL. Zeke goes back with this impressive, as we know, Sova that he has.
Yeah, crazy stuff happening in this round, like the amount of the stuns that were happening as well. Also, by the way, not sure if you guys realized, but one thing that I really liked about this round was the fact that both teams used the utility as a counter spell to the other opponent's utility.
We saw it a lot.
Yeah, this is something that I perceive as a, let's say, in a tier 1 team. It's actually pretty important to understand that the opponents try to achieve what was the goal to achieve with the utility they used. In this case was the ultimate from Breach, and it was countered by the other Breach ultimates. Essentially, it countered itself, right? So those things we have seen over the map, and it's very cool to see that those teams are getting better at it.
Turns out to deal with Nopen also, you can just, as a jet, dash on top of them. You can just jump on their heads.
Well, yeah, you can do the Mario move, the Tumba Stomp, you know, and Avova was definitely not happy about that one.
I am telling you, if you think you're having a bad day, just think of what Avova had to go through over this map. I think that we have a replay to go with it because there were many crazy things happening, and I think that this is something that we have to revisit. Kellogg's going on the aggression, and BBL does not have, they waste 0 seconds, and they decide to breach ult.
There you go.
And there you go.
Change your name to Ezio Auditore at this point.
Avova could not see them coming. They're literally everywhere. I'm literally feeling so bad for him. But yeah, this was a beautiful attack from the side of BBL.
Yeah, I think that dash was triggered by that ultimate from the Breach. He just wanted to avoid it, essentially. But yeah, this was really well done. In general, I would say, I'm not sure if you guys realize, but BBL had also been, let's say, importing some strats, because we have seen in one of the final rounds, in round 23, a retake that was literally used by DRX, and BBL copy and pasted it into their own playbook. And although they didn't win that round with that retake,
The idea was there.
yeah, that's what I love about this BBL right now, because it's in the past. Last year, when I was watching BBL, it was like, there was no planning. That was just running around, hitting heads, and then the typical Turkish.
Good aim.
I think that we had like an A simulator, and I think we saw every iteration of everything that can happen on A side on Haven.
I mean, at that point, yes, and that's when we're all looking at it, wait, is this a DRX play? Are they trying to counter that plant? And turns out, yes, but it failed miserably.
Well, I would say that the goal wasn't failed. You know, the opposing team, in this case, Team Heretics, just had the opportunity to stand in different places because they knew that this specific retake is happening, and they were just able to win the duels. But I do think that both teams didn't present this level of gameplay in the previous matches that we have seen in the past, and it's amazing to see that this kind of progress is being done during the season.
Yeah, I think it's also impressive to say that we've had some stars like Brave getting a beautiful round, same for Zeke on the pistol round on their attack. We've had some moment where it was all about the individuals. I think that Turco had an impressive first half, so really happy also with the individual performances.
But Turco, not just in pure performance, like on the scoreboard, but also in utility usage throughout the game. It turns out you can constantly keep it rolling, and yes, you've got Aslan on, but he's just leading by one extra kill. You have to account for a save round that kind of gave you the extra 5. It's an extra bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Turco was absolutely insane when it comes to just playing the game on his own, even though he's playing a support character, in this case Breach, right? All of the utility that you have at your disposal is meant to help the other teammates.
Yes.
It's not the best to play for yourself because the timings of your own utility are not supporting your timings of the swing.
Yeah.
And in this case, he was still able to out-frag everyone on the server. It's actually kind of crazy.
I think it depends also on the cohesion of the rest of the team, not only that you can use it for your other teammates, but also that your teammates are going to be there to support you, and they're going to follow the call if they feel like you have an advantage position.
Now, if we try to focus on our second map in the series, we got OT in map 1. Will we get more of it in the future? Well, Lotus is our next one, and Heretics will pick the map. What do we expect to see on here after such a close one and a take for BBL?
The Lotus is one of the picks that we only have seen so far from one team, and that's Team Heretics. We don't know what we're going to expect from BBL, so this is going to be a big surprise for everyone.
Exactly, and not the same surprise as, for example, on the side of Team Heretics, they were like, yeah, they were playing on the chamber meta. No, we're talking about they've never played it, of course, because it was not available before that locking. So, surprises, what is QT going to be playing? We know that he is a master duelist, but sometimes we will also see him on the Omen here and there on Icebox, knowing that you want to go with that double controller. What are they going to go for? Is it a Raze? Is it a Neon? What is it going to come on the side of BBL?
I'll actually get that answered in just a second here as we prep for Agent Select. Our players are set and ready. Any surprises that we expect? We were just talking about the Omen, sometimes it gets brought up, but anything for Lotus specific?
I would just like to focus if Team Heretics is going to play the Killjoy on defense. That's something that we have seen in the past that played it, and Boo has very specific setups. There's a turret that he's using in the broken door area that guards B, and then typically he's playing topside B or oh, okay, so we have the Boo on the Killjoy, so we're gonna actually see the setup, and I wonder if BBL are gonna read into those positions. But now Kellogg's on the Neon. Okay.
Yes.
So we see the repetition of it.
Yeah, exactly. So we were talking about the preparation on the side of Team Heretics. We saw some adaptation. You're talking about the Killjoy. I think that on the previous map, we did see some changes in the setups that BBL were using. Are we going to see something special here? Love to see that they're going for the Jack. QT wants to go for something that he's feeling really comfortable in. He's going to have that extra support. I think that they're going to have, you know, an easy time. Also going for a simple composition in which everybody is feeling comfortable in their roles.
The only problem that I see with the composition from BBL here, they're gonna have a hard time battling for the A lobby because they don't have really any damaging utility apart from the aftershock of the breach.
They have QT.
Well, yes, but that's why many teams are playing the Raze instead of the Jet, right? Because they have easier time of taking the control on A main on the defense.
All right, we'll see. Maybe we get a map 3 in this one. Thank you very much, Lothar and Kakuka. Our casters are ready. Tom and Mitch, take it away.
Thank you so much, folks. I think diving on into this one, a lot of us are expecting a map 3, but I'm also ready for some surprises if we end up there. Where are you at? Where's your head at moving into this?
I think this is going to be a hard map to come in and pug, so I'm hoping there's going to be a decent amount of prep coming through on the other side. Okay. I'm a little bit worried. Like, I feel like running that sort of without a Viper. I think taking a lot of that early A control with the Viper, especially on the attack side, has been something that a lot of teams have been doing. Also gives you a little bit of easier setups when it comes to that defensive side as well. So I want to see how they're actually going to utilize the initiators they have. I think the likes of Suchny and Turco are going to be pivotal parts, but also we were sort of chatting, how are they going to utilize the Jet? What is there for the Jet that is not there on other agents on this map in particular? Well, it has to be the fragging power of Kushner, so we need to see what he can do on that agent on this specific map, because we know he can do it elsewhere.
Well, let's get into this map. It's time to kick off Lotus, where BBL look to take this 2-0. Heretics need to fight their way back into the series, but after a close first map, there's not too much doubt that they can fight pound for pound up against this squad. I'm keeping my eye on Turco. I think he had a fantastic previous map. His supportive play was off the charts, and now moving to Sky, so much more that he can do. But Kushner is the man to lead the charge. No surprise there for BBL. He's even going to try to get the plant down. Look at that, Nano dropping in from up top as they've got their setup ready for the post plant.
Playing within the smoke, Suchny up close, always seems to be a demon in these sort of areas, but actually every single kill, bar one, has gone the way of Heretics. The post plant, it's looking pretty poor, I'll be honest with you. I think they're just going to defuse. I don't think there's any way they can challenge this one at all. The last two players completely caught out of position, and Zeke off to a flyer once again.
You know, sometimes you're going to find that right click working for you every damn time. And sometimes, well, you'll get what we saw just there. A bunch of bullets fired out, the magazine emptied, and oh, there was nothing found in the end. Team Heretics walking away with a 1-0 lead and a pistol round they're more than happy to have.
I'm interested in some of the early utility that was being thrown out there by BBL. It seems like they were almost directly trying to counter aggression they expect from Kellogg's, because I think they put 2 flashes through. They had the initial breach flash and then a sky flash as well, just to try and basically warn him that they're challenging for that control. Instead, you see a really deep Viper screen, and this is one of the things that I was sort of mentioning when it comes to the other side of things. A lot of the time you see a lot of teams being able to take a control by having their own Viper screen going deep all the way across and leading them through to the site, and basically also sectioning off the angle that we have Boo peeking from in that round. So I do wonder how they're going to either just show themselves there early, because although they threw those couple of flashes through, Boo's just holding the angle going, no one there. Oh, I concede, no one there. And then just they're able to gamble their rotations elsewhere because that part of the map wasn't challenged for at all.
That's something that they'll have to think about as we move further in. It's worth mentioning as well, Tom. This is now the second map that we're seeing Zeke get off to a flying start. That pistol round was him with a triple, and I don't think he's going to be slowing down all too much. Again, the change over to the Sky on their side for Team Heretics is, I mean, look, Zeke being able to flash himself in through those smokes, get those close angles, man, it is terrifying. But I think he'll have his work cut out for him, dealing with Turco. Again, a very curious pick from Kushner. It's almost reminiscent of the old days when we'd see a Reyna be played, where I'd come in and say, like, okay, that's peculiar. I don't know that you're getting enough out of that agent pick to justify it versus, for example, a Raze versus what Kellogg's is running here, which is a Neon. So for Kushner, I really want to see what his ideas are here, because maybe they have something that they like to do on this map, but my mind certainly is leaning more towards Kushner's just sick, and this is the agent he prefers. I'm not messing with that.
I think also there's an aspect of, for BBL, obviously going through like coach changes and stuff and having to maybe flesh out some of their map pool a little more. I think it might just be, okay, this agent is comfortable.
Element of comfort,
we don't have the sort of maybe the protocols needed on this map that we literally have never played.
That's
to
true.
go, okay, you're now playing Neon, which is just, wouldn't make much sense. And the thing is, they have tested stuff like that in the past. I believe it was actually their old Pearl comp when they played against DRX. They lost 3-13 because they tried to run a Yoru. So I feel like there is almost just an element of going, okay, we could try, take a big risk, like throw something in they're never going to expect, but if that doesn't work and we've lost the first map or something's gone wrong elsewhere, we are screwed. Whereas if we play things that are comfortable for us, things that can work, like I'm not saying they don't work, but can work, that will probably lean better into us after we've already played our map choice and after we go, for example, later in the day into Icebox. So I don't think this is necessarily a bad call from them. I'm just intrigued by it. And as said, like I do think not having a Viper right now loses them a lot of control that I need to see them do something with, because Brave only has so many smokes. And the thing is with this map, a lot of what you're going to be doing is playing with rotations, trying to get in the head of the defenders. One of the best ways to do that is with that Viper screen, because you can put that up and they go, okay, they could be rubble, they could have crossed, they could be pushing down, they could be going towards the broken door. And although all we've seen is a pistol round, it's a very small amount to go off of. From what we've seen so far, their plan to fake that out was 2 flashes. Now, that's never, ever going to hold a team back enough that they will find a problem with that. So that's going to be my main focus is, okay, how are they faking out that control? Because if you go running into the B site like they did there, they needed some other control because they didn't go through A. Most teams, when they go B, they either take C or they take A control so that you can stop rotations coming through. They went directly through B. That, for me, is maybe a pistol round strat, but not a buy-round strat. You can't do that every round.
Yeah, it's really curious. And I mean, when we're talking about the Omen that's in play here for Brave, obviously it's the same as Avova over the other side, but Mixwell taking that Viper, I guess I have to look towards someone like Suchny. He's the man that's bringing in the breach, the ideas that they might have to work off of with that. Maybe it feeds into Jet, into some of those early plays, and it might not be the normal way to approach this map, but I think you hit the nail on the head, Tom. It's the fact of you have coaching changes, you have, well, like staff changes in general, any sort of player issues that come up, you have to then feed back to, okay, what works, what's comfortable, what can we plug in tomorrow and play? Because if you come in and you take the Neon, you take the Rays, and you don't do it right, and your game plan isn't set up to make that succeed, well then it's probably even going to be less valuable than just letting Kushner run around and do what he wants. And so far, he's been doing, I think, okay in this series. Honestly, he's not been anything to write home about. He's had some good rounds, he's had some bad rounds. This has been a pretty weak game by his standards, which is scary as well, because he could heat up massively.
Yeah, last week he was dropping 50+ kills in 2 maps. Like, the standards for Kushner are very high. That's why you might look at the stats the last game and go, he was decent, what are you talking about? But no, it's one of those things where we put him on a pedestal for a very good reason. And a lot of the time when BBL win, it's because he's had a great game. So I think there's a lot to sort of think about with this composition. I think defensively, like having the breach in I like it. I think you can do a lot, like with how you're actually setting up a lot of tight angles, like especially in B, you can delay pushes almost inevitably with the amount you have. I think A, just getting that early control. The main worry, and I think it's sort of highlighted on the desk as well, is like a lot of the time when I see a breach, I like seeing what you can combine with it. Now, right now, that's where I'm sort of questioning things like, are you going to try and throw a nano swarm there and stun and catch them in a nano swarm? Because that's about all I've really got. You could try and do it with your own aftershock. Maybe that's one way to go about it. But it's not like having a raise where you can just like have those stun nade combos, or even like, I think it was Fnatic were running fade as well, because you could do the same thing. Like you can have the fade C's, and then you have the snade, as some weirdos like to call it. So I think that's the main thing I'm sort of questioning, is how they're going to work off of this. I think in terms of executions, like having the Sky combining to get you the information, like for example on C executes, I think Breach can work very, very well in those, because again, a lot of angles that you can clear very, very easily. But well, it seems like we are still in our technical pause. It seems like well, they are in the building, so I don't know if we can say we've stolen their curse.
Don't worry, I heard that technical pause is more or less resolved, and we're just waiting for the players to get back.
Do you know what this one was about?
Not too sure just yet. We might have been following that later, but either way, it seems there hasn't been too much of an issue. And I think for these guys as well, it's better to have these pauses right at the start, right in the beginning of the game, rather than interrupting your rhythm. We saw it last time around, and you know, the boys are sat there, they're chilling, they're smiling, they're laughing around. Now they're going to have a final discussion, I think, as the pause subsides and they go to dive back on into the game. And I do wonder when you come out of these where BBL will take it. This might be when they want to just run it down. I think they should be on an eco. Like, they could decide to force pipe a bonus attack side.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It would be rough. And maybe, to be honest, up against BBL's comp, maybe you could run it. Maybe you could try for some A main control early, try to force them back if you were Team Heretics, but put the shoe on the other foot. And this is a very good comp to play this map with that Heretics are running. BBL would just be running into their deaths. I think,
I think
take the eco.
By the looks of it, they got a couple of Bulldogs. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them is posted up C long, the other one is posted up just watching that initial cross on A, like basically just taking those range fights where they can, and then the rest of the players happy to get up close on like B rotates or maybe on A site. And I think that's the thing. Like, I've enjoyed watching the sky on this map, similarly to what I actually enjoyed seeing from the Gecko as well. It's like you can get a lot of early information with those flashes and try and base your rotations off of it. Now, the difference again compositionally, is that what happened to the table?
No. That's,
no, I know.
That's how you activate them. He's just activating
the table.
warmer. Yeah. Activate the table. Yeah.
You got to like spank it a little bit and then the table's ready to go.
All right. Well, listen, you do you, Tom. I don't want to be around your PC table anymore. But
hey, I've seen yours. Your PC became a table. You have issues.
Hey, listen, the case didn't look that big in the picture. All right. How was I to know just because it said the case was 24 kilograms empty that was a problem? Yeah, I'm sort of hearing it now. I should have known that.
I like that we've got Killjoy Sky in the actual stands as well, both making it into the game.
Hey, it's
for this
the
one
rifles
as well.
that make the difference as well. Look at that.
You're going to try and buy that off them, aren't you? I already know that your purchase history when it comes to anything that's remotely game related, it is just off the charts. Movie related, TV show related.
Now it's getting dangerous.
That's where Mitchman's bank account, basically, it instantly, the second he receives any money for casting, it instantly empties again straight into buying.
Some people keep their money in currency, and that's a volatile industry. I like to go for Star Wars props. Those are the kind of things that are going to last forever, and that will only increase in value.
You got glowing. Okay, that's sick. That's sick. I have to be honest. That's pretty dope. Like, Mitch, the only thing is, it's close. It's between this cosplay and Lothar's Viper cosplay. I'm not quite sure which one.
Maybe we can get Lothar to don it again.
Yeah,
right?
No.
I mean, he's
we
driving.
Need a comeback.
He's driving back and forth, so it's not even a luggage issue. He can put it in his car. I was in his car today. There's plenty of space. Explain, Lothar, why hasn't this happened yet?
Yeah, and then we need I'm not sure which of Marcus's cosplays I prefer. I think I'd definitely go with Reyna.
I don't know why you're diving to Marcus. I want to see Hypoc rock a Brimstone.
That's already been done, and I'm not sure it can be topped. It was done by Meg. I don't know if you saw Meg's Brimstone, but
I did. It was impressive. It was impressive.
If Hypoc can beat that, you know what? Fair enough.
Well,
the real question is, who would Pansy cosplay as, Mitch? This is a question I want you to answer.
Lauren, are you in the building? Do you want to come up and we can?
She did enjoy your outfit from earlier. I think she said there was a number that she said it would cost for her to wear that outfit, but I can't quite for the life of me remember what that number was.
It was 10 quid, I reckon. We've got.
Yeah, you might have to times that by 5,000, then you might be getting close.
I think there's, it's just been going on for months about doing a cosplay as well, you know, Lauren, so I reckon we'll probably get that out. Maybe it's a playoffs thing, probably saving it.
Of course. Like,
Grand finals.
You don't want to do it too early.
I heard she wants to Fade cosplay for the finals. It's happening.
Okay, you know. So a minute ago when you said that this pause wasn't going to be too long and you said it would be over soon.
I did say that.
Care to explain?
No comment. No comment.
You're literally putting Kellogg's to sleep at this point. I'm like, he was ready to go. He heard Mitch Manor said that this is almost ready.
Well, I'll be honest
and now
with
he's
you.
decided to take a nap.
If he's heard that, I think we need another pause.
That's also
for
true. Maybe that's what the technical pause is.
That could be a problem. Oh, look, they've left A open. Kellogg's is like, oh, okay. Guys, I have an idea.
But then again, it's whether or not he would trust us, and I don't think that's true. I don't think he would.
We should start throwing out some fakes like that, just to keep them on their toes, just to check.
Yeah, maybe cast a 2v0 and pretend that there's still an enemy alive.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That would really throw somebody off.
Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that someday. I could quickly do that. Have a brief look at those plays.
We all make mistakes, Mitch. We all make mistakes.
I make a few more than most people, but you know, it is what it is.
Hopefully this is something that's going to get sorted relatively soon. We're not going to take the word of Mitch Mann anytime soon. It's a weird one because we're in round 1. or going into round 2. So it's kind of difficult to really judge too much based off what we've seen. To be honest, this is one of those matchups where going to a map 3, I think would actually be quite fun. Like in terms of like, I don't really know who I favor going into that map, because it's one that I think it was Heretics had the choice between Icebox and Split. I was looking at their like matches of Split and saying, you know what, I think that they've done fairly decently. They smashed KC, they played an okay game versus Liquid, and Giants absolutely destroyed BBL. So I was like, okay, they're probably going to go in that direction. That was my prediction for the veto. And then they took it to Icebox, which, okay, again, they did well versus KC. It was actually a map that BBL lost to them, so maybe they're looking at that matchup. And then they got destroyed by Fnatic, which again, you're not really going to take too much away from. But it's one where, again, I do kind of have expectations that maybe these teams will switch up their compositions a little bit. We've seen the Harbor comp being run recently. Oh, sick. Okay, this is actually the bus that we've got pulled up.
It drove all the way from Poland today. I mean, and we saw some videos from inside. It was packed out as well. I mean, I don't know where they stored that giant flag. Down below, I'd imagine. Not that one. The one that was blocking out the whole stadium
It
earlier.
almost blocked out the sun.
I wonder, did they get like the measurements of it? Because that seemed to be custom fit.
How many times do they fold it? Like they just keep folding it down
you can
until
only
it like
fold it
fits in
7 times, Tom. That's in half at least. That's a fact. I've seen Mythbusters.
Okay.
I don't know if it works with flags the same as paper.
Has anybody ever myth-busted the Mythbusters, though? That's the thing.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have. And they've done it themselves, actually. They got the younger crew to come in and retest some stuff, and then they disproved it. They're like, we've been lying to you for years. Our bad.
Well, hopefully, soon.
I know you're going to say it.
We will find. No, I'm not going to say anything. I have no trust, no faith left in existence. We're still. I'm seeing a couple of players buying up some weapons. Maybe that. Oh. And we've even got a screen that's moving back into the game. A countdown.
At long last,
going down. Round number 2. Let's hope we get through a few more of these before going back.
You know what? I don't know if BBL wanted this from the start. I don't know if they said, screw it, I'm bored, I'm going to buy up. But they're coming for the fight. And Cusioner's already taken down Kellogg's. This might force Team Heretics back. In fact, they go forward to their deaths as BBL roll over the C site. Just Boo and Mixwell left. Good push from Boo, but nothing more than one to be found. Mixwell has to clutch it, 1v3. Shields on these players, weapons as well. He's actually outgunned against Suchny, and he's going to be triple peaked. Good night and sweet dreams. The BBL Force Spy has won.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even go for it, to be honest. Like, just the sheer pacing of it alone definitely caught the side of Heretics off guard. I think it was definitely a risk, but I guess the IGL has had about 25 minutes to think about what he was going to do in this round, and maybe just had enough of, well, sitting with the 1-0 deficit. Wanted to try and get that a little bit further, even getting hyped up as well after the break. And, well, that's going to be a frustrating return for Team Heretics now, as they're going to go back in with what looks like a bit of investment. Some spare money saved onto Zeke. It's not going to be the greatest of buys. A single Bulldog, a solo savior.
That flash was good. It's caused problems, but Team Heretics are still able to fight back. Avova with the classic up close, and he was supported. It's Zeke, 125 HP, going back to pop the heal on Avova. There's weapons down as well. They can potentially recover.
That Avova's going like, okay, I'll TP back, I'll smoke for you, and then you heal me. And Zeke's just like, I will kill them all. And it's like, no, that's not a no. I still need the heals. It's like, but I want to get more kills. I got the hero Bulldog.
I mean, this is it. If he goes down, that Bulldog in that position, it's gone. It's done for. There's one. Good damage as well. Actually, no. There was nothing. Those shots missed just over the shoulder, perhaps. That gives an opportunity. They're closing in the distance as well. They've got the C site. The door's open behind them. That's going to cause a bit of a headache now.
Oh, he's
worried about a player flanking, and that classic is not going to do a damn thing. Healed up to 100, right back to 0.
Yeah, that's the problem. That was literally the only weapon they had. I'm almost surprised we don't see a longer flank round to try and retrieve some of that weaponry. This would have been a real opportunity for the players of Heretics to just run and basically find whatever rifles or whatever was left on the floor. Yeah, it would have made some noise on the door, but I just think it gave them so much more of an opportunity. The only thing now is the doubt in the minds of BBL as to where they are, but the turret's given that away.
Yeah, they heard both of them on the way through, and Aslan's able to deal with 2-3 in the round as BBL push up into the lead. And that attack side looking very good after a pistol round lost. Zeke's got his ultimate online, at least, Seekers to play with, but it's not going to be the kind of impact that we're looking for out of those ultimates that need to change the game. I think all in all, they were caught off guard in that round. I like the idea of opening the door. I think it was Mixwell came up behind, opened the door, and then rotated to spawn so they could go together. But then they both ran through the spawn. They were heard, like 2 distinct sets of steps were heard. No problem at that point.
Well, early speedway thrown up just to try and fake the idea of taking space. Early utility thrown in to try and dominate this early control. Aslan just trying to remove some of the utility, maybe on the other side, but it's not going to happen. He's just basically trying to hold down the flank, but it seems like something has caused a stir as a big rotation comes off towards this B side.
You almost think with that early setup on A, Heretics might think that they've forced BBL back, that they've caused them to be a little bit more cautious about this space. And instead, they're grouped up and ready to push in, just a Killjoy waiting, and that rotation's gonna have to come through very fast. In fact, they start to rotate to C. They're looking elsewhere until finally that door opens, and well, now we're in a lot of trouble. Boo's blinded up, he was stunned seconds ago. With that lockdown as well, there's no chance to fight back in. They've got to play the retake.
Yeah, just having to hold back. Seekers might be able to give them the extra little bit of information. Up close, Aslan has just sprayed wildly. Tries to catch them off guard, but the Seeker likely to catch him just moments before. Smoke eventually going to fade. Paranoia thrown through, but not really catching anyone. A pot flash ready on contact. They're so blind on the other side as the peek comes through. It is a perfect 1-2 punch, and Zeke will meet his maker. 3-1 for BBL, and Heretics, well, after the pistol, they've got nothing else.
Just comes back to what we were saying earlier, just how valuable you'll see that Paranoia be. You'll see Turco being able to duel it up, fight out of smokes, and do things like that. You remember, there's only been 4 rounds so far. Braves walking out with 3 assists, Turco with 4. I mean, the consistency that these players are bringing is unreal.
If he wasn't getting the kills, he would have had more.
Yeah, that's true.
He pop flashes out and kills 2 of them, so he's assisting himself. I don't think it counts, but yeah, I also think just maybe a bit of a misread from the side of Heretics, but well, once again, they're going for this early C control, more assists coming off of these flashes. That's the thing, they're just battling for this map control rather than having to use those smokes to fake it out. They are just taking these fights and happy to meet Heretics on the battlefield.
I mean, the thing that sucks here is that if Avova was 1 pixel to the left, maybe 2, when he threw that Paranoia, he would have actually caught the player and would have bought them a chance to take that fight. No way that he can know whether the guy's a little to the left or a little to the right. That's too much to ask of him. But this time around, it's an early shutdown because of it, and those pistols aren't able to pounce in the same way they wanted. Team Heretics now left down to a 1-1-1 setup. It's not easy. Triple snake guys across, but we'll see what they can do with BBL creeping their way in at perfect timing to catch Mixwell. Now, they haven't killed him, but they have a pretty good idea that they can pick up the pace.
Yeah, he's going to try and throw down a bit of utility. But ultimately, not a whole lot they can expect to achieve here. Hoping that maybe someone had made the play into the smoke again, similar to the last round, but BBL don't really have any need to take these gambles anymore. They have the rifles, they have the advantages. And well, they have the angles to hold at that.
About as good as it gets for Mixwell taking that fight. Aslan could only see his head, and when you've got a Sheriff up close, maybe that's going to be a good thing. But didn't land the shot the first time around for Mixwell, so we end up 4-1. Amount that BBL have not been playing. One that we asked the question of whether they'd be prepared. Also one where they come in with a pretty off-brand composition. And they have faced practically no resistance so far. That 1 round found by Team Heretics was the pistol. And since then, since that pause, it's been the BBL show. This is a timeout now for Heretics, where they'll hope to find a solution to that problem.
Yeah, I think as well, even with just how direct the initial fights have been for BBL, some of the rotations that have come through, it seemed to be slight misreads out from Heretics. Like in the 1 buy round we've actually seen, I don't know what pulled them into the B site. If it was just the one nanoswarm being thrown in, that seems a little bit absurd. It was just Aslan going, one nanoswarm, and then 3 people appear on the B site, and the A site was almost completely overwhelmed. So I don't know if the plan was always to play for retake and just gamble around the map, but it has not been working so far. And all of these aggressive fights, sure, some of them have got them early advantages, but it's normally been in rounds where they don't really have the weaponry to back it up, and BBL have been able to recover. 4-1 up on this attacking side, already a very good start for BBL. And we'll see if there's going to be a response here. It looks like Heretics might be about to push aggressively once again.
Well, Boo has lockdown to work with if things get a little awkward, but it's a rolling thunder on Suchny and the ultimates that are so close for BBL that I get worried about. Kellogg's early aggression on A. He's going to be dashing it down. There goes the fast lane. Already by, but he's been stunned up. That gives him a chance here for Brave to still be able to take this fight. But up top, not ready for a Vova to spring into action like that. They have well and truly got the advantage here with the last man alive on the other side of the map and the spike down right in front of them.
Well, they know exactly where he is. But we've seen Aslan in these sort of scenarios many times. Oh, Zeke actually looked away for a second. Mixor was looking backwards. I don't know what happened. It was almost like a no look, but luckily Zeke just not missing a beat. 9-4 in the server, bringing them home both rounds they've had so far. 3K in the pistol, 4K here, and a huge one. And I like the idea. Denying that A control completely, fighting tooth and nail. They don't mind brawling with their opponents. And he's getting hyped up as well.
Well, this is a round where we're going to have 7 ultimates online, so it's anyone's guess where this one's going to go. It could be sloppy, but the operator in play for Kushner. Attack side, and he'll attempt it already. Bladestorm in the back pocket as well. He has popped it. This is a very big investment of a round for BBL already. A lot on the table for them to work with. Kushner not even going for the full shields. You know, they got plenty of cash, but they are riding high, bringing that cash all the way through to the end game. And they are up against 2 Phantoms. We'll see if that comes back to bite them.
The operator makes a lot of sense because we've seen 2 rounds where C has been pushed and 1 round where A has been pushed deep. So of the majority so far, that has been where the fights have come through. So Kushner almost just buys this up to try and deny. A decent amount of information just gathered by Zeke as well. So then I'm going to rotate, by the looks of it, a 3rd player into the vicinity of this side of the map. You already mentioned it, a lockdown is available. It might just be used instantly here.
Wise of Team Heretics to play off-site. Whoever was in there was most certainly going to meet their demise. We'll see the spike make its way in slowly. You know, there's been a few attempts. Nats the other day certainly caught my eye with the Odin play, trying to spam in the angles through the wall and stop them from actually planting. We won't have that this time around. Instead, it's the lockdown to fight their way back in.
And the thing is, a lot of these after plants on the C site really do play into the fact that you can go from outside of the site, and that's exactly what they're going to be going for. Deep on the way back through, actually caught up, but the Seekers somewhat helps out, just delaying them that little bit. Both teams almost just going for these spams, and it's going to be Heretics winning the majority of these duels. Up from above, Kushner manages one. Suchny now left alone as they peek together. Good work from Heretics to hold the line, and they'll have this defuse comfortably in the end.
Team Ace.
The 3rd round with a team ace, everybody doing their job on that one. BBL no doubt going to be upset, but they've got plenty in their back pocket. Like we said though, Bladestorm used up here for Kushner, came in with an op. It was a massive investment. And it's not just that, it's the Rolling Thunder, it's the Seekers. I mean, this round cost a lot, but sometimes you have to ult dump when your opponents have also got those ultis to work with. The thing is, they didn't manage to bait as many out. Zeke still has his Seekers.
His Zeekers! Oh, Zeekers, lovely. Right? You've got to coin that one.
Here comes the Zeekers.
Here come the Zeekers.
I love it. Kellogg's, well, he's got his finger guns, and you'll see a Viper's Pit potentially up in the middle of this round. Big opportunity for Heretics to extend this further. Snakebite inside of there, you better be careful. He's on his way in, and the flash was perfect. Mixwell blinded up and dealt with.
Yeah, he got hit by the stun immediately as they went to go pushing into the site. Couldn't move, stuck in the mud. And a decent execution. Lockdown even going to be used just to confirm then the space on the site. Although Zeke, he's just going to peek in. That's the spike down. That's going to buy a lot of time, actually. They're going to have to go back, pick up the spike, and now they no longer have that buffer of the lockdown.
Oh, a deep smoke, though, going through. This is somewhere Brave wanted to fight for, turning his attention instead towards the connector, losing his life, but they've dropped Kellogg's and managed to at least keep it even for now. Time not really on their side for BBL. Aslan's doing damage, but he's caught as well. Back and forth we go, but the numbers even as Heretics slowly approach this site. A phantom in the hands of Boo, he's blinded. The smoke blocking his vision for a moment. Suchni's spam is good, and more done as well. 11 HP. Painful to watch the end of that round. The smoke landing, and then that was the end. They just got destroyed through it.
Yeah, decent post plant in the end this time from BBL, and it does sort of seem at the moment like the second Zeke hits the deck, the round just almost falls apart. He is having a lights out performance, smart positioning from him.
Wow.
I'm really liking just the way that this breach is being put into play. I feel like Suchni is someone who's so good at just setting up his teammates, but then the good thing is as well, if he's playing that little bit further back, it means you get him for the post plant, and he's someone that knows his angles. Maybe not the flashiest player in the world, but definitely works well. Again, just look at the paciness of this take. Straight in with the paranoia, forcing anyone off, a flash through behind, a stun off the back of it, and they already have the sight.
Again and again, this flash is a big pain for them. Turco stopping anybody from playing towards the site. You'll be blinded up, taken down by the dash through, and Kushner's even dropped Mixwell. Viper's Pit now down, but Team Heretics hold strong. They've managed to put this into a man advantage for their squad, and they've even spotted Kushner stuck in the corner. This could be good. All the information to play with, they know they've got them boxed in, and the plan still needs to be found.
Yeah, overdrive available if Kellogg's needs to burst on the way back through. And the main thing for BBL, you've got plenty of time. You almost want to try and play off of this before going for the plant, try and get yourself a way back into this round, but you can see them almost just gambling on this aggressive pressure. Kushner's going to meet up against two people here who are looking like they're about to round that corner. Flash catches him completely blind. He survives for the moment, but Zeke again. And now they're going to aggress elsewhere, and Boo with a double spray down. Heretics calm and collected when in their crossfires, and they are climbing back once more.
Extremely well handled. Cool under pressure. As this Heretic side is showing us that their defense doesn't have quite as many holes in it as you might have thought earlier on. And that's when BBL will be calling in a pause. It's time to reconsider with credits now starting to get low and a lot of ultimates burned up for next to nothing. Every idea they have, every time they try to take it to a part of the map, it seems like Team Heretics are now that one step ahead. Mixwell's been having a tough time. I mean, getting shut down with that Viper's Pit active as well by a low HP Kushner who was sneaking his way through the pit the whole time. That's got to be devastating.
They're kind of bullying him a bit. Like they found the weakness on the C side. The only thing I will say though for Heretics is when they did play versus Na'Vi, they only got 3 rounds when it came to their defensive side because they started on attack and got 10. So I think if they can even get themselves 6-6 scoreline, I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. A lot of what came from this composition, from this team, was what they were able to do on that attacking side and a lot of the mid-round calling they threw out. So I think they're already not in the worst of spots. Obviously, confidence-wise, you're going to want to get a little bit more from here on out. But the same can be said for BBL. Like, they're going to want to try and really build off those early advantages. They're doing a great job of isolating Mixwell. I think the stun combination, the early paranoia that they're using, along with, I think it was the Skydog and Flash that are thrown in, are making that execute onto the C site very, very easy. I just want to see a little bit more, because now you've started to see the likes of Heretics be able to just play that little bit more passive around C and almost just go, okay, we'll play into the retake instead.
Zeke currently sitting 12-5 right now. Certainly firing up.
They're going to need that bus every week.
Great flash deep down, and you're going to get the run out of Kellogg's as well as he looks to fight up close. Not a great stun. Certainly didn't go where it was supposed to, but it's done its job. They've gotten Navova into position. He'll be holding this deep A control. The rotation's already underway. The flash refreshing for Zeke hasn't got any to work with just yet, but he will for a potential retake, or might even have it online for some aggression outside C. BBL taking this one extremely slowly.
Yeah, I think after the last few blitz rounds into the C site, maybe able to burn some of the utility early from the side of Heretics just by showing a little bit of presence across the map and still having that double initiator available to them, they're going to have a lot of util left A lot of this now comes down to Avova. We saw this reclaim, something Fnatic did quite regularly in these rounds, and it will force him back almost immediately, just with one piece of util. But look at the instant rotation from Heretics. Zeke now on spot, mid being battled for. This is not going to be the easiest take in the world.
Yeah, I don't mind this. They had a 4-man stack towards the left side of B. The rotations have been called, but eventually you've got to make a move. There's a Viper wall up right now. That flash won't catch them, and then they blitz through after. Good trades to start, though. Heretics come out on top in a 3 versus 2. Mixwell's caught in between a rock and a hard place, but now he's got support on his left, and Suchny had no idea he was there. 5-5 as they equalize Team Heretics. Already some good foundations built here on their defense, and we know that attack is going to look so much scarier.
Yeah, I don't know if the plan there is with the screen being up, anybody who's in front of it is obviously going to be blind, and everybody behind it can't really fight through. It's a nice little idea. It revolves around having someone like Zeke who is just on form, and then Avova being there alongside him just to hit those trades. That was exactly what they needed, and that's the thing. They're being able to delay and isolate BBL if they go anywhere other than just rushing C.
Well, again, that same mole is going to go down, but Team Heretics, they go right down towards the south side of the map. They are pushing aggressively down A long. Not just 3 players. Not just 3 players going rubble and falling back and giving Avova the control, but instead an actual duel, a massacre as it could be. That's the spike. That's 3 players dropped for Kellogg's. They need to recover that spike, and, well, they ain't got it just yet. An ult, though, on Brave. They'll look to take the C site, pop the ult, grab the spike, and get the plan afterwards. Not a bad idea if they can get it done. But still a tough round ahead of them.
Boo has lockdown.
Lockdown, yep.
He's not really going to have a chance to activate it before they can plant. Deep control's not even really available. That's the problem. Like with an ult from here, you can't go spawn unless you're going to go running all the way through. So the only avenue is to basically sit in the very back corner of the site, and they've got nanoswarms and snakebites there. They are trapped in a corner, nowhere to go.
Wow.
Beautiful stuff from Heretics, just cornering them like rats at the back of the site. And they will have a sick that looks just pretty in the end from them.
Very, very well handled, and I think this is a great example of their C hold and what they've intended to have done. BBL have been a little bit too pacey. They've been getting in there fast. They've been destroying Mixwell in some of the earlier rounds and taking him out completely from any sort of late round play. Not even a Viper's pick could keep him alive, but then they decide to play off-site retake.
Was on that, he didn't get the ace.
Stole my kill. Well, 1 round left to play for Heretics. Already 6 on the board, and Tom, that was what you said is their condition here, that they'd be looking great moving into the next half. They could potentially walk out with 7, and they're coming in with 2 ultimates to play with, but BBL have a Rolling Thunder and a Lockdown, so a very scary round ahead with Kushner just 1 away from a Blade Storm.
I don't know if they're going to expect an operator here, especially with Kellogg's not on the classic jet. He doesn't have a lot of support, that's the only thing, and a retreat here, not going to be easy. Insta-stun just to hold them back that little longer. Flash, and I think he's realized not really worth taking this fight anymore. A lot of utility having to be used just to force him back off the angle, though. And he's actually going to catch Brave. I don't know if that was just before the smoke bloomed or what.
Smoke down, Paranoia to follow, almost loses his life for that, and in the end he will. Avova's down. And the A site now has no boots on the ground for Team Heretics. They're fighting from afar, and those shots are not landing. This is starting to get a little bit awkward with the lockdown in play for the attackers. BBL have every advantage. Mixwell wanted to move forward a little too early. He pays the price.
Kushner might have given them away back in, though. A fight that maybe wasn't necessary. Time ticking away. They'll definitely need to get a move on, and the rest of the players are sat back in this crossfire. Timmy the turret to help them out, but Boost found another. Both players now sat in that back corner. Zeke almost just having to hold the line because they need to get someone on this defusal. The flash has worked out. Stun can go through. It's going to be left on to Zeke. He lands the first shot. Can't quite land the second, though. And Suchny will be there to even things up level as we head into half number 2.
Yeah, for Suchny, that clutch was looking a little unlikely, but the perfect stun. Both players caught by it.
Yeah.
And that just left them in a position, hey, you don't hit that first shot, he's winning it out every single time. Neck and neck at the half, though. It might not be enough For BBL right now, they're facing off against the side that Heretics want to start on.
Okay, it was just, I was like, maybe he saw something just before the smoke went up. Nope. It was just a timing spam. The thing is, though, a little bit whiffy on some of the shots later on with the rifle, unfortunately. It looked like he had an opportunity to maybe help clean that one up at the end. Decent recovery from BBL, but after having those few rounds streaked together of really fast-paced C sites, I thought we might be seeing a little bit more for the attack side. And now, I'll be honest, I'm intrigued by what they're going to do on the defense, because I don't think their comp is bad defensively whatsoever. I think you've got a lot of utility available for finding information, delaying, and also you've got the potential for Kushner to get in on that operator, which we've already highlighted as a huge part of this team. The thing is, though, last time out, Heretics looked excellent on their attack side. Kellogg's leading the way. He finished bottom of the board. If you watch that game, you know that that's not the truth. Like, he was someone that was integral, even if it's just finding a kill or finding space for the team. He does a fantastic job on this map and allowed for the other players to follow up. Now, if Zeke's the man following up, I have all the faith in the world that they're going to be taking this map.
Yeah, walking out of that half, 14 kills on the board. He's looked pretty good. But now you move to the attack side, and I think he's going to look fantastic. This is where a lot of that strength can be found. At the same time, though, a little cooldown from Kushner, from Turco. These players that we've seen consistently putting up the numbers, now being contained a little bit more, not given the opportunity to shine in quite the same way. It's been a strange half. It feels like Team Heretics have come out ahead. And with this being their map pick, the attack side being a solid home ground for them, it feels like Icebox might be up next. BBL need a massive response for this, and they've not got much more time to talk about it. Starting out the pistol round. So far, though, I wonder what the stats are in this tournament, because it feels like the second rounds, like, you might as well just throw the pistol. People don't win them. People just don't win those second rounds. It's ridiculous.
I don't know if we're going to be throwing that one
Maybe
out
that's
there
not the best idea, right? That's, you know, that's draft one of the strat. Now
or what you do is you win the pistol and then just buy what you would have done in the second round.
Oh, just play Felico.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have full rifles in the next round anyway. So then maybe you have a chance. See, it's the biggest brain, stupid play I've ever heard. So
yeah, maybe just the stupid play, but
maybe.
Well, that's the halftime.
You can have a big brain and be stupid. Those are things that happen.
Sure.
Look at you. You got a massive head.
Nothing but skull. All right, we go into this one. Round number 13, Turco right away taking that fight onto Kellogg's to push on Mound, working well for BBL. Re-smoke coming in fairly soon. And with that, Heretics, they're looking elsewhere. They've got control as Mixwell slowly makes his way in towards B. He's been spotted. An orb thrown deep certainly seems to give the indication that they're moving B. That's what they're trying to sell to their opponents. But the wall was used up, and that's one of the bigger shames, right? When you use that wall on your C side, I don't know if they're going to double back there late round, but with the amount of space that they lost, it feels like they almost can't, especially with the turret positioning.
Yeah, I also think that, unfortunately, this wall doesn't really sell much else. Yeah. Like, a lot of the walls we see will maybe allow you to fake back into B site or just hide for vision, but ultimately this one you can still hold the angle and just peek all the way deep into C. And already, with just presence being shown elsewhere on the map, basically the entirety of BBL have rotated off that C site, which in theory they could fake back to, but I'd be very surprised. A little bit unlucky there for Kushner to not find a little bit more on Taboo, but come on, Mixer, you got to pick up the spike to plant.
Zeke's out of this round, man. He's completely out of the round, playing on the A site. They need that plant.
Oh,
and,
no.
Well, they're one man down. Someone's got to step it up, and the spike's now on the ground. Blind fire for Boo, grabs one. He's low, though, and can't play that game for all too much longer. 10 seconds as Zeke joins the fight. Great flash out, and they are getting everything here. Turco with 4. That's the kind of man we wanted to see. He was slowing it down the last couple of rounds, but here he is, back on top of the scoreboard.
So we've had KC show us how to run out of time and forget to plant, and now we've had Mixor show us how to forget to pick up the spike twice. He just walked over, looked at him, went, it's still there. And it's still there again. And the thing is, that then allowed for the rotation, the time to come through, no after plant, and they had to basically push into Turco. There was only 7 seconds left, and he just wins out the rounds. Both Skies now taking a pistol apiece. And while Mitch has said this is the winning buy from Heretics, so we will see, because well, if he's right, that will probably be the most worrying thing in the world today.
And the Sheriff in 4 Classics certainly ain't the kind of confident buy you'll see out of teams that win round 2. Might be the right play. And I'll say I still feel the danger when I see these sort of rounds play out. Look at the numbers advantage they could have on the way to C. 2 nanoswarms on the ground for Aslan, the importance of these. Oh, the spike's being left behind, so they're spreading out.
Literally just farming orbs.
Yeah, they are going to full fight for the orbs. Going back to A already.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Kushner might end up with more orbs than Boo has. Just watching him sat here, waiting with that Marshall. Viper screen up. He's already spotted one man. First kill. Almost looks too easy. You could see the temptation to go back through, but not wanting to throw that away.
Blind fire.
Waiting patiently. Easy kill. And by the looks of it, there's no orb to even be had. On the other side, he is just farming. That's it. There's a chance for this man to come out with more orbs than his opponent has. I think the death might have given Boo the slight advantage in the end, but that was just farming from Kushner.
Yeah, still you'll take it. Especially you're building that up. Blade Storm's close. Confidence now at an all-time high, even getting his no-scope in there to close it out. What a fantastic round for Kushner. And we had 2 people we highlighted at the halftime, Turco and Kushner, as like, you know, they haven't really had their rounds in a while. They've slowed it down. They've been shut down. Well, now I think they're both in
defense, you know?
They're both forgetting about that previous half, and it's time to fire up into round number 15. BBL.
Well, you remember that Marshall he had?
I do.
He doesn't have it anymore.
It's gone.
No, he's upgraded.
Oh, he's dead. He is dead. 2 rights.
Oh, counter flashes as well to try and force them back. Kushner's not going back anywhere. He actually gets spammed through the box, but Brave somehow trades that with a Spectre.
Okay, Mixwell, that's not the ideal fight for him. Your wall on A gone, full utility still in play, and they're going to keep a 1-man hold. That's most important. Aslan, the solo A defender. Well, they can afford to stack up elsewhere and look for duels. This is a disaster if you're a Team Heretics fan. And oh, Brave. He's got to be careful. He's the only man here. His teammate has left to heal up as Turco brings Aslan back to full health. He's on his way back towards the C site now, but it might be too little too late. I think Brave is about to be tested in a way he can't possibly hope to come out with a passing grade, and he's out of there, playing the retake.
Yeah, they sent a Tiger through. I thought it saw Kellogg's, and then they rotated away, so I'm guessing it didn't. And even still, he's going to win that duel. Now Boo, okay, he's got a lockdown. Unless he's going to pull off a nuke here, I don't think there's any chance of him throwing this one in. Has to try and fight versus 4 players. One of them low, almost caught off, but Turco with the wallbang. A huge round for BBL to take another strong early start for BBL. We saw the same at the beginning of the first half, though. Yep. The question is, do Heretics still have that same sort of response?
Well, that's it. It is a different context playing on the defensive side, but we have to go back to Team Heretics and when we saw them attack before. This is somewhere that, exactly, it's somewhere that I have to have faith that they'll turn it around in the coming rounds, but you can't deny it. You know, the start here has been terrible. They've got barely any credits to work with, and they'll call a timeout here. Again, you'll see this very frequently where teams will call a timeout and then play a super low buy. So we still don't, even despite this timeout, we don't expect them to come in and put it all on the line.
Stared down. I'm a little bit nervous, I'll be honest. Eyeing up the camera, all right. No, I think that's what you have to look at. 8 rounds versus Foot, even though they lost, and 10 rounds on the attack versus Na'Vi. They're a good attacking side team, but they have to get off the mark. And they are also a team that seems to thrive within the confidence. Now, they definitely have the Polish fans behind them today, but I genuinely think they might need it. Because that's the thing right now with this roster. They are behind by 3. They're on their map choice. As said, a loss here today, it doesn't doom them completely from making it to playoffs, but the likelihood diminishes significantly. I think you're talking about like 10 to 15% chance of them being able to make it. It causes blunders on the other side for other teams for them to be able to do it. And with a lot of teams around that sort of 2, 3, 4 marker, it becomes quite difficult to see a resurgence if Heretics lose today versus BBL, because they'd also be one of the teams that they'd likely have to match up against in the head-to-head. So there needs to be a response. There needs to be a response now. And we are going to be getting back into this one after the pause.
Viper wall coming out of Team Heretics. We've seen this before with Mixwell attempting a late lurk. was caught and dealt with. This time, 3 players from BBL are looking to fight early. Paranoia used up Brave in the same spot that we saw Avova hold from and have success from in that first half. With that, we see the same thing that we saw out of Heretics. They get the control, they leave one man to hold by himself, and now they look to the other side of the map as they start to... Oh, wow, that was a great flash. That was actually from B site. Up and over, through the roof, catching the players on C long. Now they know there's nobody A, and there's players outside C. Sick info.
I do like the way that in most of the eco rounds, or both of them, the ones we've seen from Heretics, they're just orb farming. They're basically just trying to get their most impactful ultimates online. Mixor now not far away from having that Viper's Pit. Early util thrown through. Nano Swarms denying them that space, but now Kellogg's makes a move.
Yeah, this is where the danger is, where the fun begins. Maybe for Suchny up top, taking down Boo and Zeke as well. Kellogg's will finally take him down. With Avova on another, they might still have a chance. 3 players all down below. They're coming the same route, but now there's the orb. That's going to block off vision, make it so much harder to punish.
Oh, flank. The
Deep
flank's
flash,
not
they're trying to
spotted.
buy time.
The turret obviously offline now that Boo is dead, and this gives the space over to Brave to just sneak his way through, but they get aggressive. They go up into the face of Kushner. Brave now has made a sound as he looks to rotate in from behind, but they are being watched. 11 seconds left on this clock for them to try and get the plant through. They need to kill this man off, and they're struggling. Avova's done the work, and Kellogg's, with a second to spare, will get the plant, and defensive blockade from Avova will land the headshot with the spam. It was a little too close for comfort. But with the weaponry they had, that is huge.
He was 15 HP. I mean, that really, Avova.
Yeah.
That could have swung either way. But what a gorgeous round. Here's that flash again. Just great work to grab that information, get ahead of the rotations.
Went and got that.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that a lot.
Fantastic job. But for BBL, right now, that's a devastating round to lose.
He's
but at least
so
they can bounce
blind.
back. They can fight.
Oh, I feel you, Zeke. I feel you.
Oh, actually adding in an orb to it this time. I don't know why. So, like, Mixwell throws out his orb as well, loses that utility for late round, something that helped them get onto C, for example.
Fake it.
I guess, but when you didn't put it up.
Oh, that's not gone well at all. Kushner has found Avova. Viper's Pit will go in immediately. Ooh, it's very awkward. I don't know how Kushner's still alive. That's the biggest surprise. He even pops the Blade Storm.
And now here comes the lockdown as well. Kushner managed to get Mixwell. That's left them in such an awkward spot. Viper's Pit gone. The main thing keeping them back. Now the lockdown is going to push them back. But they're right back into things. Smoke's available and online. It's on the smoke. It's on the spike, actually. They're going to have to spam through it and guess where they might be. A late flank coming around from Zeke, but it's too late. Way too late. As that player still resides in the smoke, there's no chance to deny that defuse. That's a disaster for Heretics. I think they had a much better chance in that than they ended up just looking neutered in that 2v4.
Yeah, I think just Boo unfortunately needed to buy just a little bit more time, but I think the bigger issue here is I just don't know how.
What was that? He was above the pit, Tom. He was above the pit.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense. Like
anyone else can go there. Any other player can stand there.
Look at the amount of players that Kushner just managed to catch from the exact same position. I think he gets 2 kills. He almost kills Kellogg's as well, other than a flash. That is just error after error from Heretics. And wow, that might just cost them because they put so much into that round. Viper's Pit lockdown thrown in. The 2 most impactful, the ones that they basically spent 2 eco rounds just farming the orbs for, just thrown into the wind.
Yeah, I mean, I could sit here all day. I don't think I'd be able to get to the bottom of that round.
Don't worry, that's what Lothar's for.
Yeah, listen, explain it all, Lothar. Every damn thing.
Or we could get, let's put him on the spot. Let's get Milos to break that round down. I think he'll really enjoy that.
Get him on the telestrator. Wheel him out to the telestrator, see what he can do. Trial by fire here. Well, Milos, just remember, that wasn't me. That was Tom.
Of course.
All right, sometimes people get us confused. It was the bald one that threw you under the bus there.
Yeah, love you, my friend.
Well, it doesn't sound like it. 10-7 right now. BBL in a prime spot. Their weaponry is good, their cash is good, they've got some credits in the back pocket, building up ultimates, but Suchny has been lost. B aggression as they started to split in through the A side. He thought he could find space elsewhere, but he was wrong. And Mixwell now showing up, taking Aslan down, grabbing a plant. What a recovery in this round here. That's almost put BBL down to a save already.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit overzealous from a couple other players there on BBL. Like, you have Suchny pushing out B. It looked like he was going to try and stun, just basically swung wide and got taken out. And then you had the exact same thing moments later, Aslan trying to save them by swinging through a snake bite. There's not a lot of team synergy in this one, and that's something that, okay, sure, maybe you can criticize BBL for in the past, but at least in more recent times, we haven't seen those sort of mistakes. Heretics, they capitalized straight back on the horse once again, but there's not going to be any break for them here. There is a lot of credits available on the side of BBL, and they're looking to save 3 weapons. And on the other side of things, they're not challenging this, just wanting to try and build up an economy of their own.
Wise to save over those weapons. They get all 3 through to the next. Operator still to play with. That is definitely one of the rounds where I think Heretics are going to be pretty happy to have it, but they know that that was mistakes, but mistakes that they punished. They waited, they caught Suchny, and they reacted perfectly afterwards. They also forced that mistake to be made. Their aggression up on A site made it impossible for Suchny to sit in the spot he is, pushed up on B. He was about to be surrounded. So he had to go somewhere. Made the call, but it was the wrong one. A duel lost, a round lost with an instant save. Here's BBL, though, looking to solve those problems. A aggression from the defenders, but they are met by a lot of utility, forced back. And now, well, they're going to trade out the Tigers.
Yeah, spot in, trying to catch Turco on the spam, but not going to get anything for it. This A control firmly taken. A lurk left from Boo, and no real aggression elsewhere on the map. In fact, Brave currently sits in the spawn, just almost placing those smokes from afar, wherever they are called for. It does mean that there's no longer an angle for Kushner to battle in onto, and Mixo's going to make sure that it's now his smoke.
That's so annoying. Like, with an Omen smoke and a Viper Orb there, the guys could just walk up into your spawn. It's so irritating with the information they're taking. This is something we talked about before, and this is all that they're looking to use it for in Heretics. They're denying information. Look at the setup, though. So Aslan's playing over towards the con, and he's got both nanoswarms down in water, so this is very much, I guess, what Cutie was doing, dashing in. You know, you're going to be in a terrible spot. But once these players start to move, like, they're either into his crosshair or into his utility, and it's through the nano we go. Look at the HP of Kellogg's, but they've taken Aslan down.
Yeah, it looked like they're playing a retake setup here, but similarly to last round, Aslan just goes diving in, gives them a man advantage, unless he takes a couple there. Oh, that wall maybe a little bit thicker than they were expecting. It looked like Mixo maybe even should have dived to that wall bang, but not quite to be. He'll be healed back up, and now again in a 4v5 of Over. A little rat coming in from behind. There's no way they're going to spot this one coming. It's 3 kills for Over. And while the paranoia has left them completely blind within this, Brave needs to pull out another miracle. He's already had a couple throughout this series so far. Showed it on Haven. Another into that 1 versus 1 Kellogg's. All he has to do is just stay alive that little bit longer, not give this man the fight, and the time will do the rest for him. Still, Brave is going to make this hella costly in the end. Can he escape the blast radius? I think he might just do it.
Yeah, he's out. He is safely out of there, but in the end, Team Heretics win the round. It might be costly. Nobody survives, but 10-9. The scoreline closes in on BBL, and they're now feeling the heat. As Team Heretics are hot on their heels, it's time to take another timeout. BBL, this is their last one. Their last chance to gather themselves for one final push. Remember, a map under their belt already. They'll be taking this series. Heretics performing remarkably well, considering the pressure involved.
Yeah, I think you see the 2 men with maybe a lot of, or the whole world, I guess, on their shoulders. Stressful times, a pause that could change the outcome of this game, and some high-impact players stepping up again. That lurk through from Avova, basically cementing the round, but also I feel like there has to be a conversation had with Aslan there. Just, if you're playing that sort of setup where you're outside of the site, he needed to, again, it was basically get a kill or get 2 kills. or there's no impact there. It's a very high-risk scenario, and when you've got those nanos blocking off one angle, chances are they're going to be looking at the other one. So I think if they're going to have to try and make the decision of, okay, we either play for the retake or we go for these more aggressive fights, like putting the world on your shoulders like that, if Heretics even just trade effectively, they're coming out on top there.
Now, a lot of this map, indeed, comes down to A-main aggression, and already, if you just look at the mini-map, look at these players coagulate over there. You got 7 players ready to take the duel down. I think the main thing, the main problem you're going to run into is actually Suchny. This guy's really tough to deal with. If he's popping down a stun early round, you just cannot take that space. And even if you do, it's going to be one guy. It's going to be Kellogg's that goes out wide to seize that space because he can move that little bit faster, dodge the stun. And okay, there's actually nothing there to fight him. So that's normally where the problem would be. But that's not the end of the bait. They now have used their stun, but they've got a Rolling Thunder held in hand and a wall that's blocking anybody from killing it. All right, they're just going to pop it. I don't know what the read was. I don't know why they decided then was the moment, but it was the right call. They get a kill for it, but Turco goes down.
Yeah, kill for a Rolling Thunder, and they've completely lost track of Avova. He's managed to almost sneak his way through the backlines. Now, I feel like they're slowly working this one out. They've cleared the majority of the ace. I have to feel like Suchny's not just going to leave this one completely blind. But with that control, the rest of the team can now opt to try and take that space. Know that at least one of these angles is clear, and maybe even try and fake some presence into B.
Yeah, this is a problem now. They've cleared out so much of this map that they can really start to put Avova in a box. They're not going to be worried about the flank, and all it's got in Heretics is a little bit of control that their wall pretty much gives them anyways. So they haven't managed to capitalize very well, and now they've lost the spike! No. It's inside of Tree, they've got to run in. That paranoia was perfect though. It's caused problems, good damage, Boo's recovering. Here comes the lockdown. Massive commitment. Suchny holding strong on the corner. He has a little bit of support. Aslan standing on the side, 10 seconds. They've got to go. They've got to move. There's one down in Aslan as well. Very nicely cleaned up.
Yeah, well done. They leave it to the very last second. But it's still just enough. And now Kushina completely out of the action. He's going to pick up this rifle, but, well, I don't think he could make much of a louder sound cue to let them know where he is. And, well, stuck between the door. Heretics, they continue that climb back up. 10 and 10, edging their way through.
I love the fact that I'm pretty sure Avova had a mouse wheel issue there. He jumped. He jumped when the door was open, and I'm pretty sure that was just a little misclick because the player ends up swinging him, looking right at him. He's like, oh, you're close, aren't you? You're right there.
That's the thing. I want to give credit as well in this round to Mixo and his utility because he's got the initial wall, but then if you note for that, you mentioned it with the stun, you expect early aggression off of it. He actually puts a snake bite just in front of the wall so nobody can run through it without getting basically hit by a hell of a lot of decay and then the vulnerability. Not worth it anymore. So he denies any aggression they were going for and basically just uses a small amount of util to garner all of that control without anywhere near as much risk. Also traded onto the player who got Rolling Thundered as well. So basically they used all that utility for nothing.
Some fantastic ideas for Heretics, as you can see, and even the knee-jerk reactions in those moments, they seem to be hitting more often than missing. Double digits for both teams, neck and neck, and here's the play. Credits on the line here for a bunch of players on BBL. Turco's got the Zeekers. Let's see if he can use them to find anything for them to work on. The Zeekers have gone out, but Kellogg's has taken 2. Not even seeing the second, and not seeing the third. As Suchny catches him. The Seeker saving his life on that one, but so much more to fight into. Yes. And it's Mixwell. Every time he's popped this pit, he has been destroyed through it or above it. We'll see if he can actually hold on tight this time.
Flash through, but they don't know that Zeke is just on the edge here. Mixwell already getting rid of Suchny. The decay wouldn't have even made that much of a difference because he was only on 16 HP anyway. And it looks like Heretics are going to confirm themselves in 11th round. This attack, we mentioned it. Something that they have thrived on in the past on this map. But Brave is still popping. I wouldn't face too many more times into that man, but remember, the economy on the side of Heretics is booming at this point. They can afford to throw a couple of guns into the wind and it's not going to affect them.
We were starting to worry that these guys wouldn't come online, and maybe we were calling it too early.
He just follows the Tracers back.
It's wild. Mixwell finally having success as well. Seems like all the parts are coming together for Team Heretics, and just in time, taking the lead out of the hands of BBL for the first time in a long time.
I'm gonna need that as a soundbite.
You're coming home
Oh, Mixwell.
Well, meow, as Mystic would say.
Yeah, I need a Neil Zenio soundboard, please. If someone could create that.
You don't have one already?
I will do after today.
The turret's holding for them. Different positioning this time around on those nanos. Might have been seen on the way through, though. Unlucky. They're going to wait that one out, and, well, the retake play is going to rely heavily on the flank. If Killjoy's bringing that spike all the way through, yeah, you would have had a problem, because that, obviously, alarm bot behind wouldn't be able to cover.
This is just a full retake, though.
Is he still in alarm bot range? I don't. He's getting very close to the edge of it.
I guess Mixwell's here anyway. Maybe they're trying to use it as a ruse. The main thing is to find out where that lockdown's going to be coming from. Stun is solid. Lockdown now coming through. It's a decent crossfire. Avova still just fighting tooth and nail. They know that if they can lock them into this site, they're going to be caught in the lockdown, but instead, they have just fought outside of it, leaving 2 players caught in on the flank. They need to try and clear this out. They can get one on, but just look at where Kellogg's is coming from. Aslan can do as he might. Even if he'd managed to kill off everybody, he never would have expected Kellogg's to be there.
That's it. Just absolutely everything about the decision-making there was spot on. Realizing that there's a lockdown in play, that's going to force you out of position, that you have to fight for somewhere else. The second that they got site control, they were already thinking about it. You could see it, the movement towards Mound, slow and steady. They're in a corner they're not even expecting.
Mixwell was gone instantly.
Yeah,
he was like, I'm not even going to get spotted. I'm going to go right into the corner straight away.
The best part about that is the fact that, as we were saying the whole time, Boo is getting further and further away from that alarm bot. Eventually, he even heard it, and they heard it. Oh, they've left it open. This is our gap. Let's go. And then you're all gone. Taken down just like that. Really smart play from Heretics, and BBL have got to be getting frustrated now. They've been sat on 10 for a long time, and Heretics just keep clocking up the rounds. One more needed to bring us all the way to Icebox. We'll give a good send-off to the map between these two teams. I think we'll certainly get to see a few rounds of it.
Yeah. Again, the orb control from Heretics has been fantastic. They've just been farming these up, getting those extra ultimates available. Ooh, it's very awkward. That shot looked like it was so close to being on, but Brave he's still been having a very good map. Seems to be thriving individually, even if the team at the moment are struggling that little bit more. Even still, man advantage for seemingly the first time in a while. And with this double setup in towards the C site, bear in mind, most of the time when Heretics have gone for C, there's either been one man there who's instantly died, or no one there at all. Kushner is a new variable.
And the other aspect is Kellogg's has been the guy that's taking the space, that's diving in, that's easing on the back. Oh, hold on though. They've changed it up. They're moving towards A. Seekers are going to confirm there's not many people here. In fact, the only one was Brave. And look, he's just sprayed away. They know exactly where he is. Straight onto the A site. Spike's a little delayed, but they won't catch it. They'd have to fight the site right here and now. 10 seconds. Running out of time to start that plant, and Z capitalizes. While BBL wanted to retake the space, they've instead ended up giving the advantage to Heretics. Great showing by Zeke, maybe more needed. With Avova falling, numbers are back to even, and BBL are mounting the retake. Look at Mixwell. On his way around, he'll be meeting his friend in just a moment for the double swing. Maybe it won't be needed. Zeke doing damage, good flash, good swing. They're all blind, but they've got the kills. Mixwell here now, he'll deny that defuse. Get a bit more, and all three, in fact. 13-10. A near flawless comeback from Heretics. Their attack side is to be feared.
Yeah, it took a little while for it to get going. I think many of us starting to get scared that they wouldn't be able to take this to a third map. But you start to see that control, the orb management, the executions into the site, and then even some sort of brazen risks being taken by the side of BBL just in the hopes that they'd be able to turn this back around. A solid showing for Heretics going into this map. And as said, when it came to the veto, they got the choice at the end. Do they take that final map to Split, or do they take it to Icebox? Now, the last time they played Icebox, they got bullied by Fnatic, but it seems like they think they've learned a lot here, Mitch, because they're willing to fight it again.
Well, you would certainly hope so after that performance. I'm not expecting it to fall flat going into the final map, Icebox. Let's see if they've got what it takes. Team Heretics looking for the reverse sweep. We'll find out after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
welcome back to the show. Now we're gonna start with something that we actually were meant to use before the map, which is Killjoy utility that was being used by Team Heretics in the first time they played Lotus, and it's something that was actually adjusted for one of the rounds that I'm gonna break down in a moment. So first, on this mini map, you're gonna see few key pieces of utility that was being actually used during the map actually now, which is one of the main problems that BBL faced. The turret on B side was guarding the entrance so many times it wasn't broken a single time, so it was very efficient in guarding that entrance. But the second thing that I want to point out to you is the alarm bot here in entrance of C. This is the typical alarm bot that you just put when someone is doing an execute, but that was adjusted. So we're gonna jump in to round 11, and you can see that the alarm bot is actually swapped. The position of the alarm bot is not in the entrance anymore, but it's in deep side, and the way it's being set it up, it's in front of it there's a nano swarm, and in the backside there's also a nano swarm. So this is essentially an adjustment by Team Heretics to do a retake with the Killjoy lockdown, something that BBL wasn't prepped for. So when I play this round out here, you're gonna see how BBL are running towards the side, but they're running through the lane and not in the backside, so they never clear the nano swarm or the alarm bot. And now when this lockdown is being put in place, they're gonna be completely caught off guard by the double setup from Heretics. We're gonna let it run for a few seconds, and now they're trapped. As you can see, the nanoswarm here, alarm bot, and the nanoswarm here are gonna be essentially putting the opponents into this one red zone over here, while a snake bite is gonna be put on the left side of it. And because of that, we're gonna have some slight issues. Well, I guess I can just talk it out. Then the lockdown just explodes, and they're in a very small triangle and are backed with nanoswarm on the right and a snake bite on the left, and really can't do anything else because they're in one spot exactly where the opponents wanted them to be. And because of that, the retake is just perfect.
Tell you one thing, Lothar, I don't think we need any VODs when you're explaining things so clearly. So thank you very much for that. Wanted to highlight it, and we got the perfect examples to go.
Yeah, totally. I think that Boo was feeling comfortable in an agent that he masters, and that setup is not only for the retake. Imagine that they're going on one of those executes and literally they're just running it down. The moment that the alarm bird triggers, they're going to have damage on the front and in the back. But I think that this was an uphill battle for Team Heretics time and time again during this map, but it's a battle that they won in the end.
You know, it's funny because the first rounds were really not looking great for Heretics, and the thing is that BBL kinda, I feel like, overstayed their welcome. In many rounds, they had an advantage while being the attacker, and then I remember vividly 2 rounds with a Killjoy lockdown that did get them a lot of space on the side, but someone from BBL just pushed up the rope on A side while the lockdown was active and just died because he got punished by his other pushers. And because of that, there were crucial rounds lost by BBL that could have actually made the difference.
We were talking about how this was a map that BBL had never played before, and it was all going to be about how Team Heretics was able to adapt to what they were seeing. And as I said, at the beginning of the house, we can give them to BBL. They had the plans, they had the ideas, and they were executing them beautifully. But it was the moment that Team Heretics actually, realized how they wanted to compromise A, how they wanted to retake on C, how to actually work around the space that they were given, and how BBL was interpreting the map.
And one player that was highly dependable for Heretics was Zeke. Absolute chef's kiss, and we got to see it in one very specific round in round 6. Want to talk?
Yes, I wanted to talk about this round because this comes right after a timeout called by their coach Neosinho, and they decide to go on the aggressive, not only with the Neon utility, they get countered by this bridge stun. Neon is going to instantly use her stun as well, and they're going to sandwich them. As you said, Zeke is going to be brilliant here, but just in the matter of 15 seconds, they have destroyed all the control that BBL wanted to have. Now, again, as I said, this was all about the adaptation coming from Heretics. Remember, they won that pistol. They went on to lose 4 rounds in a row. I think that is very important for them to understand the difficulties that they were going to find in Lotus, and they worked around them perfectly.
And what is very interesting, in both of those compositions had the similar issue on a lobby. They didn't have the damaging utility to support themselves in that position A main. That's why you have seen this huge fight here, and the opponents were just only stunned. That's it. It's stun and flashes. That's the only thing that can push them out. But no damage, no zoning utility to make sure that you can essentially cascade on that space. So it was always down to gunfights.
I mean, you have a little bit with the Viper and the Killjoy, but it's definitely not something that you want to use at the beginning of the round. In fact, in those first, I think 5 rounds, you could see Kellogg's just moving around the map, literally trying to find where to support his teammates, where the extra damage was required. And this is, I think, that one of the winning conditions that Heretics, not only today, but also in previous weeks, they have had. And I think that he adjusted perfectly on both the defense and the attack. He knew when to be extra aggressive. He perfectly understood what his teammates were expecting of him and learned when to, as I said, go even more aggressive or just back down a little bit.
It's beautiful to see then. So much Neon play, still able to position himself correctly here. Kellogg's, the French player for Heretics. Now the question is, do you keep up that performance into map 3? Because it seems like at one point the crowd is heavily sided to one side or the other, but it's really evening out as we're going into our third, which, I'll remind everybody, is the last week we get to see Icebox.
We never know when it's going to be the last one.
Might be now.
It might be now.
It might be now.
The last Icebox we will see in VCT for quite some time till it makes a comeback. I assume that it's gonna make a comeback at some
Eventually, yeah. But will it be the same map that we know right now? And if we think about the, for example, compositions that we see in this map, we know that in the past, QT has been going on this Omen, and I actually wanted to take a look at how BBL is structured, both their attack and their defense in the beginnings of the round. This is the first 30 seconds for both of them. As you can see in the bottom right, you see that QT with the Omen is going to be extra aggressive. We see here on B. That yellow position is not going to be that disputed. They'd rather either go on the offensive or just try something else. And if we think about the attack, look at the extra mobility that he has, not only taking on mid, going extra aggressive on B, and just, you know, they actually take way more time to execute on A than they take on B.
I really like the way that they can play this map with the Omen in the composition, because it's kind of like a Harbor, but it's a little bit more efficient in like the flexibility, because you have access to both a flash and the ability to smoke something off, while Harbor can only smoke something off unless it's essentially ultimate, right? But
it's also what you're trading it for, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, they are able to fight for mid more because of that composition. That's something that I feel like is underappreciated by a lot of teams, or just even underdeveloped.
Now we'll get to see Agent Select come up. We saw Harbor yesterday with T-Liquid. It's beautiful to watch how everything was put together, but surprises, maybe we expect some. Viper coming out, that doesn't surprise anybody there.
No, definitely. And actually, QT's going to go for the Jet for the last Icebox that they're going to play in a while. He's decided to go on the Jet. We were talking about the head-to-head. We just talked about Kellogg's. And actually, Mixwell is going to be going on the Viper and swapping with Boo. Vova is going to be the one taking the kill. Just so swaps here and there, probably according to, you know, just being comfortable on the agents.
Yeah, this is like so many swaps between those two teams. You don't see the Omen at all, so all of the things that we just said is, all right, thanks, BBL. So they're going back to the standard composition, essentially on Icebox, the Cookie Cutter, but Team Heretics composition with that Avova swap on the Sentinel is something that we didn't see for quite a while now.
Yeah, exactly. And we have been saying that Avova hasn't been having the best day, let's call it like that, but everything comes down to Icebox.
It's our final map for this series. Let's see how it comes down in the server. Tom, take it away.
Just me. Oh, bye. Bye, Mitch. Bye, he doesn't want you. Right, guys, welcome to map number 3. I'm really excited for this one. It's Icebox. Everyone loves Icebox, especially this man. This man loves Icebox. In fact, he's going to walk back. Oh, he's gone.
No, I'm not involved.
Well, we're
going
to be going into this. I am liking the role switches that we're seeing coming out. You're actually not on camera anymore.
I know,
That's away. They didn't even allow you to be on camera. But
No. I don't want your pity camera time. I don't want it.
Yeah, it's not in the contract like with Pansy, of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I think coming in, I said it earlier today, I think Kushin is going to be going back over to the Jet, play things a little bit more simple, allow that man to shine on the role that he's on. But I also am glad to see Boo back on a controller. I think he's a world-class controller player. I think it makes sense. Avova going over to the Killjoy is interesting, but when he played it on Fracture, it looked decent. So I don't mind that swap either. And again, the focal point is going to be at Mixwell's Viper. I think that in the past we've seen it shine. It's whether or not it's going to work for them here in this map.
Especially on this map, though. Look, we've seen a lot of good Viper play on this map and a lot from Mixwell. So I'm okay with this composition I'm seeing here today. In fact, I like it. I like the changes they've made. Let's see if it's going to stand. Two-team Heretics as the barriers are up. We're away, diving in around number 1, where we can see BBL on the defense, sitting back, playing this passive. They had a lot of presence towards B, doubling up in the early round after seeing that attacker Viper wall, but now they're starting to move elsewhere, back towards this A site and back towards a more conventional setup, which is good for them because it does seem like Heretics have a preference to the right side of the map.
Yeah, just patient play from them. I do love the fact that having Boo in this sort of position allows him to sort of set up the rest of the team, but he has used a fair amount of his utility early. I think he was waiting for that high tide to come back through to try and section things off for that dash in from Kellogg's. Already getting the opener. Kushner also isolated up top, but it gives him a little hidey hole, which he might be able to use while they're in the cove. It's a free kill, a denial of the plant, and a bit of a blip.
Poison's gone.
Everything after is a 1v1. Look at that dash. Kushner's triple looking gorgeous with Zeke left to clutch it out. 1 versus 4. At least got his full health. If he can land a few headshots, it might swing back, but we are a long way away from this one looking doable. 15 seconds left. At this point, it is time to run in and die. Kushner, 4 kills here in the pistol round. We've said before, when he gets off to a good start, he can be a force to be reckoned with. And right here now, I'll say the jet change is worthwhile.
Yeah, the problem is, though, I feel like all he really had to do in this round to win it was use their own utility against them, which is not the greatest of signs.
No,
like, if you have an execution based around Harbor and the first round you lose because of your execution based around Harbor, I'm not feeling the most confident. It's also a round where normally the Cove is actually a lot stronger because it's harder to break with pistols. He didn't even need to break it. There was no cover there. They were completely reliant on that just being clear, and that doesn't fill me with confidence.
It worked against them. They couldn't even provide any supportive fire on the guy. He's in the cove. So that is a little unfortunate. These things happen. 1-0 for BBL, a solid start. Kushner in an uncouth angle with this weapon. Normally you'll see that Marshall used maybe down on B long, maybe on middle, or maybe from a little further back up on rafters. But instead, he's gonna go around on pipes, try to grab one as they fall back, and look and see the control. Avova thinks he can gain space. He actually might. That drone, he might dodge it perfectly. The timing's so good. That's a knife kill for Avova. Slicing him up. That's a rifle now, but he gets a little confused. Too many angles that hadn't been checked. The heat of the moment brings it back to a 4v4.
Yeah, it might look pretty, but ultimately it plays a small part in this round. Then again, though, it is Marshall's alongside full Bulldogs. Brave now tagged up as well. Now he has been hit by the decay a little bit, but he is low nonetheless. This is starting to get a little bit scary, just about correcting the aim in time. And even still, the plant coming through. Kellogg's has now found one with a Marshall tagged up. Brave, I don't know how he's still alive. Dancing around the edge of this Viper screen. And he's actually picking every single member off. Boo comes out with 3 kills after being down to 50 HP the second they get in.
Having to run through those Viper walls as well. Look, they ended up extremely low in pretty much every fight they took. 3 players left alive. All, so well, 2 sub 50, 1 59, but 3 Bulldogs carried through. End of the day,
lose 1.
But they don't pay that heavy of a price, especially not with someone like Cutie sitting just 2 orbs away from having his Blade Storm. And let's get a little surprised when this replay goes down. Just take a look at the weapon Cutie's going to be buying here. He's got plenty of credits. Well, he had. Now he's only got 100.
Yeah, the hero operator to bolster one of these buys is something that, well, it surpasses Valorant. This is something we've seen for many, many years. The thing is, though, if it doesn't work, actually, it doesn't even matter. If he gets 1 kill, goes down, as you said, Blade Storm, it can pad the next round.
It's great as well because Aslan's just taking a lot of the heat there. I think if there's a recon, he's the one destroying it, and if there was a drone, he was the one that was going to shoot it. But they went out after the wall to try and catch them. Unfortunately, they've been spotted. The element of surprise gone. The operator spotted.
It's running all the way across the map.
Yeah, look.
Even though they've sold a ruse with the Cascade, it hasn't baited anybody in. In fact, with these aggressive positions, I think that the Heretics think they're walking into a much clearer site than they are.
They absolutely do. Yeah, this is a passive B-hold with an A site stacked up and ready to fight. One already found. The trades are quick, though, as Heretics retake the lead in this 4 versus 3. Site control theirs, and the last man with boots on the ground has an operator. Ain't gonna be sticking around too aggressively, falling back to his teammates. They'll break the cove. Now it's in the open, and Spike Carrier goes down. That's a big kill with Aslan following up. Team Heretics are in hot water. 30 seconds left. That swing not even spotted as Mixwell's left alone. An operator that he's up against. He could put it down to the 1v1. But instead, now they know exactly where he is. Eyes on that spike. And Cutie ain't gonna miss that shot. 3-0. And that operator, Tom, it played a huge role.
Yeah, I still feel like a lot of it, like you break the cove, you get the spam. I think there was an opportunity there for, I think it was Mixwell. He basically just had the heads of 2 players just almost looking straight at him and just didn't manage to land the shot. Okay, it's forgivable. It's sort of a pixel angle, but then you just had Aslan just running back through and well, I don't know if this was the only kill that Cutie ended up getting, but it might have been the final one of the round.
Yeah, I think he might have gotten a double, but either way, it's the fact that we started on B. This team is thinking about going there. They're throwing out some utility. Yeah. They see the op, they go, nope, out of there. Go to the A site, run over to A, op is still there, still waiting for them. And the success that they had in the opening fights and actually getting onto the site, they ended up in a 4v3. And just being able to be picked off the op as well, making it much quicker. I think, I'm not certain, but I would say if Cutie hadn't made it there in time, that cove would have taken a second longer to go down. Maybe they get a plant, maybe they play post plant. Instead, they were just lost in the sauce. It was chaos.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's not what you want to be seeing for the first proper buy round coming through for Heretics. Like, that was their opportunity to start getting themselves back onto the board. And the thing is, they've had all of this utility trying to bait things out, like throwing those cascades over on the other side of the map, trying to force players back, and they did. But the thing is, it was just an instant rotation to A. It was like BBL had the perfect read. They were ready with 3 players, 2 aggressively pushed up on A as well. And they basically played it to perfection. Now you're coming in with mostly pistols, no ults online, and a single Bulldog for Avova to try and play with. They want to at least make this one a bit more costly, because if you're seeing the BBL economy boom this early, that's a devastating prospect.
Snakebite a little shallow there to actually catch on with the shock dart. Mel even giving us a little nod of the head at the end as well. I don't think that's a Mel approved lineup. We'll see.
Maybe it's just a Mel lineup.
It could be. I've seen her do that in ranked, I'll be honest with you. That snakebite would have actually landed on me in the attacker spawn. But
she's going to beat you up after this. You know that, right?
Just another day in the office. 3-0. BBL in a prime spot. Again, that operator sitting down on B long hasn't been spotted out this time. They'll be on their way around on Team Heretics to the A side. Clearly, they have got a preference on which side they like to push in these early rounds. Oh, that's unfortunate. I've seen a bunch of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of info. In fact, they're even just going to wall it up, and versus the pistols, they're not even going to break it in time. Now they're stuck in a slow. They're just being countered by Sage utility. They mentioned it. A lot of the changes in BBL are just going back to the basics, but it does seem to be working out nicely for them. 35 seconds left. Kushina already going to pick off 1 as they try and enter, and now it just seems almost like a scramble back in towards this B site, but there's so much utility waiting for them as they try and get this plant down. And okay, they still got a cove, but wow, you could already see it start to be popped.
Maybe even an early nano going down. I guess just worried that they were going to break it. Here goes your snake bite. So difficult to actually get the plant. Let's see where they go. Well, they're not going to go for it, really, are they? Look at this dash in. He's taking the space, looking for the fights and denying it completely. No way to put that spike on the floor, and with that, a round is done. 4-0 with BBL off to a flawless start here on Icebox.
Yeah, they're doing so well to deny the space into the A site. Like, there hasn't been a round where you haven't seen Heretics take a casualty as they try and enter. And then on the way back, oh, that's just filth. And on the way back through, in towards this B site, like, that's the thing. They popped that nano swarm. Maybe it was due to thinking it would get destroyed. It might even just be because they go, well, we've still got snake bites and we've got a player holding the cross with a blade storm. Like, there's 14 seconds left. We don't need to pop it as they get there. They'll run out of time anyway. And it forced them through it and into the site vulnerable. Like, that's not a scenario you want to be in.
Well, barrier is up for round number 54 of the series. It's been a long one so far. Kushner, though, still has new tricks to show us, making his way uptown and taking them down on the belt. For Team Heretics, their response looks to be elsewhere. The Orb should be losing its steam in just a moment, and that's when they look to make their push in, getting ahead of the wall, but not quite able to land the shots. Sure, Mixwell will fall, but the trade is even. Unless Suchny is going to make a big risk here, that plant's coming in.
Yeah, they had pretty much everything to deny it, but they almost don't need to.
No one covering the plant or falling back, man. I mean, I guess they're looking towards Snowman. Your second player just isn't there to swing. That's a big mistake, though.
All isolated. Every single fight here, and now it's left all onto Avova. He has had many clutches in the history of Valorant, but they now know exactly where he is. No one detained, needs to try and isolate one of these duels, and they are just watching for him to try and peek. And facing off against Kushner is never going to be easy. Already half defused, he has to swing out onto it, and Kushner is not going to give him the time of day. 5-0 for BBL on this defensive side, and Heretics need to wake up.
Yeah, look, there is certainly excuses to be made here. An attack side as well. You can be slow to start, build up those rounds over time. Sure, I can throw all these excuses out there. The reality is this hasn't felt close. This is not like BBL are in control. And I'll say that was a big whiff at the start. Like, there's a world where he gets 2 kills there, especially with the Viper utility down. He knows they're about to push. He was ready for the fight, and mechanical failure kicked in, so it was only 1. Like, they're still getting away with it, even when the mistakes are made. And here's the thing, from what we've seen so far, the mistakes aren't made that often.
I'll say, like, I don't think Cutie playing the Omen was bad, but seeing him back on Jet, like, if you're Heretics on the other side, you go, why us? Why did you decide to change it for us? He's 11-1. He is just destroying them. Him using the Blade Storm, it wasn't even that much of a risk because he's going to have it back in a round. Operator, he already went for a peek elsewhere. He's now back on A because they've been pushing this at basically the same point of every single round, and he spotted the gun barrel. He has the information that somebody's trying to sneak through and slip the net, and well, there's a wall in his face.
Yeah, no way to sneak around there, unfortunately. And look at the flank protection, never mind. Another round for Brave. He gets the first shot off, but he's the first to fall. BBL.
Well,
okay, very well handled. I mean, look, there's a real world Turco doesn't think to check that. No way. Suchny, the angle is tight. I mean, it's a straight line down spray. Mixwell's gone a bit wider though. He's sitting out towards back yellow. Such an early Viper's pit, even fighting around the back of it as well. This guy takes a lot of risks when it comes to playing the Viper, but they've worked out for now with full comfort that back yellow is clear and sight control for them. Here's the plan. Spray is decent. It didn't do that much damage.
Yeah, the cove broke.
Oh!
Swing through. That's going to be a dropped. 15 seconds left. They have to go for this plant again and might even have to try and go for a slightly safer position. Spam through, just about missing. It's actually going to ping up Mixwell instead. He's left on 85 HP, but still survives for now. Just dancing around the edge. Res through for Suchny. He's 1 away from the lockdown. That could basically end the round in his tracks. And they're still hunting. Still trying to find Mixwell up from above, but he goes down. In fact, they're winning these fights out now on the Heretic side. A spray from Aslan will garner another though. And straight through goes Kellogg's. It's now left all onto Turco. Feeling confident in the time left, he'll just have to fade away. And finally, it wasn't clean, but they have a round.
I'll say I really like Zeke's idea to play forward that exact idea of Cutie coming in and getting on top of yellow. The fact that he stays back maybe even saves them. If Cutie is given 2 more seconds to jump from top yellow down into that pit, yeah, I think he gets a kill. And the way he's playing so far, I think he probably gets 3. So the fact that he's caught on that cross, that play is denied completely, and they don't manage to deal with that Viper, everything lines up. Team Heretics find their first round, but just look at how, first of all, close, how costly in terms of ultimates, but also the reality is it was chaotic yet again.
The thing is as well, I don't even believe the Heretics knew where they were going until that Viper's pit went down.
That's it.
I think they were using it as a fake. Then Avova gets killed because they think he's managed to lurk through. Oh wow, this is fast. Oh, the dart is wonderful, but nothing connected. The wall though, it's just annoying. Kellogg's is gonna go through off the back of it. They are committing basically all of their remaining ults just to try and get themselves into this site and get an entry. And well, Kellogg's is the first to die.
Yep, that's Cutie yet again. Picking them off as they make their way through. Hunter's Fury pulled out on the other side now, returned. and that's gonna push them back. The Cove, well, it ain't gonna last all too much longer, but they haven't been able to see it, rather, thanks to the high tide. So no breakage on it, still giving them a safe spot to get the plant in. Boo, running out with 1 HP. Those shock darts dealing a ton of damage. I think he had to run through a Viper wall as well to decay him that little bit extra, but the health is so low. These Heretics players at a disadvantage in every fight they take. Boo's the first to fall, and now it's left to just Mixwell. Blink and you miss it. It's clutch. Time is not on his side either. He's gonna have to kill all 3 of these players in all likelihood. No utility left. The wall only just now coming back on, but it's on the other side of the map. He's just gonna aim duel everyone, and yeah, it's too much to ask. No surprise.
Yeah, again, just it's silly, but just the wall being placed on A just seemed to deny them. You had Kellogg's completely isolated, trying to take a fight versus Kushner, doesn't win it, and then the round from there just becomes so difficult. Good delaying utility and just giving this man that extra little bit of space, and then from there onwards, it was just like a domino effect. Everybody trying to take that fight that brings the round back into contention, and them never quite being able to do it. 6-1 up now for BBL. There is still a bye here for Heretics, but well, it might be a last-ditch effort.
And here's the problem, right? Heretics have already gone through a cycle of their ultimates and got very little for it. BBL, on the other hand,
they got 1. That's better than 0, which they had before.
Did they use an ult in that round?
They used the Viper's Pit and they used the Blade Storm.
Yes, okay, so there's 2 ultis to pull that one off. For BBL, they've got a Viper's Pit and a Blade Storm. Would you believe it? So
those are good ults.
Those are pretty good ults, as we've seen. So, you know, there really is no saving grace here for Heretics. They're running into a stacked economy, operator again, tons of safety nets for this BBL side. And they're starting to think about moving towards B. You can see them gravitating in towards this position. They're being pulled in by the temptation of testing B yet again. Now, you imagine the drone's going to be first around this corner. They still have it. No, they don't have it. They don't, so it's going to have to... Oh, there, it's being used. Okay. I looked down at the hood in the split second. But they still haven't spotted the operator, right? He's tucked in the whole time, if I'm not mistaken, avoiding
I don't think they've spotted anything. Like, it's the same sort of ruse they've tried to sell about 4 times. And that's why players on the other side haven't rotated. There's also the fact that, again, they're just putting this wall deep. Now, it is going to start to break, but there's the dart. Again, they have this information. Now, this time, there hasn't been the rotation of that operator, but Turco is still here. They're spamming away. It's only going to be 1, but Turco just goes huge. Almost manages to take 3 on his own. And, well, that leaves just 2
Blade
standing.
Storm? It's going to be used up here. That's devastating for Boo, who's now 20 HP, sat on the site. And that Cove ain't gonna be here too much longer. The wall is up and the wall is down. It's managed to allow him to sneak into position, but with 1 HP, essentially, any bullet will take him down. And here it comes at final, and no bullet, in fact. Projectile, even still, as the knife lands. That is 7-1 in favor of BBL. And say what you will about attacker-defender sided, this is not a good start for Heretics.
No, and a lot of the time, especially with this Harbor comp, it is attacker-sided.
Yeah.
The whole point is a lot of the time you're able to isolate off angles and take control. Well, I don't even think I need to go looking into the stats to tell you that Kushner has had the most opening kills so far in this map. So you haven't done a great job of sectioning those off, and mainly because a lot of the time they're using it to fake B control. And no rotation. Yeah, he is 14
Double the kills of anyone else on the server. It's just ridiculous.
The thing is, they're using it to like fake B control every round, and BBL are not rotating because of it. They're just going, okay, there has been a cascade for the 5th round in a row over on B, and it doesn't really pull anything. The players on the A side are so confident, they just hold for the first like 40 seconds and then go place a wall down.
Yeah, there's going to be trouble here with all these pistols, though. They might have the numbers advantage to make this work. Brave is almost using their wall to fall back. That's another one. That was through the smoke, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe there was a gap. Maybe the wall hadn't fully gone up just yet. Lucky to still be alive here. Kellogg's, hello! He's going out wide, and that's Mixwell down, back yellow. He had a buffer of teammates between him and a wall about to go up, but that wasn't enough to save him. And the dash is still online. Kushner's waiting to use it. There's Nanos. Boo's falling back, realizing they can play the post plants on this one, but they need kills on the way back through. They have to punish BBL for the space they're trying to take. The wall is down and Aslan's taken too. This should be it. despite Boo being able to grab one. It was even still a distraction. Kushner firing himself into the air just to be traded.
Drafting with an operator. I don't think he had any intention. Well, actually, maybe he does. After the second kill he got, he probably believed he was going to get something there.
Mid-air no scope.
But yeah, this is looking so comfortable for BBL. And I will say, I know that this is basically the last time we're going to see BBL play this map until it eventually comes back. I know, it will one day, Mitch. I'm sorry for even bringing that up.
Listen, it's going to look different. I'm going to be fine with it.
But when they come back eventually to this map, I never want to see Kushner play anything other than Jet ever again until there's a new OP.
Why this map? I don't want to see Kushner play anything except Jet. Period. That's it. I just want to see this guy on it. Maybe the Lotus. Maybe Lotus we can change it up a little bit. Get the Rays out. Sure, okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah, but yeah, to be honest, that's not a bad statement. He's currently 16-4. He's been thriving.
Ridiculous.
Again, I don't feel like any of the utility they're using to try and section him off has worked. Obviously, the other problem, and it's a problem with a lot of these comps that you see run on Icebox, there isn't any flash to take him off the angle. So it has to be just those controllers doing the work, and I think he has just disrespected every piece of utility they've decided to put down.
I think Ulysses is trying to hype up the Spanish crowd at home.
Good luck
for Team Heretics. I've heard Vamos be said about 50 times beside us, and he's saying it with a lot of conviction. Let's check in with him in a couple rounds, see if he's still feeling it. Now the crowd's getting at it as well, helping him out. That's what he needed.
I respect it. I respect that there is still belief left that they can turn this around, because it has been a bleak scenario for them. Dealing with Kushner has been tough, but that's only the beginning of the problems they have. Again, we're going to see this early control, forcing Brave back. He himself has also only managed to die 4 times as the site anchor of this B site, and he's very content to sit all the way back. Now, maybe this is part of the fact that they actually have themselves that Reckoning available, and he's expecting to be forced out.
Here we go, yeah, look, you got your recon through, you got your top yellow control, and you're realizing that they were giving this up for free. You didn't need to use your util for that. Get out of there, behind the box, right move. Kellogg's was on the hunt, on the prowl, but he won't find anyone. High tide up, not up top though. There's a gap. These players are able to fall back there. A lot of space taken. You can see the idea of the Team Heretics composition in this exact round with just how uncomfortable it's been to deal with this push. But the thing is, they've got ideas to fight right back into it. Hunter's Fury not really finding a lot of tags. The fight's going Zeke's way. Now he's activated, and now he's dead.
Yeah, that's the thing. The only goal of the Hunter's Fury was to deny the plant. They tried to use the Reckoning to give them extra space, and that ultimate fought them all the way back. It might not have done damage, but it has definitely won them the round. Mixo now left on just 11 HP. One of the main problems we've seen from Heretics is they cannot get into afterplant positions, and I don't think there's any way in hell he manages to do this. 15 seconds left, and the shot almost takes him out. He's trying to fake someone in to go on the peak, but at this point, they could just push him. They could just take him on 1v1, already out of time. They're just going to go running in. One of them dies, and then Turco just hides. It may look like they threw more players away than they needed to, but that was actually perfectly played from BBL.
Yep, guaranteeing that at absolutely no point could he get a plant down. 3 players alive, 10 seconds. Let's divvy that up into different responsibilities. You run in, then you run in, I'll hide back here. Armchair generaling, sometimes a way to take this across the line. And for BBL sitting at 9-1, you're gonna have to, I mean, crack one hell of a code. They need an Enigma machine for this. You got Team Heretics sat on one round that they got off the back of I couldn't even describe it. It was madness.
Someone just play a Neilzino groan into my ear. Is that what I heard? I feel like I heard him go, like
Maybe. And you know what? I wouldn't blame him. I imagine he's not being...
maybe I'm hearing things. Maybe that's what I wanted to hear, you know.
Listen, the way today's been going, I'm not surprised. Look, for Team... That's ridiculous. They're actually caught in a fight here. Revolvers. No, he's not dead. He's won it with 20 HP. Yeah, they're pursuing him further, though. They're not letting this guy get away with it. All the while, the plant's coming down on B. The best they've looked so far. Oh, good night, sweet dreams. With a snake bite and nano swarm. Now Evolva's gone.
Got a res. They've got a res. They're going to bring back the man. They finally got rid of him. He's risen from the ashes.
It's bought them time.
Straight out of the coffin rises. This man once again, and with a 3v5, oh, Kellogg's not even got his gun out as he looks to run around the corner. Isolated back again, this wall is gonna go down. I don't even know if they managed to break it just yet. Spam coming through, and now the push from Aslan already taking down one. Zeke is sat deep, but there's no way he can attempt to use the Hunter's Fury here. He's stuck and they've just defused. Oh no.
That's a misclick. There's literally zero explanation for that other than it's a misclick, or his brain didn't process he was the last guy alive.
Or it was just like the biggest attempt to bait him to let go of the defuse, but even then you're gonna
you've got
get it
two
half.
teammates
Yeah,
swinging. There's no way you let go of that defuse. You are sticking it all the way.
This was really nice. Combo utility.
Yeah.
The second they get rid of this man, just bringing back with that res as well. And then just good work from them. I can't believe, like, either that Sage Wall is used early on A to deny them A space, or they go B and it's used in the retake. Like, I feel like BBL just have their number. And again, Kellogg's just gonna be sent in to try and do something.
See, okay, we're gonna get the same push out of them. Pretty pacey though this time around. The thing is, man, that last round, it's a sign of the times.
They
it's a
got
sign of what we're playing with here. Both teams do. But you have a lockdown for Evolva, potentially able to push them out of position. That wall went down at a very awkward time. Cove in play. No one intended to plan with that. I don't know what the idea was here.
Okay.
Lockdown going to be used now before Pit from Brave.
What? I'm baffled because they can just almost sit back and just try and spam. The Cove almost needed to be used in just a moment.
Now okay, Suchny.
Nope, they could just spam. Already,
all too much
Boo's going to be dropped. Kushina's pushing in. All he needs is this right click. He's used it on Evolva, but then the trade's there immediately again. It's left up to Mixo. It was looking so easy in the end. Maybe a few panic ults thrown out from Heretics to try and make this close. Well, they got one kill. This is one of the most dominant halves we've seen so far in VCT. And there's been a lot of them.
Brave even walked out of that with the Pit still to use. You know, that's...
didn't need it.
They didn't need it. They really did. The Cove going in so early has absolutely blown my mind. Then the Viper's Pit needs to be deep. It needs to get a ton of control for you to plant off-brand, and they couldn't get a step towards site. Not a foot on it.
That is
wrecking them.
That's the thing. It seemed that difficult to get a plant while using a lockdown and a Viper's Pit. That's the thing. If you're using a lockdown and a Viper's Pit and you don't even come close to winning the round, I think that pretty much is the perfect analogy of how this half went.
Well, listen. All right, I'm gonna say this: lockdown to take B site, most useless ultimate.
Yeah, that's true.
I've ever seen. And maybe. If you're worried about a guy being back yellow, that's it. That's like the only thing. And even then, what are you doing? You know, like, especially when there was a Viper's Pit there from Brave, I think this just shows where Team Heretics are at. The brains are scattered at this point. We're so deep into this game. We've pushed past 60 rounds in the series, and I think, you know, it takes a toll on players. And then you go down this much, you're running into a brick wall again and again and again. The synergy, it gets lost after a certain amount of time.
I said this when the veto came up. Like, when they had the choice between Split and this, I was surprised. Because although I don't particularly like, well, I don't mind the old comp that was being run. I just think Kushina was wasted not being on this gen. We've seen that. Him coming back in onto it here, he has been the difference maker, no doubt. At the same time, I feel like Split just looked like a better map for Heretics, and I'm still not convinced. They've switched up who's playing each role, and I'll be honest, I think Harbor had more impact for BBL than it did for Heretics.
I agree. No, I 100% agree. And not least, I mean, Boo had a tough half, but geez, everyone did on that side. But the utility, even just look at the pistol round.
Yeah.
I mean, it's lost.
But there was even a round where they tried to use it more aggressively up towards the rafters, and Kushina just pushes and kills someone with their own utility. Like, it happened a couple of times, and I feel like they tried to use the cascades to take B control, and it was either just ignored, which it was a lot. That happened a lot. Kushina just went, oh, you put that down, I'm just going to wait, I walk through it and kill you, and then walk back through it and use it as a shield. Like, it almost made it easier for him to take these fights. And it's something I witnessed when, I think it was Durka was playing against the Harbor. I was going, well, this man just doesn't care about any of your utility.
Oh, no, I can't see
and
through your wall.
You're not ready for him to do that. And that was the thing. It was just the sheer disrespect from Kushina. The round that really sings true is when there was a Viper screen. He already got the opener, and while they're on pistols, he just runs through it and kills a guy back yellow and then just goes back through it again. And I'm just like, this man has just realized that they are not ready for him to make plays.
He's just better. At least so far, that's what it seemed like. BBL on the attack now, setting the pace. It's a mid push. You know, let's break the mold right away, and they're doing it without the Harbor. Haven't quite spotted out Mixwell. They're not sure on where he is. Could be the element of surprise here. There's one caught immediately afterwards. Avova onto Aslan. That gives the advantage back over to Team Heretics. A foothold to fight with. Players heard coming through mid. That's the flank opportunity for Suchny. He's made the right read. QD also getting in an off-brand position, and Turco has the support if he needs it. But it's all about Suchny. They were watching it just seconds ago, but he's turned his back. Luckily, the shots didn't land. Defuse already halfway through. Wall in the way, Cove in the way. They've got it right under their nose. Finally, a Team Heretics round.
Woo! And a Cove the one.
And a Cove! The Harbor utility got Heretics around. Let's go!
Well, it is a long comeback. A long, long comeback for them. We'll have to hope that they've got many more ideas of how they're going to be able to play this defensive side. Either way.
So that goes to another notch in the belt of mid pushes on Icebox that didn't work. It's just a little ridiculous. 140 on the clock, barriers up, BBL. I mean, they are not deterred. They are going quickly. Look at Kushner. My guy is on the side. They have no idea. Now it's just a Marshall to defend. Okay, he's up against light shields as well. A lot of light shields, and he's got no head left. BBL are back in this. 5 versus 3. Weapons recovered. Surely not. We talked about round 2s earlier, Tom, but this round barely started. There's a response. There's a response. Zeke with 3, but he's got to ace it out. Has to do it all, and Kushner will shut down any hope. 12-2. They found a round at long last, Tom. I thought it might have been the start of something.
Well,
can't hear Ulysses anymore.
It's the start of the end. Yeah, vamos.
Vamos, Heretics.
Oh, it just, yeah. There just seems to be no stopping this team. The last couple of weeks, we've started to see the strength of this BBL side. They could have lost this in 2. You go back to map 1.
Yep.
Heretics looked strong on Haven.
14-12.
But in the long run, onto Icebox, they have been the better side. And what if it wasn't hard to get back into this game before? 10 rounds in a row. Not the greatest of purchases. BBL again looking to build into this B site. Nice work from Kellogg's though. That's at least the start they needed.
Yeah, gorgeous work. One down as BBL start to close distance. Still Viper alive, still Sage Wall to work with. Almost lost it there, Sage. Aslan 33 HP, but they've dealt with Kellogg's, that weapon to be retrieved. They only have 2 Bulldogs here, so it's important not to get caught out of position. Oh no, Avova. That timing was terrible. Now that was a pistol. They were throwing it out, hoping to grab the flank. But it seems like almost a bait. You know, Suchny knew that he left that info open, knew that a player could sneak by from A, and now he's got the little flank play in through middle. 30 seconds on the clock as well. I mean, BBL will have to choose where they're going pretty soon. But look at that, Mixwell's got no utility left, no snake bites or anything to deny plant to cause those problems, and they've lost Boo. That flank again, powerful from Suchny.
Yeah, you already managed to get a killing off of Avova, and they just almost seem to forget that he could have been here, and again, he's going to be in a prime position to maybe just end this round on his own. The IGL taking control, 3 kills already. Mixwell at least trying. Looking to try and fight back into this one. Brave's been spotted, but he can't manage to do it. Domination from BBL as they close out this series in style. Just a week ago, they were sat with 0 wins on the board, and they have begun to climb. 2 already, still a few more needed if they're going to be making it to playoffs, but they're definitely looking like a fearsome team since they made the changes.
No, they definitely are. I think this is a team that we felt get better and better as the season went on. They lost to week 1 KC.
Yeah.
And now here they are, Vitality defeated. Now a 2-win streak with Heretics falling as well, and just in time. If they waited a week longer, playoff chances squashed.
Yeah.
Now, it ain't like they've got an easy road ahead of them, but they at least have a road ahead of them.
That's
they
the
haven't
thing.
met the roadblock yet.
Yeah, Heretics now are going to have to rely quite heavily on other teams to basically slip up and make mistakes, and I don't know if that's necessarily going to be possible. We saw the promise of BBL in some of the earlier weeks, close games versus Fnatic, and now we finally see them being able to close out series. They had still maybe a few holes here and there when it comes to their map pool, but their Icebox, putting Kushner back on the Jet, I think that might be one of the easiest decisions ever made.
What was it? 20 kills, 10 deaths to close it out.
Yeah,
not too bad.
And it was a pretty short game, bear in mind.
It was, yeah, it was 15 rounds, so my guy was doing pretty well out there. I think looking back at this highlight reel of the series.
Yeah, the Prime Gaming match highlights as well.
You're gonna see a lot of these being BBL. And look, Aslan there, he's up against the Nico, but he made it work. It was flashy, it was good. 14 to 12 in the end though. we could have ended up, as you said during the game, we could have ended up with a 2-0 right here in this moment. It was actually Brave making that incredible play, stepping out the window, taking a risk, rolling the dice, and it landed just where it needed to. That brought them to map 2, where they couldn't quite take it across the line, 13 to 10 to close it out. Anyone's series until we hit Icebox.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was a very good comeback in the end from Heretics, building their way back into the match as well. So I was impressed with how they were able to do that on the attack side of Lotus. Still a team that I would fear on that map in particular. The problem is, I'm going to be honest, I think they're going to be one of the happier teams to see Icebox go out of the pool. Like, the performance today, similarly to the performance on Fnatic, it just seems like this Harbor composition is not working for them, it's working against them. And although I would say, changes need to be made, luckily for them, the map pool's going to do that for them.
Yeah, just start thinking about Bind and what comp you want to run there, I guess. This is somewhere that I think a lot of teams are at, though. And I was wondering coming into this week as well, like, you have to imagine whatever you've got built on your Icebox, that's what you're running. Because if you go into scrims right now, hey guys, do you want to scrim in Icebox? No one's going to pick that up, all right? No one's answering the phone for that unless they're desperate to scrim against you as Team Heretics or whoever you are, in which case you're probably not getting a good prac out of it anyway. So the reality is, you know, this is somewhere that for the final week, you come in, you come in with what you got, and what they got was not a lot.
Hopefully their bind is actually looking pretty good, you know?
It can be worse.
Maybe okay.
On the upside.
You never know, But
I hope not. I'll say that.
Wait and see. I feel like we're going to get some wacky stuff coming in on Bind. I'm excited for it. I know that we've got a few ideas to pitch that people might see coming soon.
Yeah, you'll see it next week.
Horrific ideas that are going to be coming
you had
up.
some pretty horrific ideas.
Yeah.
I think I had some good comps. Those of you Odin gamers out there, I know I'm speaking to Nats here. Listen,
yeah, you're speaking to about four people who could probably consider themselves Odin gamers.
Listen, there's more of us than you think. That's all I'm going to say. There's a lot more of us than you think. Listen, let's throw this down to the interview on the stage. We've got Brave standing by, and I'm sure plenty of questions for him. Let's toss it over.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, we are back, and now in the Coliseum. Hello, I'm Milosh. With me is Brave from our victors, BBL. Turkish team will take the victory on Icebox. Of course, we're joined by Yaman, our translator, help us out here in Turkish. Few questions to you after the congratulations. First up, Icebox, it's the send-off. It's the last week we get to see it in competition. That's a hell of a way to end the series so far.
Icebox haritasında çok önemli. Bitirmek için çok iyi bir map'ti. Ne düşünüyorsunuz?
Ya Icebox'ımız aslında beklediğimden daha iyi çıktı. Çünkü önceki official'larda bir tık kötü oynamıştık ama şu an diğer haftadan itibaren çok daha iyi oynuyoruz. Lotus'ta yenildik. İlk official'ımızdı. Icebox'ın aslında böyle geçeceğini bir tık tahmin ediyorduk. Onu da gösterdik.
Icebox went better than we expected. We played better compared to last week in Icebox. Lotus, we lost it because it was our first official map that we're playing in the tournaments. Icebox, I was expecting that it will be a stronger map than Lotus, and we deserve to win.
Do you think that Icebox went your way because of Kushner going on the Jet and playing the way that he did?
Zaten Kushner dünya çapında bir oyuncu. Yani onun jetine her zaman güveniyoruz. Onun jetine her zaman güvendiğimiz için zaten jet oynadığında, ya Omen oynasaydı böyle bitmezdi belki. Jet oynadığında daha çok güvendik. Ve güvenimizi de gösterdi.
Firstly, Kushner is a worldwide player. We always trust when he plays Jet. And when he plays Jet, he is the best. He could have played like Omen, but his Jet is special. It wouldn't be the same if he plays Omen.
Yeah, we talked about that on the analyst desk to see would it be an Omen, and unfortunately Lothar was like, oh, well, there you go. That's all the strats we were talking about out of the window. Thank you, BBL, for it. But you had a crowd here that was very much cheering on Heretics. It's an extra thing that you have to think of. How did you pull the players together to be like, okay, we can beat this with people around us?
Heretics taraftarı çok fazlaydı. İlk defa baskısını hissettiniz. Ne düşünüyorsun? Oynarken oyunda bunları yenebileceğini düşündünüz mü?
Ya bize aslında daha çok gaz verdiler. Şöyle yani onlar bağırdıkça biz daha çok yenmek istedik. Bizi sadece daha çok hype'ladılar yani. İşimize yaradı diyebilirim.
When they start shouting behind us, I feel that we really want to beat this team and we get more hyped. So once like they start shouting and like cheering for us, we just wanted to beat them.
It's victory out of spite. There it is, BBL victorious. Thank you very much, Ray, for joining us, and thank you very much, Yaman, for the translation. Congratulations to BBL. Again, teşekkür ederim. And for those watching, we'll be back on the analyst desk in just a moment.
Nice! Nice oğlum Eren! Eren! Nice oğlum, nice! Nice oğlum.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back, friends, to the Analyst Desk. A victory for a Turkish team of BBL. They made Icebox look easy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what a way to close up this encounter with a 13-2. Very happy for them, especially because I think it's been a very intense day of going back and forth between the two teams. And, you know, BBL had a rough start being the one team that didn't get their victory, a single one of them until last week, and now getting another one. There are still chances they can make it into playoffs.
Yeah, it's around 40% of the scenarios actually make them go.
There's still a lot of scenarios.
There's like half a million of them.
60,000 per team.
Even more? Okay,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
Doctor Strange levels. But when it comes to Icebox, I would like to say that it kinda looked like they literally had a wall hack. Not many games look like your opponent will exactly know what you're doing. Whenever there was an execute, there was a rotation already in place for BBL. They already had a stack. They were already like readying up the utility to deploy at the plant, delay it, have someone disrupt it, and there were always something happening that was completely catching Team Heretics off guard. But not only that, Kakuka, because if I remember correctly, Kushner got 4 first bloods on the defense.
Yeah, and I love that you highlight that because it's not only Cutie. After those first rounds where he was, as you said, getting the first kills, the retakes for the rest of the half were perfect for them. I mean, there is nothing that Kute could do wrong. I hate agreeing with Tombies here, but the next time that he picks Omen, I'm going to be very, very pissed. I'm literally going to go on stage and be like, we need to redo this lobby because it is a crime. Luckily, we won't be seeing Icebox for a very long time, as we said. But Kute, I think that he had a perfect way to say goodbye to this map with the brilliant performance, with the operator, with the ultimate, with the position, and he was doing, I mean, all of BBL were doing whatever they wanted with Team Heretics, who could not find a response. Still, again, bringing in all of those changes, we know not in the composition, but who's playing those roles, I think is playing in detriment to them. Probably not expecting maybe that we will get to this third map, maybe thinking that they could close it in 2.
You think so? Oh.
Maybe.
Oh, that's so...
Maybe they thought, listen,
how much effort you put?
Come out, because it's the last Icebox. Okay,
exactly.
So if Icebox comes up, then what do we do?
Well, the thing is, like, the Team Heretics also swapped the agents around. Sorry, not the agents, but the roles around, right? So it looked a little bit uncomfortable as well. I felt like Zeke was in a zone where he felt that he needs to do a job that is meant to be
Nukia's fault.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, I didn't want to use that on the broadcast, but I said it on broadcast.
It's okay.
He had the Nokia
made
mode.
peace with himself.
He was just running in, trying to get a free K, you know, and just make sure that he can, let's just say, tip the scales towards his team, and it was just not meant to be done, you know. It was like Team Heretics were just getting outplayed. Whenever QD had that first blood, he was already rotating, so the pressure he did was pushing again into the hands of his teammates and his rotation.
We're highlighting Kushner because of the fact that he was constantly everywhere on the map, it seemed like, to the point where halfway through the map, he's swapping out to basically collect some frag movie clips at the end of it. But there's somebody giving that information for him to constantly know where he's going.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the support as well, I think it was coming from everywhere just because of the fact that we saw most of the defense. It's good to just going on the first, then working around perfectly, not being scared of any wall that was in front of him, controlling the times and knowing that there is a team behind him that is going to be supporting him and knowing where his place is, especially at the beginning of the round and when the retake is going to take place.
Yeah, this, by the way, I mean, it's so funny that this highlight of Kitty is essentially almost the same replays that we had before. It's like, Ia was everywhere, right? But I really love the way that they played when, in one round, BBL used slow orbs for belt while defending. So they went for a missing orb for the Sage to get a res, and then you can see how that was panning into the next round, because the next 2 rounds when that ult was active, QT was going aggressive on belt and trying to get A control. So where essentially, I really love the fact that now I can talk about BBL as a team that has a plan and follows it through and has an idea to execute, because that wasn't the case before. I was already talking about that on Haven, and I'm really happy to see that. I would have said, oh, okay, I'll make a far-fetched assumption.
Okay.
I think this is the new coach, Epic.
Yeah,
Just
he's
making those changes that are really visible. Like, you watch the team and it's very clear.
Look, this bodes well for BBL in the future because they still have the next few weeks of competition. There's Koi to come up in the next week. It's a big thing that they have to worry about. And actually, now that I mentioned Koi, have a big rivalry against another team, K-Corp, the French team. So it's the Spaniards versus the French. And that's coming up in just a bit.
Start of the season to start that good as a new team to beat one of the favorites in the tournaments is equally rough as losing games, to be honest. I think the Vitality game was absolutely winnable. I think we threw it ourselves. The other two games, I think the enemies were better than us, and that's sometimes you just gotta accept and work on what you can work on and what you can improve. So I do think that the practices have been going better and better, and I have high hopes for the rest of the games of the season. As a new team, you need to experience big wins, you need to experience hard losses to be able to evolve and find your place around in the league. So I do think we went through the highs and lows. There will be many more highs and lows, but we're getting a lot of experience from the results so far. But happy there's gonna be some fans. We have been playing against teams with fans every time, so it's gonna be nice to have some people on our side here in Berlin finally.
This matchup is very big, you know, like they bring a lot of people to watch it just by, you know, they put billboards in Barcelona and Paris. That's amazing. It's like, I don't know, that's like an extra thing to the game. It's like if you're gonna watch Barcelona against Real Madrid football game, everyone is, even if the match is not so important or something in the league, because everyone is looking forward to it, and everyone wants to see what's happening. A lot of my friends and family message me, sending me the photos, all of us in the Barcelona streets, and they were like very happy about it. And I found it very exciting, you know. We know that the game against Carmine Corp is not gonna be easy. They have really good players like Scream, Nivera, and they can always like pull out many insane clutches. But we've been working very hard to fix our mistakes, and we are focusing on ourselves lately a lot. And I think this is gonna be the way to show a better face of the team and beat Carmine Corp.
If we perform like we do in practice, I do think that we have a very high chance of coming out on top in the game against K-Corp.
Muchas gracias por venir a vernos. Espero que gritéis muchísimo. Quiero que gritéis tanto que no pueda ni escuchar el juego y nos animéis mucho. Y un abrazo.
Ouais, bah Kamel, on a suivi un peu toutes les péripéties qu'il a eues avec eBay, etc. Donc ouais, il y a une story, il y a une petite histoire, et forcément on a envie de rendre fier le patron, tu vois, on a envie de le rendre fier. Donc voilà, Koi c'est une des équipes à abattre aussi, hein, forcément, hein, comme toutes les équipes, mais voilà, petit storytelling en plus, quoi.
Ah, depuis la Pixel War, ouais, il y a du goût. Il y a du goût, il y a une envie et effectivement presque une animosité. Donc il y a un message à refaire passer et des couleurs à défendre, plus que des pixels cette fois-ci. Donc on est grave chaud.
Et en plus, notre image sur le groupe de Prac pour SIC les scrims, c'est Zidane.
Et j'ai mis Zidane
avec le drapeau de la France de la Pixel War.
C'est Zidane en Pixel War.
Voilà.
C'est bien que tu cites ça parce que tout le monde me dit mais il faudrait mettre le logo Carmine, et je dis non. C'est un symbole de la Carmine aussi.
C'est vrai.
Comme j'ai dit, la rivalité, c'est quelque chose que j'ai pas encore vécu.
mais je sais que je vais très bien la gérer parce que voilà, la pression, comme j'ai dit, l'adrénaline, ça augmente mon niveau. Toute la hype autour, ça nous aide, nous, joueurs, les supporters, etc. Quand on voit vos messages, on les lit quasi tous. Donc ça fait vraiment chaud au cœur et en fait c'est plus ou moins réciproque. Vu qu'ils nous donnent beaucoup de soutien, bah, nous on a envie de retourner ça pour eux. Et la meilleure façon c'est de gagner tous nos matchs. Jouer pour la France c'est quand même un honneur, même si je viens quand même de la Belgique. On reste francophone et pour moi la France c'est vraiment mon deuxième pays de cœur. C'est vraiment le deuxième pays où j'ai été le plus. Et ouais, pour moi je suis limite double nationalité, tu vois, belgo-français. Bien sûr je reste quand même marocain. Et je suis très fier de ma nation, mais pour moi, la France, c'est quand même ma deuxième maison et je vais tout faire pour eux, ça c'est sûr.
Rivalry, both of these teams will have to adjust to, of course, as we get here. And we talked about Navarre and Scream. We heard them in there as they prep themselves for it. But I think none of these two, especially Koi, are above, I guess, splurging.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for both of them. We know
No, don't get me wrong. They splurge. No, when I talk splurging, I mean money.
Oh.
I mean money. I mean, imagine to bring you down here, you pay for a cab that's very much Koi branded.
I haven't heard.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we show that?
I'm very confused right now.
I am so confused.
Yeah, what
is going on?
What taxi?
Take a look.
Aquí tienes el taxi que te llevará a tu derrota con cariño, Koi. Permettons, voilà ton taxi pour que tu puisses aller voir ta défaite affectueusement, Koi. Allez, bâtard. Ok, j'accepte. Ça va, 1-1, balle au centre. Allez, bâtard. Bonjour.
They shipped over Kamito in a fully customized
Okay,
taxi.
now everything
Now
makes
it makes sense.
Yeah. I was confused for a second, but you know, that's the way we do it in Spain. That's what they're gonna get today.
Fair enough. If that's how it's gonna be. You know what? We're hyping it this way, and Koi themselves are hyping it by bringing Kamito this way, but we needed to sit down and actually properly script the hype for this epic matchup. Okay. All right, bring in the others. Hello. Kakuka.
Hello.
Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Thank you for the call today. I appreciate
Well, look,
the opportunity.
Remember, it's a great opportunity to pay your rent today. So
Definitely need to.
exactly. So you're gonna read it through. Remember, hype up. So let's bring up the scripts, please. Come on. Hello. Where are they? What is? Security.
Okay,
Can we get him out of here?
Is he supposed to? Is this part of the? Are we already in the scene? What's happening?
Look, I don't make decisions. This just comes from all the way up top.
I
okay?
got you. The Rito Games. What can you do? Yeah.
Rito Game.
Okay.
My favorite game service provider.
Yeah. This is
shall we-
confidential. I didn't sign anything, so.
I
don't
think
care.
NDAs are included in your contract.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah,
Though
but how-
none of you have signed anything,
Yeah.
but they are binding.
Okay.
You need to read the fine script whenever you download Valorant.
Okay.
So, we'll start with you first. Kukuga, please turn to page 1. Now, look, remember, Spanish team.
Comic Sans.
Okay? You're excited. Koi, they're a fish. It's great. Give it. Go.
Okay. Vamos, Koi! The only true Spanish team in EMEA, owned by the legendary Spanish streamer, you know the one, the guy who does the watch parties and stuff. It's not Ulises, he's a caster. How could I forget? Oh, Ibai. I remember now, silly me. Anyway, moving on. With one of the top 3 Spanish players in the world, Coldamenta leading the way, what more could you want as a fan?
Feel it, you're a fan.
Okay.
Feel it.
How about the greatest Bulgarian player to ever live?
Yes!
Okay. Wolfen is always on the case. Then there is the coaching staff, who bring a real calm to this team with a relaxed and peaceful style that can even make us at home feel safe in their hands.
Of course.
To finish, the rest of the team is full of superstars. Who could forget the guy who won a championship with Zenit? The guy who played with Leon Save, and last but not least, one of the top 4 players from MEC. Koi, mi amor, you've got this.
Yes, what a crescendo. All right, we'll consider that.
Wow.
We'll consider it. Now, look, you might feel intimidated.
I do.
To top this, but
good luck.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
Please turn
I don't.
page
I did.
15.
Page 15.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Honestly, when you hit 30, you can. I'm not even there, and I can barely see what's on it. All right, look. French team. You speak French.
Un petit peu, ouais.
Un petit peu. On peut continuer comme ça. Okay, hype it up. You're in Paris, you're in the Champs-Élysées. It's a revolution, right? Révolution, that's the... You're in the French regions, right?
Wait.
Leave it. You're leading the party. And go.
I do this for Enzo. For the first time ever, a French team managed to do something unthinkable, admirable, impressive. No one has ever done this before. Not a single full French-speaking roster was able to unite fans all over the world and grab attention of every single one of them. All eyes, tous les yeux, are on Carmen Corps. But pourquoi? You might ask. C'est simple. KC signed the absolute best of the best from the region. I, Mitch, can attest that you won't be able to find.
There aren't many, but keep going.
That you won't be able to find any other French player that I would add to this roster. Not only that, but they would have been cooking strats that are just so fresh, like the freshest fruits you can find at the Parisian fair. C'est délicieux, cantaloupe. Each match is a spectacle. Each gunfight, a thrill. Each tick on the clock, a lifetime. I bow to the genius of KC, as they are truly the VALORANT team of our age.
He's so good.
That was the toughest role I've ever had.
You definitely earned dinner tonight.
Thank you.
That was good. I was impressed. Very hard statements as well.
It was tough.
It's from the heart. They're not hard statements. They are from the heart.
From someone's heart. And I brought them to life.
I, Mitch.
I didn't write this. The script writers, where are they? Bring them out. They've ran away. They've ran.
I wonder why.
As Émile Zola would say, j'accuse. You can turn around and accuse one of the writers of absolute debauchery in what they've written.
I know who handed me that script, but I think I know someone had a hand in writing it. And you will not be forgiven.
You can't speak to corporate like that. I think they'll have an issue with it.
Well, they can have all the issues they want.
Mitch, you don't have to have the same fight with every single person. Right, okay?
You already have enough fights with everybody. Anyways, I think we have a show for ourselves. This is truly the peak of content that will hype up everybody around the world. It's the best region in the world, EMEA. All right. I personally believe there's no better way to hype up a game like that. Wonderfully, masterfully done by all 4 of you today for our matches. K-Corp versus Koi Bea.
Yes.
Our map veto is up. Please help us.
Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. I
At a loss for words. You're crying.
Lost for words after hearing Mitch losing his accent as he began to say the sentence that there was no better French player that he would put. But looking into the map Veto, we see that the first map that is going to be played is going to be Lotus. Any surprises for you, Lothar?
No, not really surprising, but you know, Casey didn't have the best performance on the map against Na'Vi, so
Well, you could say the same about Koi against Giants.
Yeah, I mean, with those two teams, you can say that the performance on almost every map might be a problem, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And we see as the second map is going to be Ascent. Cougar went from banning Ascent the first 2 weeks to actually be the one picking it. And it looks like Koi were thinking that Ascent was going to be a map that was going to be played today. If they do not pick it, then we will pick it. And the last one is going to be Haven. Every single time that I see Icebox out, I'm sad that it might be the last.
So this might actually, you know, for today, this was the last Icebox, but we'll see tomorrow if we're gonna get another one. But I'm actually pretty happy with this map pool because both Lotus and Ascent are the maps that we have seen some improvements from both teams on it, specifically for Carmine Corp.
Yeah, exactly, because these are the two maps that Zage has played. You know, so there's that adaptation that has to come within the team. Also, I bumped into Sense coming out of the room. Actually, they've brought in a mental coach to help them through the transition, and he's a great guy. So
that's pretty cool.
him. Yeah, I think they're taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Like some people thought it was a patch, but they know that it's a decision that they have to live with, and they're making the best out of the situation. So
from what I remember, you said that he was brought in this week.
Yes.
Right. So they're bringing not only a new IGL, but also mental coach.
Yeah,
so,
they're really working onto it.
Yeah, it's like a theme. We have seen BBL really improve their game. We have seen KC change like the entire structure of the team, and although they still struggle a lot, it seems that they are on the upwards trajectory.
So now if we were to focus on Lotus, what is there that we could look through specifically on it? Is there anything we can go in detail?
Of course.
I love details.
We have prepped a small segment for that on the telestrator. Hopefully the iPad will not poof.
It happens.
Smoke
it
bomb.
happens.
This time. All right, so first thing first.
I'm going completely blind on it, but I know what's gonna happen.
No, it's very simple. So first.
I remember.
Carmine Corp, defense on Lotus. This is something that just to paint a picture of how the previous time they played went through. So on defense, I'm gonna mark something very specifically here. Those positions, all of those deaths are happening in the first 40 seconds of the round. And that is an issue.
Yeah, exactly, because they are isolated. As you see, it's not two people going into a duel. No, it's them being isolating themselves on those kills, you know, going and trying to get a fair trade, but obviously their opponents were ready for that.
Yeah, and the thing is, because of Carmine's Corp, all the peaks on this very complicated map, they're opening up the space, right? And now when you consider comparing this to the attack of Koi on this map, this might actually be very punishing towards KC because Koi is super aggressive. This is first 19 seconds, well, let's say 20 seconds of the round. And as you can see, they're not only already on site here on the C and doing executes, they are the fastest team actually in the EMEA when it comes to attack speed on Lotus, but also they're taking aggressively space on every single lane. But the biggest point is which one, Kakuka?
Here on the middle on B, I think that is something that they repeated a lot in the past, and it's something that actually Giants were considering a lot 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, I don't remember. I'm here all the time, but I remember that it was a 13-1. Giants was prepared to a T. Koi did not change much, and we can remember some micro plays doing to try and punish all these players that want to be aggressive on the middle part of the map, which is definitely their favorite. Out of all of the colors, definitely this is the most colored area.
There was one round when I remember called Damenta being pushed with an aftershock
yes,
under the pillars in this area, and essentially they were boxed in and dismantled. But that requires very good coordination from the defenders. Now the question is, K-Corp, are they able to do that on this map?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, why not? I think also the position and the kind of trick here is trying to wait in an off angle and always have a couple of players, you know, being prepared to something that is most likely going to happen. In the heat map, it's even more present.
It's like when it's the heat map, you can literally see, 20 seconds. Yeah, there's a lot of movement towards the B side, something that you don't see with other teams that are playing on Lotus. Right, let's go back to the desk.
That's all.
Thank you very much, friends. I guess that's pretty darn in-depth, and we'll see if that actually plays into Lotus or Map 1 for this series. But it is a rivalry. We have to keep in mind K-Corp bringing in changes, right? They have mental coach to help them also, GL change, yada yada. But Koi have also shipped in fans on top of the Polish fans that are coming and attended in Berlin. That's a massive buff to look out for.
Yeah, exactly. If we think of teams like, for example, Vitality, they've had the Golden Hornets here, and they could definitely tell the support that they were given. So let's see if Koi, for the first time, they feel the same way.
Look, we have like an upward trajectory in attendance as well, but also when it comes to the energy of the fans. I'm super hyped to see that.
We have a
¿Quieres os vamos,
trumpeteer.
Vamos ahí que le reventéis los oídos.
You jam it. And they also have Cougar in here. There we go. It's a massive rivalry between K-Corp and Koi. So how about we introduce them in the Coliseum?
Since the beginning, since the creation of Koi, this match has been hyped.
It is the first time they see each other officially. It's a well-known rivalry.
We will introduce our teams in our mother tongues. This is the showstopper. This is Koi versus K-Corp. El primer jugador en entrar ha brillado en torneos internacionales y busca brillar igual en la VCT EMEA. Trex ya sabe lo que es ser campeón del mundo y busca repetir la misma hazaña. Starkso, la mente pensante detrás de lo que ocurre, el capitán, el abuelo, con Tormenta. Ya nos ilusionó con el BTC y ahora quiere hacer lo mismo con Koi. 6-2. Viene con ganas de reivindicarse y de comerse a todos. El lobo, Wolfen. ¡Au! Y el entrenador, el vikingo encargado de dirigir el barco, Barbar.
Et maintenant, pour le Blue Wall. Jeune rookie de l'équipe, il a fini le game en Ligue française, il a fait enlever des bouches à Sao Paulo, mesdames, messieurs, Chine. Rien que son nom me fait peur aux adversaires, alors imaginez son opérateur à clôturer avant que le jeu existe. Mesdames, messieurs, Nuvera. Des backstage à la lumière, cet homme ne vit pas pour la caméra mais pour la performance, le big brain, le balanettiste, beaucoup de termes pour qualifier cet homme, mais un seul ressort. La force de frappe du Wall. Le roi de la chute, Scrum. Contrairement à ces skins douteux, il a un sheriff game que personne ne peut imiter. Leur cornet, XMS. Et enfin, le coach, le superviseur, le maître d'œuvre, l'omniscient, Boom. But wait, there is more. We have 2 more players to enter into the Coliseum.
You might know who they are. Please welcome
Kamato!
Hell of a time, Kamero and Ibai even joining in here to celebrate with their team in the preparation for a massive rivalry of a matchup. Hell of an entrance. Thank you very much to our announcers, Bebe and Ita, from the Spanish and French broadcast crews. We're all hyped up for this game. It's a big one between our 2 squads, and I think we're pretty darn excited for it. I have to say, I'm getting goosebumps here, Kabuka.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also all the crowd that is going crazy for their teams. It's going to be a very intense one because Koi comes from that first weekend in that win against Navi, and now everything just going downhill. It hasn't been a good week for Spain so far, so we need some victories here, okay?
Well, you know, For which side you would be standing for when it comes to like performance of the match? Would you rather be on Koi's side or KC's side? I don't think you would rather be on either, I'll be honest with you.
I don't think she can say she's not on Koi's side. I think we'll leave it at that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Agent Select is up. Lothar, please guide us through it.
We're probably not going to see many changes when it comes to the compositions from the previous, and so far it looks exactly the same. Zeish, sorry. On the Viper, we have seen.
Well, that is a change.
Wait, what happened? Starks is on the Raze.
Yeah, Coldamenta is going on the Omen. Okay.
So the composition is the same.
Okay.
Yeah, the composition is the same. So essentially, we're gonna have the Raze being picked by
Starkso.
By Starkso, not by Trex.
Exactly.
That's the swap. But the composition stays the same. The question will be, will they have the same plan implemented as they had on the maps before?
You know what? I think that Starkso is feeling the same way that Zeke was feeling, and is feeling the same way that Nuki felt once. It's definitely going to be a hell of a match, and I think that he wants to take that responsibility. We know that he's a very explosive player, and if you give him the freedom and the chances to go crazy, he will.
Yeah. If you remember, Starkso though had some insane moments on the Omen. The clutches that he was doing was...
Never more iconic duo, Starks on an Omen smoke. And a shorty, that's a
I mean, there's also Paranoia TP up close and, you know, jump on the box with a shorty. This stuff is not possible now. Now he's gonna be that in-your-face guy that is gonna be less clutchy and more entry.
They did move away from the Sova as well, right? Because I remember the Coldamenta was playing it against Giants at least, so something that was not working. They want to look for a different approach. Maybe they were, you know, lucky to have K-Corp picking on this map. See if the teams are prepared.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm very looking forward to the Viper from Zeish, actually, when it comes to the prep phase, because in the past, the way that he puts up the walls on the defense were actually helping a little bit to the attackers. And we have seen a little bit of change in that strategy from Liquid, for example. The small adjustments that I've seen in the Viper walls is specifically on A lobby are actually more towards rubble than before. And I hope that those small changes will be now happening as well for KC.
These are small changes within the game itself, but in terms of IGLing and leading within it, K-Corp has had massive changes. Of course, we talked about bringing in help, basically making sure everybody's set together. Will this be enough over the past few days to reflect in the server today?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see it on the server, because we know that they're putting the work as we're seeing, but until we don't see it in action, I think that we need to measure the amount of pressure, well, that we put onto Zeish, because he's not used to playing on a professional level. He was not brought to the team to be on the stage performing and playing against the other teams. So of course it's going to be hard for him. Maybe he's not able to out-aim, you know, players like Shados or Trex, but it's not what he's brought here. I'm also a little bit scared of Screen, because I know that he was not finding exactly what he wanted on the attack, but maybe all of those setups, maybe they're better at setting him to success.
He was actually way more comfortable though with the with Zeish before, right? But that's also like, it cannot be worse than it was in the past, right? That's a very low bar.
Expect great things, Lothar. I don't know what you're talking about. But did you not hear Mitch?
Yeah, I think like Mitch's speech was way more hyped than what we had here in the pit, you know.
Wrote it.
I don't know either, you know. I've
Some genius.
Some Riot script writers.
Yeah, random Rito script writers, you know, they're everywhere. We have seen them every single week in the past. But yeah, there's a theme when it comes to the teams swapping up the best performances of the best performers from or away from the IGL role, right? We have seen this with Zeke in the previous match, we've seen this with Scream, and now I'm thinking like the role swaps that we see in Koi, of course, Coldamenta is still gonna be the IGL, but the Starkso swap is like a big tell in like how the way they approach the game. So this is all interesting, like a meta shift in the teams that is happening right now.
But K-Corp cannot rely on only Scream. Yes, he performs fantastically, but you need somebody else to step up and to set him up properly other than IGL.
There's another, I don't want to say issue, but there's another thing happening in KC's lineup that it has to be addressed. The best opper on that team is Nivera. And typically you would see Scream play on Jet. That's why on Ascent, for example, we see Screenplay Jet, Nivera plays...
He picked up the operator the other day, but just because it was on the floor.
Yeah, but it makes sense because he needs to play the operator, but he plays in a role that is...
right?
Yep, exactly. But he is not being put into the best possible position because of the agent that he plays. Although Omen is not terrible at opping because of the possible reposition with the Shadow Step.
And we know that it was the previous Team Liquid that taught us that it doesn't matter if you're playing on a duelist, you can do not only one but even two operators. I love that sign. I love that sign. ¿Cómo están los máquinas? Vamos, Koi. I saw this guy before, and he is a total beast. We love you. Yeah, we love you.
I'm gonna ask again for the meme, and you're gonna say, "Oh, it's too long."
No,
yeah, exactly. I still don't know what it is.
David Bisbal, who is a Spanish singer, he was. It was a TikTok that went viral, and he was coming out of a concert or something, and some fans were waiting on him to ask for some pictures and autographs, and they were like, "Hey, David," and the first thing that he said was like, "Whoa. Before anything, how you doing?" But in like a very chill way, you know? So it's like it went viral just because it's wholesome that he's been doing this for many years, many years, and still was very human towards the people and was like, yeah, before you ask me for anything, how are you doing? How's your day? Like, you know, in a very bro way.
Is this a reality of Wolf? And they're the #1 voted Bulgarian and rated Bulgarian player in the league. We saw it in VNN earlier today. There's a Wolf scream that goes with it, but is this someone that
doing it in the past? Hey, someone was doing. The Wolf scream.
Whoa, that was terrible. That was the
That wasn't me. That was Kakuka.
I've never done that before that read. I was like, I just need to think like Ulises, like how would he do this? But yeah, we see a smile on Wolfen's face. That has not been the case for previous days. Also, Trek's been very serious. I was talking to Shaders today. He's feeling it. He knows that today is going to be different, and definitely Koi needs it.
But why do you think it would be?
What do you mean why?
Come on.
Because they need to win to make playoffs.
Yeah,
that applies to KC.
It's gonna be rough for the
no, but if you
those matches.
yeah, but if you think about it. Think about something. Koi still hasn't played against Fnatic. That is something that we're going to see next week or in 2 weeks. Is it in 2 weeks? Week 7 or week 6? I can't remember.
For
Fnatic Koi.
Fnatic Koi. It is. Yeah, it's around then.
The
in the next 2 weeks.
Wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. It's moved to the 10th.
On the 10th.
The 7th week.
Yep. So on the 7th week.
So yeah, there's still a long task ahead of them, but just remember that they were the ones to beat Navi, so they still have many chances, you know, to make it to playoffs.
So there you go, something to look forward to also in the future. But as they say, the future is now. We have a massive crowd, and that's something I'm sure Pansy and Hypok will absolutely adore. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you. Certainly a very tantalizing prospect between these two teams. But Mike, I think it's fair to start off by saying these two teams in somewhat scarily similar predicaments. Let's look at Carmine Core to begin with. Obviously that wonderful record. It's a bit dangerous, bit of a drought as of late.
Wonderful record.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
You misspoke slightly.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Wolfrey's on pass.
Koi, however, talk to me. 1
well,
to 3, on paper, I mean, it's looking somewhat similar.
Yeah, this is the thing. You start your season beating Na'Vi, you couldn't ask for a better result.
Sure,
honestly,
it's going well,
you
right?
come out swinging, coming out of the gates like that.
I'm a believer.
But it's they've had problems, man. They have not looked good in a lot of individual map performances. Again, for me, a lot of this falls towards players like Shados and Starzar, unfortunately, because these are the names you look towards, right? Trex also has those performances where he can pop off. Wolfen, unfortunately, has been a little underwhelming, but I think there are other macro issues that have led towards that.
Fans are demanding blood. I mean, on paper, yes, a rivalry, but we have to see the quality stand up to that task here. You look at Coldamenta, you look at Koi, previously called a kingmaker, it rarely failed a roster, made something out of sometimes nothing, but these individual parts yet to come together. And Carmine Core, I mean, plenty of issues, but a new player coming in and maybe a new spark of life to follow up with. However, early information found.
And tentative approach here. Deep progress made actually by Zaysh. Held back by the alarm bot, maybe waiting for it to deactivate. So right now, Wolfen holding down the fort. Again, Koi just very hesitant to overcommit to any peaks here, but pings coming through look as if it might be an aim to split towards B. Wolfen going to take first contact here.
He can't overstep his bounds here, though. Scream is close by and has not been noted. Diligent on the check, but it's Scream to win the fight. So Wolfen's gone down, so middle's not been won out by Koi at all. That pressure hasn't really drawn much else than have to spur on the rest of Koi. They need to look towards that A side. They need to take some control on this map now as the flank is fully open and the map's feeling quite small here.
And Zeish in a position here to backstab Trex. Got to have his head on a swivel. Lots of members of Koi actually retreating back this way through the revolving door, but he might have a chance here.
Oh, the team flash is horrific, comes out of it just fine. Takes down Trex, but could have had maybe a little more impact. But again, first couple of steps on stage, I'll allow him a moment here. But Coldamenta's still going to do well by taking down XMS. Numbers now, a 3v2. Starkso and Shados forced a little further away. Nevera going to find one, and now just Shados. A tap on the spike, he can do very little about this, not at all. Going to find much pressure in the post plant and first converted here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Zeish. I think you see a little bit of frustration on the player cam there. Maybe a miscommunication, I don't know, maybe a mispositioning by Zeish, maybe not relaying exactly when that peak was going to come through, but you've got to argue then with him showing a little bit of early discipline. He was looking for more than one.
It could have been
I think
two.
he was looking to find at least another, some information on a second player maybe, or waiting for that pressure to come back through spawn. But KC on the board here. With early progress made, I'm curious to see how proactive the defense is going to be. Wolfen falling when he did, it looked like it kind of pulled apart that entire early round plan from Koi.
And I'm looking to see if Zeish can keep that sort of impact up. Again, younger player on the stage now stepping in, far less experience, having that good start, even just from the fact he got that flank on in a really nice way after we noted Wolfen had fallen. It worked really well for him. That's a good start.
Also bear in mind that he's coming in to take over the RGL reign. So to have something like that, obviously early on, it's going to be something we're going to expect from KC.
I think purely confidence comes with time with this man as well. It's going to take these rounds. It's going to take feeling secure in this. For this sort of conversion here, you want to see them keep it clean. Again, Carmine Corp have had a plague of issues with either their anti-ecos, their ecos, their economy, plenty of problems that I'm sure everyone is well aware of. You want to see them keep this clean if possible. Now, you've got some threats on the other side, sure. Frenzy with Trex, Starkso with the Sheriff. A couple of classics beyond that, but again, let's see if that composure holds. Another test for Zeish here, and he's going walkabouts. A bit precarious, a little dangerous. Only the Frenzy, and no ability to back away. He is on an island. Yes, there is XMS's, oh my word, utility, but impact bound. Fabulous. Coldamenta and Wolfen once again punished. Utility still in place. Good enough work. Wasn't completely alone, and able to isolate some players, make it a little easier for XMS here.
If anyone, you want to send out the pro being the Frenzy on Zeish, so he's done more than enough there. So XMS going to find one Scream to follow through as well. It's just Starzo left now. The other side of the map. Sheriff in hand. One blast back to work with, but 24 HP being the concern here.
10 seconds left.
I don't think really KC want to give away a consolation at all.
No, if he gets one, you'd still say not the worst in the world. It's Scream to find it. Again, let's kind of look to the new man on the side here. Timing on that was fantastic, kind of filling the space that was left somewhat available over towards C, finding those two players, and the spacing wasn't that bad, actually. XMS able to get back in perfect time.
Sure, and early on here, we want to see Koi address this, because it's been the first two rounds that actually that proactive approach to mound control has actually garnered Zeish a lot of value in terms of the outcome of this round. Sheriff and a Ghost to round out the purchase here for KC, so I'm very happy to see that, Lauren.
Oh, there's a Bucky.
Oh. It's 39.50 in the bank, though.
Still okay,
so we're
still
fine.
okay,
We're fine.
yeah. Hey, look, we take the small victories sometimes. For now, Carmine Corp will be building on these foundations. We will have to note if that backline gets addressed. You can already see an adjustment of utility. Starkso off to a great start, though. Going to find Shin, and that should be somewhat of a goer. Careful now, though. Nevera on the other side. Could do some damage with that Spectre. Scream the danger man with the rifle, though, so note towards him for impact. The rest kind of taking pause for thought. Not the wrong choice here by any means. 5 of them standing, obviously, for Koi. Rifles between all of them, so have to keep that in mind. They do not want to be dropping those, especially anywhere accessible. Doubling back towards C now.
Again, just this one flash indicates that Koi are aware of this progress early on, that just to fish out any closer presence from Carmine Corp, but...
No overreaction, though, to this.
Yeah. That's the peculiar thing, because the Trailblazer invested behind this as well.
And a smoke, this is going to make you worry. This would make you want to pull players, but they're not. They're staying steadfast here, Carmine Corp. 3 players still on this.
Nevera and Scream still up towards, well, back towards A site.
If only they could get a little confirmation of this, but there's no pressure being seen by XMS. Actually really sells this Scream. Good for it, fantastic. Catch on the cross, Starkso's got down and another. Scream, massive impact. Nevera's still unnoticed.
should find as well.
Oh, this is huge from Carmine Core. Keeping composure in the most tough scenarios. Shados and Trex are now worried. They've got a 2v2. It's not impossible, but time is a huge element now. 13 seconds and Scream's on the site. He's looking for his next victim. 8 seconds now. The flash too deep. Scream's ready for it. And now it's all on Trex in the 1v2. Finds one, but time is everything in this game. And he is running dangerously low on it. And they just need to live. Incredible work from Carmine Core. Love that call. No overreaction to the utility. Mike, that was amazing.
Yeah, remaining in control of the tempo here. Koi attempting to plant some kind of doubt towards C-side. Scream in such a disgusting position
That
as well.
angle, watching the cross.
You see Starzo, again, he's cleared that close angle up towards the top of rope, but I'm actually curious where the paint show ended up going there, because it looked as if it was going to do a ton of damage towards Shados, I believe, as he went for that plant.
Oh my God, a smile.
Oh my God, PM smiling.
He's smiling.
He's smiling. All is right in the world again.
And for Koi, I'm looking at potentially early timeouts as well, because this will be a frustrating one. Because on paper, yes, an equal result, but mentally, this is looking a little bit of a different KC here. It's early days, I'm not getting ahead of myself.
It's round 4.
It's round 4. The hopium is hitting hard.
I mean, to be fair, obviously the result versus Na'Vi, it was already, at this point, we're looking for just kind of measurable improvements.
Yes.
For KC. Will that be from a macro standpoint? Well, I'm curious here, actually. Colomento's walked up so close. Flash comes through now, going to confirm presence.
Yeah, it's actually still here, though. This actually isn't a bad position at all. He should be set up for some big success if he doesn't overstay his welcome. Good damage, needs Shin to come in with a little bit more pressure here. It's with Fee, and actually, yeah, a little too messy. A 3v2 and a rifle still with Trek, so certainly not out of the woods just yet. Nevera quick to it, though, and no plant to be had just yet. Shados had to slip away towards door. Makes his way back towards the site, uncontested, no threat, no challenge on it. That's the threat, though. Scream gonna take the space. Nevera on the other side, herding them together, not even needing it, but taking the round nonetheless. Clean work from Carmine Core, 3 standing.
I'm curious, it looks like a stunner's caught Coldamenta inside that poison orb there, so very peculiar. Speaking of peculiar, we have a tech pause. I know we did have a little bit of a delay getting into game. I'm curious if that is the same issue once again.
I do see the admin and a similar PC, so might need a second or two for this one. But let's kind of recap what we've seen and kind of take stock of everything that's gone on thus far, because I think it's a fair assessment to say the tone feels different with KC in these early couple of rounds. But
yeah, and just to touch on that as well, coming into this matchup today, my eyes go towards Koi. Honestly, the pressure lies on Koi with where their performance has been. And like I said, in isolated incidents, and we look at it on a map-by-map basis, not necessarily the overall record, because it's easy to look at them and say, hey, you're sitting at 1 and 3, and it's not looked great,
That's
right?
not brilliant.
For me, the pressure here lies on actually you come in with a slightly different approach in terms of composition, a little bit of a role switch up.
Okay.
If you can't come in and beat KC the way they've been performing, and then with this massive change of Zaysh coming in, yeah, that's kind
Alarm bells.
Yeah, that's like DEFCON 4. Like
it's getting up there.
Exactly. Yeah. So already with this start here, KC looking very comfortable in scenarios that they're not really being tested just yet. And Carmine Core have crumbled under the pressure, right? When teams like Liquid have looked to bully them, have looked to really run
through them.
Yeah, exactly. Capitalize on that I guess lack of comfort that they've had across any map, to be honest. So for me, I'm looking at Koi. Like, they're under the spotlight today.
And it's such a weird, I guess if you bookmark the 2 times, when we first saw them against Na'Vi, you thought, oh, this makes perfect sense. You look at the roster piece by piece. Let's say you're able to activate Starkster, right? You get him there. Maybe Wolfen's having a good game. He's feeling comfortable. A couple of different aspects actually line up. This team, on paper, is super dangerous for Koi. Incredible individuals, but never quite able to bring it all together in the right time. So, but at the start, felt right with Na'Vi. However, obviously, we know how it's gone since then. And it looks like those issues have been somewhat resolved. So we'll get to dive back in. 4-0 if you're just tuning in. Carmine Core with a new addition, actually looking pretty tasty here. So by coming back out, though, Koi with another good attempt.
That's Zaysh with a very early Viper's Pit in round 5. Be able to lock off B site, at least the exterior for the time being. XMS only has 1 nanoswarm invested here. So again, with this Viper's Pit shown early, you've almost got to anticipate that there might be a quick pivot towards one of the sites, but not really playing. Okay, invested the second one up towards default now. Thanks, observers. They heard me.
Always listening. Creepy observers. But this could be interesting. They've started to somewhat explore over towards A with the lack of presence shown, but there is a countermeasure here in the form of Trex. So how much do they know? Okay, should be both players actually. Nevera did get spotted and obviously able to find Scream there, so should be pretty telling, but this is still all leading towards C. So we have to see how this holds up. Starkzo first one in. Wolfen by side.
Curious time to pop the anti-plant Nano Swarm that's on side, to be honest, but let's wait and see how that actually pans out. Beautiful opener from Shin. What is that, a third on top?
The third didn't even look like it was on, but it absolutely was. Trex and Coldamenta left in tatters. Felt like it was almost a plant was destined, and it's far from it. Now left, the walking wounded. An attempt made by Trex, but Carmine Core up to the task. Mike, talk me through that round, because it felt like it looked quite good for that C-take.
Yeah, it did, and at the point where we're kind of leaving that up and playing a retake setup, that's why I was questioning the investment, or at least popping of the second molly there to...
Yeah.
This is beautiful from Shin, though. The adjustment here, like I said, the third didn't even look like it was possible, but still commits to the spray, controls it.
Big energy being brought to the side from him, though. Like to see it. A fresh face, young blood coming through, just kind of pump it up. Because that team has been in absolute abject misery.
Yeah.
To get someone just to come in right off the break, right off the start, comes in and totally turns around the attitude. And now look at the other side. Dejected, looking a little rough for, worse for wear really here. And it's the right time to hit that timeout button.
And I think one of the things as well, Koi had the biggest problems in that result versus Giants of actually getting themselves into a comfortable post plant. That seemed to be, the other big issue being their inability to find favorable opening engagements. Sure. I mean, I don't even know the numbers, but the series was 1 out basically in converting 5v4s. So that's something Koi definitely need to kind of have addressed with, obviously Starzo picking up the raise here, and already it's kind of concerning to see that not really put into action just yet.
No, haven't seen it. And again, sad thing for me, a huge fan of Starzo. When he's on, he is a treat to watch.
He's nuts, yeah.
One of the players that can really just pull out magic. But
these are the two we always talk about. Do we see the Gambit Shados, the Ascend Starzo?
What pedigree? As said, the individuals on that side have incredible history, but for now, big different look here, actually. What a switch up from Carmine Core, taking masses of the space towards a deep utility to take that fight.
I love this straight out of the timeout as well. When they're anticipating Koi switching things up, addressing another area of the map. Wolfen actually retrieve the orb here, so one off that lockdown. A chance here to maybe head over towards orb.
Scout destroyed.
I want to see if they can stay calm in this, though. It's very easy to get a little ahead of yourself if you are Carmine Core in this and overdo it a little bit, overcook it. XMS going to be popping the turret down towards C now.
Well, I'm looking for one of these rounds to like I said, do the thing we were talking about, test Carmine Core, right? Put him under pressure, because at the minute, it just seems really comfortable for them. This might be the one here, but again, towards C site, you're going to give it up. You're going to play, obviously, towards a retake.
And they're so unfazed by Trex trying to pull attention towards A. They seem so indifferent to it. Did not keep what they wanted there. The lockdown is going to come in, and it looks like she wants to play ahead of that, actually, and what a punish! Starzo gets caught, slacking a little bit in that one, tried to get away from it, not going to happen. Wolfen moving up into the space, but not having anywhere near as much impact as they wanted with this one. Trex this time will find his value, though. A late piece coming back through on middle. It's Wolfen to find Nevera, and finally, a little bit of success for the Koi side.
Let's hear who's going to be the first point of contact. Shin looking to get in nice and quick, but Zeiss actually with a very late position here.
Is there a flashback up for Trex? Oh, he's been found even ahead of it. Okay. So not going to find what he wanted out of that by any means.
1 second here for the flash.
There it is, got to go now, and it delivers. Okay, Shin going to isolate Wolfen, needs a follow-up, gets a follow-up. Shin's trying to make a damn good go of this, but XMS, where are you in all of this? You left him go alone, and now it just feels a little too late in the day. A valid attempt, but it all falls to pieces. Shados could have just played the time if he fancied, and unfortunate. You've got to say on the other side of things, Shin made a damn good go of that.
At the point at which you find it first, stack up. I mean, Shin's gone over and above the Call of Duty here to actually find the second. Spacing not ideal. I mean, this is heartbreaking for Scream. You can see him just caught. Looking to retreat back out of B side. Beautiful opener here from Shin. Yeah, the spacing just not there. I mean, look at the minimap.
Where is XMS?
Yeah, I think it came down to Giants were kind of 5 out of 7 successful retakes when actually Koi managed to get the spike down. And again, we're looking for those comfortable ones where it's, you know, a 5v5 or a 4v4.
Operator. I think you came up with a nice name for that, didn't you?
Maybe.
You're not ready to commit to it yet?
Oh, well, yeah, no, it's not.
No, it absolutely isn't. Navarra going to find Sarso, who's been having a nightmare of a game so far. But Trex is on towards the site. Little hindered though. Shit! What a shot! This guy, this young talent we've been looking at, even from their dark days, is still looking hot in this game. Now Caldermenter and Wolfen, where are you? Okay, Spike's not down. They do have sight, but they just have no space. They want to find a kill, and Shin is your best opportunity. But this guy has been damn good, and he still is. Flash ready, but everyone's there. Wow, what a performance from the young man.
We saw glimmers of this at lock-in with Shin. He was one of the standout players for me. Even in, you know, Carmine Core's performance overall in Sao Paulo, Shin was one of the shining stars. So good to see him actually pick that back up once again. And we did see, obviously, dabbling with the Gecko a little bit. We didn't see too much magic there, but when he's on, man. And kind of present in every single one of these rounds, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Baba not happy now. And it's broken the back of the money. Koi having that touch of success. Navarra, careful now. Not alone in this either, actually. It does have some support. Scream not able to get away. So Saxo will get the punish. Is that rifle recoverable?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely is. Okay, so that's now Guardian and Phantom to hand, but the rest still looking for anything they can find.
Zesh controlling so deep outside his sight as well. He's not even playing kind of an anchor position. He's ready to take very early contact.
Oh, he's one of these.
He's one of them. I'm watching some Nats VODs.
There's Mel. Classic Mel free camp. And he's been rewarded. One already ahead though, Shados. Well, it wasn't actually Shados, it was Caldermenter to get it. And I mean, the one bonus to being that deep, you can at least get a rotation in, maybe in time. Shin does get there, but not before the spike's gonna go down, so can't really deny that one.
Spike planted.
Strawberries, I don't even think we'll be able to close the gap far enough. The heal will come through. Shados will be topped off a little bit. And actually now they've got the Odin, they're in a position to wallbang this.
Yeah, this is actually pretty nasty, unless something goes terribly wrong, but...
Flash here for Shin.
Flash and Paranoia did both hit. I think at least the Flash did. Paranoia didn't. Trex overwhelmed, and now it's on Caldermenter, who wasn't sat with them. The smoke in play now makes it a problem. He has no idea what's going on the other side. They could be on that for all he knows. He had to respond accordingly. And the time is fine.
It's unlucky there for Caldermenter. He has to commit at some point to spamming onto that. He tried to leave it as late as he could, but the smoke time in placement won that out. Again, the Odin almost being their own demise there with that setup. Again, it's Shin to find a flash. I don't even think he found the kill initially, but at least set up for that retake towards Tree. Oh, it wasn't to find the kill on Shados yet. XMS to clean things up out there.
The coach, I just...
I mean, I usually enjoy bar POV, but...
I'm on the other side this time.
I'm in for PM POV, to be honest.
Gosh.
He's had a rough few weeks.
He has.
It's good to see him smiling.
Yeah. Oh, Navarra, this is ridiculously dangerous, but seems so composed. Somehow gonna punish Wolfen and just get away.
He's been watching Red Guard VODs.
Oh, not gonna find the second one though, but they now gotta be on red alert, right? This is danger time of what?
Big adjustment from Starzo there.
Yeah, how did he even get to Navarra at the back of sight? Okay, brilliant. To post it down that far. Starzo now actually has a bit of an opportunity to take a fight. Maybe a favorable one, finally. Maybe not. Screams on the case, and now the spike's gone down. The spam's there. Starzo the only one. And he made such a good start to things, but it does not matter. Carmine Core. Who is this team?
Looking very well drilled in such a short period of time as well. Again, coming into this matchup, I'm going to argue much better chances at obviously coming out and having a favorable performance, but an 8-1 scoreline here in the first half. got to be very concerning for Koi. It just threads the needle there, able to... Now Odin again doing work.
Actually,
there's a couple of angles where it just becomes so easy to deny those default plants, either of them, over towards C site. And yeah, Koi pumping the brakes because there's been very few positives really to take away from some of these round losses.
Their entries have been spotty at best, inconsistent, hard to find. A couple of times, yes, they've gone into a post plant, but even then, it feels like it's 2v4s, very hard to even then hold on to, make much of a fight out of. I don't know how they're going to overhaul this, because I haven't seen Carmine Core look like this. So again, a tricky question. If you're going to pose it to Koi, how are you meant to adjust against a team that looks totally different? Again, one player change coming through, and it's done wonders for them. Absolutely worked out some of those kinks that have been really holding them back, and I think we've all been on this journey together seeing it.
And yeah, just to touch on obviously a point I was making earlier, I think it was 2 First Bloods overall in that 31 scoreline versus Giants. Again, their inability to take comfortable opening fights, particularly obviously on the attack, was really their demise. Like I said, at that point, you can't really even argue, yeah, can we get into a post plant and a 4v5? No, because they're always going to have numbers advantage. They can just play retake on all 3 sides.
Comfy. 8-1 now. Back in we go.
Vera looking to get very aggressive here. See the momentum starting to build for them.
This was Carmine Core's choice, though. So again, have to wonder how much work they've been able to put in for the full best of 3.
A strange purchase on the right side of your screen as well as a Stinger here on Trex and
cover going out.
A couple of rifles, but Wolfen and Trex both bringing across 1,000 credits, so and trying to make the most of this financial situation. It's not great, to be honest. There's no real best decision to make in this scenario, especially this scoreline, but a ton of utility invested here, but Nevera able to slip away.
How's he gone away from that? I thought he was dead to rights. The flash, dog, all of it there. Pressure.
I mean, that's a ton of utility drawn out with no reward so early on. I mean, what have they got? They've got deep rubble control. That's it.
What's the next step? Because you're going to be working a little light then towards the site. Still got some pieces to play with. Shadows, yes, still has a fair amount of utility. Coldamenta cycling through his. I think that next smoke just about to be going down, but yeah, looking like a split towards B, but there's 3 players again here. They're in the right place for this one. Sarkto takes a brave step forward, does not get rewarded for it. Scream, blind, sends it, rewarded. Trex gone, trade there. Wolfen succeeding. Finally, something going their way. Lockdown going to come in, but it looks like there's a challenger for it. It's XMS, and it's a follow-up as well. Carmine Core shattering Koi again.
And this is one of the rounds I'm looking towards. With obviously Zay stepping in, I'm looking towards kind of those reactionary decisions. The mid-rounding that becomes very, very important. Here, the collapse is perfect from Carmine Core. I mean, there's no stone left unturned. Nevera comes through at the perfect time to pinch on the outside. And this is a reactionary lockdown. I mean, does he get caught by the Trailblazer as well? Does the Trailblazer, the flash, and the fault line? There's so much sent towards Nevera there.
It's purely like sweet relief, you know what I mean?
For our post-series, I'm just going to need to see kind of PM.
Yeah,
just a highlight reel of him.
Please. This man has been through it. And you noted the buy in the previous round. Well, this has gone from bad to worse, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, call the previous a half buy. We're doing the same here, I guess, to make sure that round 12 is as protected as possible.
Ugh.
Another Viper's Pit invested here from Zaysh.
Look at it.
Yeah, a lot of control from that. I mean, it forces a very uncomfortable plant, even if Koi decides to commit to this and
have to back away.
Yeah.
And it's quite nice, though, because I love the reaction on the other side of the map. They're actually working around this. Before, we've noted Carmine Core not potentially moving off the back of the benefits they'd get, given themselves, and seeing Nevera take a little bit of space here, making it tricky. That flash is highly indicative they've fallen away from this A piece. They can then maybe hit a rotation around this. It looks like B's the place to be. Shin again. What a man to put forward. He has been miraculous, but Scream's on the case. Shot from Coldamenta. Scream's gone down, but it's Nevera to succeed. And they're still finding pressure. Every single fight is going their way. Wolfen needs nothing short of a miracle here. Spike is in a very bad position. He wants 1v1s. Do they give him it? Absolutely not. Zaysh is there, and it's 10-1. They've made double digits. Carmine Core putting out a statement. This is looking like a new team here.
Dare I say it, it's looking like another 13-1. To be quite honest with you. You see exactly how the ultimates lie here. Again, noting the Rolling Thunder being invested here on a lesser purchase. When things aren't going your way, you've got to question some of those investments at the end of the half. And Baba looking like, yeah, just get over and done with at this point.
But we have to be realistic that they won't have this ability across the board on all maps. So it could actually be a full best-of-3 series. We could see them faltering potentially on Ascent, which is Koi's map, which I'd like to see.
Hang on, Carmine Core took Na'Vi the distance in regulation on Ascent.
Okay, you know what? Fair play.
That's the concerning thing. Look at it here. You come in with this veto and you look at it and you go, okay, yeah, we'll cut Carmine Core a little bit of slack, but this is the best it's going to be for you.
You're absolutely right. 10-1 now. We wait. Looks like the right read again, though. Presence on C. A little push up from Shin as well.
Caution here.
Where do they go? Trying to draw that attention back towards A, but...
Look how deep this Trailblazers in, but
they've been disciplined, I guess, trying to deal with Zeish there or Nevera. But again, even if you get that, the flash, it's not selling much.
I mean, Trex now comes across to join the C-side hit with no utility other than the heal. The Seekers, yes, but what's it going to tell you? It's going to be sent in towards side.
Nevera, this is so... the shorty, come on. He barely got back in time, barely able to put out the paranoia, but no one there to benefit off the room that Starzo tried to take. Trex gets punished. Nevera still holding. That's 3 huge kills. And Shados and Wolfen, what are you going to do? Absolutely nothing. Carmine Core with a near-on flawless first half.
I mean, yeah, give it to them. It felt as close to flawless as we've ever seen from Carmine Core, to be honest with you. Beautiful stuff from them. And Koi, dare I say, they're scratching their heads? I hope not. With how some of those rounds are played out, these mistakes continue to happen for them.
I would be incredibly nervous if I'm Koi now. That was a rude awakening. You can see the frustration on the players' faces. It's been a horrific half for them. Not much more to really say about the matter. They've barely gotten into the matchup, Mike. It feels like they were somewhat flat from the start. Carmine Core somewhat over-delivering, I think, in a fantastic way, seeing some of those issues somewhat adjusted.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we didn't get too many examples of what I have my eyes on, which is Zeish in terms of the mid-rounding, in terms of that leadership now taking away from Scream. But again, it was a positive overall.
Absolutely, I'm all aboard. I can't wait to see what they look like going forward. We still have a second half to go, be it potentially short. It should be wrapped up, I'd say, but again, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we actually have an interview down the stage with Milos and one of the Polish fans.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much, friends. We are in the Coliseum, and we have some special guests. We're in between some Polish fans. Give it up! There you go. Very much in here in the Coliseum. Of course, we're joined by Zeke from Heretics today. I know, rough day, start of it, but now you're here between the fans. How did that feel?
It feels amazing. Like, what can I say? You know, the whole trip to here, like, feels crazy. Like, I don't think any country so far pulled this off. They're the first making histories in the first VCT.
Poland is definitely on another level when it comes to fans, so I completely understand that's happened. And that has happened thanks to you and many others in the community. Please introduce yourself for everybody out there.
I'm Christian. I'm doing things. Like, basically, my company, Polish Esports League, was responsible to organize the whole trip to Berlin. We are also the operator of VALORANT Challengers is Search and VALORANT is United, so yeah, all the things we are doing are the full community, and I'm happy that we did another one.
It was amazing to see all of you today, and we're going to continue with it. But how long did it take to get from Poland to here? Because you were all leaving from Warsaw, right?
Yeah, it was like 6-7 hours by bus, something like this.
Was it good to have his face on it?
Like, it's always great to like see his face in person. To be honest, like we know each other with Zeke and Patrick for a long time, and we obviously treat ourselves like a brother. And it's just super nice feeling. Just this echo is killing me. But to be honest, like all the people in Poland were living their triumph in the VCT Champions 2021, and it's amazing to just see them on scene again.
We are back into game, please. Pansy High Park, take it away.
Thank you, and yeah, certainly more than just a fan out there.
I was going to say, Zeke, hopefully the biggest Polish fan.
Yeah. But no, you're absolutely right. There is some, I don't know, there's something in the Polish water. Turns out some incredible players. As we stand, though, it's 11-1 if you're just tuning in. The scoreline's not incorrect. It is in favour to Carmine Core. They are looking much better.
Don't adjust your monitors.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Barracks this time did not die. But all is well, unless you're a Koi fan. Then you're a little worried here. But let's see if they can make a go of this or if it's just going to be a formality.
Zace barreling onto site here, spacing a little questionable on this, and actually Koi finding all the kills, just leaving XMS and Scream now. Round on site, Trek's going to find it, as if it might be a flawless response here in the pistol round. And absolutely is. Stars 0 for 3.
There we go.
So you want to see them, approach it. Don't want to repeat that scoreline once again. Get themselves on the board here, but mountains to climb here in the second half, Lauren. And lots to address here.
New half, new me, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fresh. Coming in, feeling good.
It's parfait.
I was about to say, really, I was just like going through it in my head.
After Tom.
Yeah, brilliant start there. Nice little confidence booster for Stark. So after having a bit of a rough start on the first half, maybe this half will be a bit better, but straight onto the Vandal as well. So no messing around here. I guess you can't really pull many punches when you're sat with 2 rounds.
Again, you almost at this point, you want everyone to buy up, really ride the Bulldogs as long as you can early on. And those rifle rounds can become a little worrying, especially if you take casualties early on. So I'm just going to try and get Scream a couple of orbs here, him towards that showstopper. In that regard, Starzo in that head-to-head way ahead of him in terms of progress. Actually, posted up fairly deep outside A, but no exploration on the side of Carmine Core yet. Going to spot that out.
Yeah, they're just taking the top, picking up all those old orbs. And I give Scream the best opportunity he can. And really for Koi, they're not fancying fighting for it this time around. Just going to let that happen. Now smoke going to come in. That's going to be very telling. Meantime, we have the dog coming out as well towards B. Clears, does not see much, but there's no commitment behind this. So wondering where they will eventually end here for Carmine Core.
At this point, even just, pulling things out like the paranoia, forcing a couple of repurchases, if we can get some damage towards the weaponry or the shields at least, it'll be a big bonus.
Okay, they actually pulled the rotation here. This isn't bad at all. Just from that pain shell coming out from Scream. They pulled the 4 players now. Flash will note Starkzo's position too. Oh, actually they beat him on the cross too.
It's a ton of damage as well.
And there was already a player pushing up towards Heaven. This is actually quite nasty. Shin, I don't mind this. Again, you're trying to get a little cheeky with you've got classics, bits and pieces at least.
XMS is going to have first contact on the rope here as well.
Turns to Flash. This is fine. Shin, nah, Starkzo too quick for that. Kept it in mind. Flash going to follow. It's actually not what he quite wanted there. Spots Nevera at the very least, but Trex has found XMS. Can any of these players make an impact? Not going to happen. Clean stuff in the end. Got a little dangerous, but across the finish line in fine form. 5 standing, no threats to be had.
Sure, and obviously Trex got to assume he's going to try and get at least a rifle in the form of a Bulldog or a Guardian. I'm not even sure where we'll sit here. Yeah, we'll have comfortably get the Mandel purchase, actually. Only Starzo notable ultimate progress so far. You know, Scream coming into the buy round, no boom bot, and it's on the back of that purchase in the previous. 3 light shields to round things out. Boy, look as if they want to get aggressive both on B and C here towards Mound. And outside with this fault line, maybe Condimenta just faking the TP a little bit, trying to pull some form of peek out.
Well, they really want to clear over towards C.
Yeah,
no one's here. But the amount of utility they've invested just to clear that, and look at the response from Carmine Core, it's very quick towards A.
Well, the other thing is look at Trex's position. I was about to say, an opportunity for him to be swung on by 2 or 3 members of Carmine Core.
Really unfavorable fight. The rifle does get filtered back through, but Scream wants to challenge and wins the fight. And now this is when you're starting to sweat, you're starting to get nervous. Goldamenta, Shados, and Wolfen, how much damage can you do? Because you're in pure damage control now. You can't really give up rounds. It'd be 12 for Carmine Core. Got 5 to fight against. Even if just trading effectively, it goes your way. Koi, what can you make happen with these 3? Still some util to play with, but look at this. This post plant's nasty. The paranoia is great. It's going to catch one. That's going to be Wolfen sent away. More time being bought, and they're just finding nothing here.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, have to come through. Wolfen will find the opener. Shin with the fast response, though. Yeah, Koi are locked out of this site right now.
There's still utility in hand too. Even just a flash, a couple more seconds is huge when the time is ticking so quickly. This is going to be 12 for Carmine Core. Koi can do nothing but sit and watch here. Yeah, a little punish on Navarra, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Needs to give it up. Zeiss is the one to get it too. Yeah. Carmine Core making it to 12. 3 standing, 3 rifles, not a problem by any means.
Plenty of opportunities to close this out as well. And actually forcing a full repurchase. So even here, you got to say, it becomes more and more difficult for Koi. Or even coming into, looking at the minimap there, it's only Shin to swing onto that. Looking at the position, I was thinking, yeah, maybe a couple of people are going to be able to swing from the right side as well, but...
Man, why you pick me, bro? Why you pick me, bro?
I think
damn, you love to see that energy on stage.
Bring it. Like, if you're willing to come out on that record and then just give it large on your first big win, potentially. Oof, it's brave.
That's a curse right there.
I'm down for it, I don't mind. Not a biased caster, Mike, unlike you. I know you're the biggest Carmine Core fan. Sorry to curse your favourite team.
Left the building.
He'll be watching on his phone somewhere, knowing him. 12-3 though, and Koi, well, the first couple of rounds weren't bad, but...
I mean, the saving grace being they have a showstopper. But again, with the financial position they're in, that's something you potentially want to rely on if you don't get a clean victory here for Koi.
They can backfill off the back of the flash. I guess the only thing is that Starkso's still watching this. Yeah, okay. Kept them entertained towards Zay here, potentially. They've kept 2 players here, which I actually quite like.
Won't note Starzo, though.
But they're going for a C hit. Now, yes, the utility will be there, but no one's present. So they should have some access to this.
Navarra TP straight past
Head of it. Really nice.
Completely mitigating him, but he's dropped the spike.
And Wolfen's now on the site. This is when problems start to get a little bit more vicious. Wolfen still doing well, but a 3v3. Site now in challenge. Is Zeish to drop, and that's the spike now down again. Trex looking like he's getting pressured. He is. Shin, fantastic timing. Catching Trex in no man's land. There's the ult being popped, but there's Coldamenta. And now Shin in a 1v2. Not going to happen. Starkso going to make sure of that. Almost overdoing it, but he'll take it nonetheless. Koi staying alive for another go of things.
I see, actually, if there's an opportunity for some purchase to come through.
Yeah.
That's where you do get worried when you look at Carmine Core.
They've got rounds to play with.
Yeah,
I'll let them have this one.
Plenty of opportunities to close this out.
I will be devastated when...
I might cry.
The curse has begun. It's okay. They've got rounds, Michael.
Scream Sport. He's force.
He's really bought.
Yeah, he's bought.
It's not like a little buy, it's a big buy.
He's got showstopper though. Good. He's got that to rely on.
Just when you think things are getting better, you know, you've worked through your issues, you've started to communicate better, and then suddenly those old habits start happening again. They're leaving their socks out, they're not putting it away. It's a big gap, you know? Yeah. And you know what, Koi haven't been looking out of this world.
Not worried.
You know, why are you sweating a bit?
No. It's hot in here. It's hot in here.
Yeah, okay.
Koi are backed all the way towards A site though. Concern being Trex only has a Guardian. It's looking as if he might be the first point of contact if Carmine Core do drift that way, but the site's set towards B.
All right.
And actually with Shados and Starzo there, a little bit of a blender here in terms of the utility investment. But actually, the Seekers have pulled them away. They're not set up for this fault line. The paint shell's going to force Starzo back as well.
Okay, so this should be site taken and it should be a plant. Does Scream get any value off this? From space taken alone, yes, but I'm wondering if he can get a kill off it. No, that's fine because they've also got this. Viper's Pit going down.
This is
huge. It's a huge problem.
Zeish has a shorty as well.
Oh dear, Scream's made a meal of it though. He's gone down. The gateway, the floodgates may open, but look who's backfilling the Shin. So good for one, but Trex is there with a quick trade. Ult gonna come down now. That's gonna maybe make this a bit of a bigger problem. 3 now standing. Navarra, Zeish, and XMS. What can you do with this? Right now, absolutely nothing. Trex is done with this madness. He wants this one to carry on forward. Zeish can only get one. Defuse can continue. A valid attempt, but it ain't gonna happen now.
Yeah, Carmine Core looked to invest here to try and secure us the showstopper and the Viper's Pit thrown into this round. Come through Scream. Not sure what it will be able to scrape together.
Oh, quite a lot.
I mean, like I said, found the space. It's unfortunate Carmine Core can't convert this, but...
I actually quite like the attempt.
An attempt was made, yeah. The position towards door was what looks concerning there. Again, with the weaponry, just throw everyone in the Viper's pit. Maybe leave one outside, but try and make use of that decay as much as possible. Or at least, you know, a single focused effort towards one side of it. Vera's got to be very careful. This is a commonly spammed spot. And actually, the grand reveal will favor him. Shrek's good for the trade, though.
Wow, kind of surprised he got away with that. Wolfen now, red alert, worried, but he's fighting with a pack of players, apparently. There's so many here with him. Those who go through, and Shados is hunting this down. There is a player ahead of that, though. XMS could cause problems. There's actually 3 players here. Scream's still going to find one. That Shados going down. Hold on. It's a 3v3. 2 rifles, Zeish and XMS. Scream's going to actually get one to hand now. Back up to almost a full buy, mate.
XMS has got lockdown as well. Wolfen too, so they could cancel each other out, but... Actually an opportunity here for Carmine Core. If they draw Wolfen's out, this is huge.
I don't think he knows how close they are to the site.
Potential's going to... Does it catch? No, it doesn't.
Okay, so that's still going to continue forward. Carmichael, what are you going to do about this? You either fight or you...
They're getting detained.
Flight. You got to go here. Zeish tries to deal with it, but... well... I feel knives might be drawn soon. Hello, buddies.
Oh.
It wasn't pretty.
No.
But it gets the job done.
It gets the job done.
Yeah. 3 alive, Mike. 6 rounds. How's the money looking? Where we at? Still okay. I don't worry until it's like...
what do we say? It's never really a comeback until you're at like 9 or 10 rounds.
See, I normally say...
So, we put this in the replays? He knows as well.
Yeah, he's like, ooh, wasn't
he
me,
knows what we saw.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, when do I... See, because like in other games where it's like MR 15, I say like 10 is actually a comeback. But it's different here, because the economy works very differently. It's like that big round that hits. It's like...
Yeah, for sure, because at this point you're almost thinking, well, this is where you then talk about the investments of some ultimates in rounds like that, the lockdown, the showstopper previously for Starzo.
Because you then have that snowball round, right?
Yeah, you don't get that opportunity of when your ult cycle actually completes and everyone has everything. At that point, if you've got another team that's scrambling to throw in to try and secure rounds with their ultimates, then you have a massive advantage. So we're not going to have that here for Koi. Carmine Core definitely needs to get a grip on this, because...
I'll say 8.
Okay.
I'll go for 8.
I'm already worried. I
don't want number 7.
I'm going to put it out there.
I gave it 8. Because we always say this, right? We always say it, and then they just win the next round, and it's like, it's all right.
I mean, at some point, I might have to go down to the stage and just unbind the B key for Scream.
You can only
Because
get
that's what starts getting really worrying.
Yes, yes. You will be called a hater when they just win 1 round. You know that, right?
It's brought down to 500.
Oh. Someone check on Sliggy and Sideshow. I repeat. Oh.
Actually doing a ton of damage there, but Scream actually secures it on the back of maybe Zeish's decay, but he gets the assist there, but the wallbang was perfect from him.
See, that's why you buy a rifle. Oh dear, Cordamenta.
He's found a ton of space.
This could be great, or it could be terrible. Let's find out which way it goes. Cordamenta, he's going to see a lot in like 3, 2, 1. It's great. It's 2 big kills. Zeish still trades it. Okay, 3v3. What do they have? They've picked up the rifle, and now they're barreling through towards C. There is no other utility in the way of this. Zeish is alone, though. He's so far ahead, he has to pump the brakes.
And Nevera's over towards A. I think he's going to try and bait some presence here because he has his TP.
He's got TP, yeah.
But unfortunately, he's not going to get it. 40 seconds left here.
Did the flash catch? I don't know if it did. It was sent over the waterfall.
Nevera's actually got a weapon. That's huge.
How much space can he get? Towards the stairs, maybe? Does he? Yeah. But if Trex then goes CT, if he goes up towards heaven, they kind of just like miss each other, right? The value's somewhat lost.
Yeah, there's a lack of information on both sides here.
And there's been no follow-up towards C, so you do start getting paranoid. The timing just feels weird now. How much can he do? No flash. So there it is, spike scene. Scene, 13 seconds. Yes, and the lockdown as well. Oh, what's Nevera doing?
Yeah. This is very strange.
XMS
He's got to take space off this lockdown. He has to push
1v3,
forwards.
you need one. Need to start with one and then maybe isolate the other two, but they're not giving him anything. They're playing as a 3. They're making this very difficult. They still have some util to play with too. Wolfen still has the turret, a couple of bits and pieces. He's got the chance!
Oh no!
And he's got 2! Oh, XMS! Nothing short of a miracle, and it gets granted!
Oh my word! That's how it ends for Koi. I mean, thank God for that. With the investment once again of the lockdown, XMS able to clutch that out on a 1v3. Like I said, he had to take space, but a beautiful way to open that up. And actually reveals his position, puts the alarm bot down. They hear the nano swarm come down, even to confirm that he's still up there. But able to isolate all 3. I mean, overall, let's come back to the positives. Yes, that looked much better overall for Carmine Core.
Yes.
A little rocky in the second half, but a win's a win. We take those.
Sigh of relief to an extent. So we might now have a bit of a series on our hands. That was their map choice though, so this is now Koi with an opportunity to answer back in kinds, but you noted, no slouches here, decent recent results. That's a mouthful. I have been told there are breaks ready, so I'm going to stop talking and we're going to head down there and we're going to hear from the desk in just a sec.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
I don't think we can believe it either, but yes, welcome back to the desk. K-Corp look like they come from another planet. It's a completely different roster in their performance in the server. Kakuka, you look shaken. Do you need a minute?
Incroyable. Did K-Corp just 11-1.5?
There were definitely no cantaloupes there, you know, no melons. So it's actually very, very funny that Willie made a telestrator all about the positions of K-Corp's devs during the defense, the first openings, right? They were OV peeking a lot of the angles, they were OV peeking essentially into the zone of the opponents, and now we see K-Corp that looks like a totally different team. They're playing deep in sides, they're waiting for contact, they're not inting. Okay, there was one round on short where Scream just went, I could mine and I die, I guess, you know?
Yeah,
Last round with a counter in 2.
Even though there's something that they could have prepared for, but you know, we saw Zage going on the lurk, getting the kills, playing the Odin, playing the Ares. He knows that he's not going to out-aim these people, but listen, with those guns, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to get the one-taps. He was playing to the best of his abilities, actually taking very aggressive position. He was feeling himself. I think that we were seeing it all over.
You know what's funny is that I spoke with a few pro players when it comes to Lotus meta, and Odin's will take over. And I'm actually very
He learned
serious
from the
about it.
best. We saw it last week, well, 2 weeks ago with Fnatic, and he was like, yeah, this.
There's gonna be more and more Odin and Ares, I guess, to some degree being used on that A area, tree area as well. But I just wanted to speak a little bit about Shin, because in the past, we didn't see him perform that great.
Yes.
He was also struggling on split with the Gecko. He felt very, let's say, constrained in the way he was playing. He had this pattern that wasn't really efficient. He was trying to like min-max the utility from Gecko, and because of that, he was just being very, very strict in the way he played. Here, as a Sky, he felt the freedom of how he can play the game, and that ended up with multi-kills from him.
I think that the difference is feeling like a tool, like he was used before, and now he's literally one more of the players on the team. He has the freedom when he wants. He can still support the team because it's still on his DNA. I was not, you know, I'm not sure I'm saying this, but I like what I saw from KC. Also on the other side, looking at this map, when you have just one controller, look at the effect that it has. We were talking about the early duels, the KC getting the kills and actually managing to leave. Sometimes it's thanks to having that Viper and having that wall that Nivera was able to TP back, to just have that freedom, something that Koi was never going to have. Still, we look at the attack, we saw some of the old tendencies, I'm just gonna call them old now, from K-Corp. Scream buying on those rounds, and then on the next one, when everybody has a full buy, he goes with the Sheriff. You know, those kind of things still need some polish, and you know, they need to get across the finish line, you know.
Look, they just swapped the mindset when they crossed the line, you know? It's half, okay, now we end, now we go old KC.
The way to close it, you know, 1v3, like, it has a K-Corp.
Yeah, but the Killjoy lockdown that got 2 of them when they were rotating, like, everyone sees the counter, and it's like, yeah, there's no way you're gonna get out of the range, so what's now? Oh, I guess we die, you know? But in that final round, XMS announced his position
with alarm.
With the alarm bot, with the nanoswarm. I think Hypak was also pointing that out. And yet, still, Koi just went all together without watching the angle that the utility was used from. So that was very peculiar.
And one thing on top of it, because you're thinking, yeah, the players looked like they couldn't believe what was going on. There was a moment where one of the players was screaming, why are you peeking? Why would you peek that?
Yeah, wait, that's me in ranked.
That's in every review that I've been able to watch from you at this point, Lothar. But also, the coaches were going wild in the back room because they couldn't believe what was going on. We have some clips of it too. And I feel for Baba because the man was just... how ready he is, he couldn't contain the whole time. So, what's going on? What's going on?
I like
wait.
Coach is going crazy, and PM just sits there and just...
like, yeah.
He's just smiling. I love when he goes in his hands up and being like, what is going on? He's like, he's just happy. You think that, you know, Barbara is actually doing a tough work here, tough task to hold all of his emotions. We know how Barbara is. He's just getting mad at things, but at least his microphone is not down. On the other side, PM is just watching. His mouse out. We lost this one. It's okay.
I'm very happy we don't have the footage of PM here to compare from the last weeks, because when they were losing a lot of the games, PM was like really a different man. He was sitting here like very emotionally drained, you know, and you can see how the entire team
The emptiness in his eyes.
Everything just exploded in the blink of an eye. Just the swap of the IGL role from Scream not only enabled Scream but also enabled the entire team. Everyone is in a better spot with just that one change. And I want to reiterate, that's not on New Zera. That's the thing that swapped in the entire team, not a fault of one player.
And when he goes like this, and literally is like, you know, when we're doing vote review, I don't have anything negative to say about this round. Good job, everybody.
That's when you know you've done your bit as a coach in that case. And one thing I have to say, because you're talking about players that really stood out, Rivera, again, you talked about this main up player, but he comes in and really makes it work.
Yeah, this is actually something that this round here, you can see the setup that they're playing off contact of turret on the Killjoy on the side, and then the Paranoia stops the entire push, and their players are in the position when they just literally are caught in the crossfire. Not only utility, but also the weapons, and then the smoke essentially separates the attackers into two teams, and that is easier to dismantle as the defender. That is not something that we have seen from KC in the past. That is something that they got better at, and even though those are pretty easy setups to see in general in gameplay, but again, I want to reiterate what I said before, those setups were absent in the previous KC iteration.
Yeah, and Koi looked a little bit disoriented when they were trying to do those entrances, just because Cougar had their plan so up to the meter. They knew exactly what piece of utility was after the other one, who was speaking, who was following.
It's the Mitch game. It's the Mitch meta. This is all Mitch's fault.
What flavor was this?
This is the IGL flavor.
There was Scream.
IGL.
The IGL
Scream.
Very well done. You know what?
Very well done. Very well done.
I know Mitch is somewhere cackling in the back, but again, we'll focus on map number 2, Ascent in this case. Koi's pick. We'll see if they're able to come back in this series. K-Corp really handing them here on Lotus. Any surprises that we expect? We're going to talk about that in detail with Lothar over on the telestration.
I'm going to walk down to the telestrator because we actually didn't anticipate that Ascent is going to pop up in today's map video. But before we go into this map, remember that the KC team only played Ascent one time with Zeish, and that was with Zeish on KO. Now, when it comes to Koi, they actually played it 3 times, and there's a lot of data. So I wanted to bring up the very standard but very impactful for the game positioning of the Killjoy utility. So on mid here, you're gonna see the Alamo bots in dozens being used here. And why is this important is because when KC is doing the attack, they're actually absent from the mid area in the first, let's say, cycle, which is 40 seconds of the round, because typically they attack through A or B. So this Alamo bot on mid from Koi has actually instrumental value for the defenses. So one of the win conditions for KC attack will be destroying that Alamo bot in the early stages of the game, so they can actually proceed for the A and B splits. Now, will we see that? I'm not sure. We'll see. And one of my favorite things would be to just have any kind of lineups from the beginning of the game to destroy that location of the Alamo bot on Pizza, but that requires very flexible Sovas or KOs or even Vipers, but probably we're not going to see that today on Ascent from any of those teams.
Well, that's the question. Koi, we have more data on it on the team, as you pointed out, Lothar, but how do we even incorporate KC's performance in a map 1? It seems like things have changed into this second map that now maybe this completely destroys any stats we've had, Kaguka.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? We're talking about a K-Corp that last week played against Na'Vi. Na'Vi picked this map onto them, and the score ended up in a 13-11.
It's pretty good.
Not only that, it ended at 13-11, but KC lost first 5 rounds of the first half and first 4 rounds of the second one. Think about that.
Yeah, it's you know, losing the bonus, losing a little bit, you know, things that we cannot put onto them, as in not being able to adapt onto Na'Vi. But Zenith was pretty shut down in some of the occasions, and it could have perfectly been a win for them. So it is scary. It is a prospect that, you know, could definitely swap things around. But Koi has decided to go for this map. You know, they've decided to put things kind of easy for K-Corp.
You would expect Koi then to have a game plan, because we are getting into agent select, and yeah, honestly, after that first map, you got to reset. Lothar, please guide us through it. Let's see, maybe we get some surprises.
Well, let's see what's happening on the KC side first. So we're gonna have Scream on Jet, so the same composition as before, I'm assuming. Zeish also on Chaos, so no changes so far. On Koi's side, we have Coldamenta on Sova, so also no changes. Shadows on that Killjoy that I was mentioning during the Telestrator.
Wasn't Kolda on the Omen and Starkso on the Fade? I think we're seeing some swaps around here, moving to something more straightforward to what we need.
And but Wolfen's still again on the Jet. So in general, this is actually, wait. There's a small change. No, for KC, it still has Shin on Fade. So this is like the fourth composition for Koi that they're running here. This is like so weird third one.
Yeah, because Kolda goes on the Sova. We know that he's comfortable with that. I think that I love Starkso here playing on the Omen. We know what he's capable of. We were talking about it during the first map. So I think him moving back, he has a lot of experience playing the Omen here. I don't think that he was finding the success that he wanted on the Fade, and Trex staying on the KO. I think is the right call for Koi.
Yeah, it's the composition that they played 1 week though. So unfortunately, I don't have the data isolated for just that one game to see how they played it exactly in that point. But they had this exact composition being played in the past. We know though that KC played this composition last week when we have been watching them, and I'm not sure if you guys remember in the pre-show. I actually broke down one of the rounds when they were taking aggressive stance on mid and A main. That's something that I'll be assuming KC will be doing a lot, because of the way that they just have to play aggressively on Ascend. They cannot just play off contact like they played on Lotus.
Yeah.
The map is built differently.
Let's mention the mental as well. It's not only that K-Corp is coming from a win, especially after that 11-1. We're talking about they're starting on the defense, and XMS, who was on that round that we had the Telestrator on. If he has a map, just like the last round that he played on Lotus, he's gonna have the game of a lifetime.
And he also plays, let's just say, a unmovable object on B.
Yes.
That's something that we also have seen as a change in his behavior with Zeish now in the team. I feel like he's more comfortable as that sentinel role on the B side. He's playing more withdrawn on the backside of B in the boathouse, and we have seen also the support flashes through the retakes. Like all of that makes it, let's say, more coherent for KC's defense. And after the Lotus performance, I'll be honest with you, like I'm looking forward to Ascend and how they are able to iron out the problems that they had in the previous one, because you know, against Na'Vi, they just entered the pistol rounds and the follow-ups, the bonus rounds, and still was very close. So against Koi, it should be much easier.
So the potential is definitely there for K-Corp. They have it because we talked about it with Na'Vi last week. They have it today because we saw them on map 1. I feel that this is a bit more pressure on Koi in comparison, because you get your socks rocked off on map 1 like that. You got to be recoiling back.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, you know that when you pick this map, the most likely thing to happen is that your opponent will decide to start on the defense. We know how so many teams have been struggling to adapt and overcome that attacking side. They know that they will start here. They cannot, and possibly there's something that they kind of were mentally misguided on Lotus, because we were seeing the glimpses of what the defense could have been. But we never got there just by having that 11-1 half. There's not much room to work with, is there?
I still can't believe we have seen 11-1 half by KC. Like, just coming here to this match, I wasn't expecting much, right? Yeah, but my expectations were super low, and I'm positively surprised, like really positively surprised. And I'm certain that Koi is just in shock. Like, I didn't see that coming at all.
PM was definitely in shock also on the KC side. But what do you do at this point?
I think Barbar was more in shock.
Yeah, what do you do at that point as a coach when you have to pull your players back and you have to calm yourself down in that case? Because we saw his reaction, how emotional he was throughout the game. Are you calling yourself and tell the players, okay, we have to rework this, please stay in with me?
The thing is that they have been in this position before. We're talking about two teams that had their first encounter in which they won 2-0, so they didn't lose a map, and they haven't won a single map since then.
Yeah.
So Cougar just picked a win, and when we think about the mental side for Koi, they haven't really been there to recover themselves time after losing that map 1. So of course it's not good news.
You're also fighting to try to get out into a playoffs position. This is something that's weighing heavily on both of these teams. And if we're looking at it objectively, just purely off of the standings, the two teams are, well, they are some of the ones in those bottom 4. Koi at 7th, KC at 10th. It is an upset that we're looking at potentially.
These are the games that matter the most because there are some of them with, let's call them bigger opponents that you're kind of expected to lose. But let's not only think about the 6 teams that will make it to playoffs. We also need to think about LCQ that is also there. Just, you know, imagine you do not make it to Tokyo, you do not make it to Masters. It's not the end of the year. You need to keep working. You need to think of that last chance qualifier that could or could not happen for you.
Yeah, that's actually going to be rough.
I don't think, I might be mistaken, but I think that you cannot even change players or anything else. I think that they
No, it's locked in, if I'm not mistaken.
Locked in, yeah. So, you know.
All right, I guess we still have a lot of questions that we want to answer. Maybe we'll get to see more of it in-game. KC, can they take a 2-0 and break everybody's minds, or will it be a reversal for map 3? Please, Fancy
Special sideshow.
Take it away. Poor man.
Yeah, it's certainly an entertaining prospect, at least, of if we see this closed out potentially in 2, can it go the distance? There's certainly been some indicators that show this actually could be a good map.
Yeah, big indicators. And obviously the one that sticks out is actually scoreline. Yes, they nearly actually sucker punched Na'Vi and took a cent from it. There was still some glaring issues, I guess, overall in terms of some of the setups to get towards some executes. They looked a little sloppy. The mid-rounding was a bit concerned, but Na'Vi is actually a team that excels in that regard.
That's true.
What standard do we hold Carmine Core to in that head-to-head, I guess? Coming over, I guess, towards Koi, the pressure's now on. For me, like I said, the pressure was on them today to get things going on map 1. Now your back's against the wall. You're about to drop 2-0 to KC.
And you said you wanted it a clean game.
Yeah.
If you wanted a recovery from the likes of Koi.
Well, that's gone now.
It is. That's completely removed. We are ready for map 2. Koi against Carmine Core, and the map 1, well, it felt like a long time in the making for Carmine Core, but it looked fabulous once it started. Now we see if it can continue here. This is Koi's choice, however. This is their map of safety. I wonder if that's going to stay true.
And talking pressure, for me, a lot of it lies on Wolf, and obviously the previous performance kind of stands out. I think 5 kills overall. It was something like 5 and 20 previously, but again, it's easy to criticize, but also it's the lack of space gained off his kill to death ratio. I was going to say a weird exchange there. Cordamenta eating a ton of damage there at the choke point.
They're down to 38 so early on. I guess at least staying alive, that's something, but a little rough for him.
Curious here whether or not we're just pausing for Starzo's smokes to reset. Again, sort of like half an investment here in terms of some of the utility, but no commitment towards sight. As I say, Shin not going to expect that close angle. Wolfen finally closes out. The scream good for 2 in response.
Certainly is, and they still haven't discovered XMS. Nope, now they do, and it's still too late in the day for it. The already damaged Cordamenta will be swiftly pushed aside on B main. And that spike just around the corner, making Shados' life near on impossible. Brutal scenario, and oh, hello, Tommy. What an unfortunate time to meet you here. Yeah, 1-0 to Carmine Core, kicking things off well, and a rocky start for Wolf. And if you're looking for a little bit of redemption here.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, the bigger issue being there is what kind of happens for Koi to half invest that utility, not commit to it, because then we get this weird kind of stalemate in the mid-round where we already know Cordamenta taking a ton of damage. There's then some key pieces of utility missing for this execute. It's, I think that's probably why we see the frustration here. Again, yeah, it doesn't feel comfortable if something like Cordamenta taking that much damage happens even before you get through the choke point, but if you semi-committed, especially in the pistol rounds, it's so hard to swing that back in your favor without just, 2 kills or something to open up a sight.
Working against the odds from the very rip. Now, looks like a similar scene. This time around you can note Shados top mid. That's about the only adjustment really. Again, maybe get the ult orb, which they've already achieved. That's gone on towards Coldamenta. Gotta be a bit cautious now. And there's the first real commitment to a fight here. One making it out towards middle, the other three still held behind that Marshall. They're not going to overstay his welcome.
Two pistols here in the hands of Zaysh and Scream. Yeah, curious actually to see if, I guess the level of operator play on the Jet comes through. Again, been a topic of discussion with him flexing back onto duelists, I guess. But no rifle here for Carmine Court.
No, relatively conservative purchase. It's going to be Zaysh who's got the vast majority of this on his plate. They do check on him, and actually we'll get him on the trade, so he's now been removed. But Navera holding well, so not going to find the easiest of access. Navera having a good old time here, lining him up, knocking him down. You do like to see that man with a sniper in hand, looking very good. 2 for Carmine Court now. Operators out. And is it really on Scream?
It is on Scream, and it's quite early on. Again, around this purchase, you'd hope to see a couple more rifles across this purchase, but again, we'll see exactly how they end up. Again, does feel a little uncomfortable when you're bringing in, you know, an SMG in, maybe even a player. Yes, a player still down on a Sheriff. And Scream, I guess, operates most comfortable when he's only left with about 900 credits anyway.
I hate it, by the way, just to put it out there into the world. Not a fan of Scream on operators. The man is far too talented with everything else. But maybe.
But this is the thing, you play a Jet, there is a requirement in some rounds to have that, particularly on a map like Ascent, where it is so easy to control the defensive half if you have a proactive Jet operator player.
It just feels like it's not in his blood. You've got Navera, who is incredibly talented at it. But we'll wait and see. Proof's in the pudding, isn't it? Again, full buy against them here. And it isn't Aileen. Already going to have Wolfen on the side. Trex to follow. Starkzo's there. A little bit of chip damage. Actually, none of it actually landing a little bit onto Trex, but barely anything to write home about. So Plant yet to go down. Trex cautious about this yet. Really not wanting to commit. Zaysh has now fallen, so it might be the time to get that Plant going. They are ready to challenge this quite quickly, though.
I'll say whether or not actually the decision here is to put Scream towards the back and hope for them to find some entry back onto the side, but it's a comfortable hold, or at least looks like that initially for Koi. Yeah, expect Scream to drift away and maybe a couple of other members of KC to look for some exits, do some damage, force a repurchase or two. Did actually catch that, yeah. Wolfen got to be careful now. He's stuck in a weird position. Navera will punish.
Any more? They've already made it out towards main,
yeah.
So I think what they've got is what they're going to be left with. So there shouldn't be any further threat to life here. 4 rifles will be in hand. Get this one over and done with. Question marks in Sliggy's chat. And the operator's still in play. So have to see how that comes through. Again, no impact on the first round here. A bit in play, and here we go. Here we go. Tell me about it, Michael.
There's 2 of them now.
They are brothers.
Let's see Navera by the operator, see if he commits to it.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Well,
double ops, Mike.
Yeah, double op. It's great for Ascent.
Lovely map for it.
Mm-hmm. One of them's got a hit.
I mean, Chin, good position for this. Bit dangerous, but actually decides against it. There we go. Which brother benefits first? It does look like you're going to have at least a challenge on Scream here. Back in we go. Any challenges? It's a risky fight to take for Wolfen. One shot just rattled off from Cat, and it's Scream. There we go. Draws the first blood with it. Going to find Shados. Neron baited in from the sound of the operator, maybe from the other side of the map, but now fully aware there are 2 in play.
And even here to see Shin swinging off the turret as well. It's a ton of information to Koi, so that's why it's crucial that Scream actually gets that kill.
Okay, second real shot for him here. This is a big opportunity with that operator.
Was that a tag?
I'm not certain.
I mean, Trex and Wolfen down. Didn't know that beforehand.
Not sure. Could be. Yeah, taking over mid, looking a little bit scared to progress. And now a very bold look towards CT. Scream. Another miss coming in. Have you pinned down? They're going to try and make this opportunity to lean towards A, pinch towards the A side. Up towards Cat, no success there for them though. Starkso gets held, and that's the spike held back. Bit of a clear from Nevera, not going to work his way at all. Zaysh now called upon. They're trying to deal with him quickly because they have to. They want that spike, and they ain't going to be getting it. Carmine Core, not bad at all.
And they had to retrieve the second operator, though, all the way up towards
far.
window. No, not going to be able to get there. Again, this is, it's been a long time since we've had to discuss it, but it's such a drain on the economy.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I prefer that. It being cycled out here. Scream getting a little closer to the Blade Storm as well.
Honestly, didn't do terribly.
No.
He was played in a fair amount.
Hey, if they're going to stay in control of this defensive half and they've got the benefit of the finances, I'm absolutely fine with it.
Yeah, not bad by any means. Again, I'm quite the critic to it, and I'll put myself out there for it. I think he's far too talented elsewhere, but he did not look out of sorts. He handled what he needed to. It was okay. Now, speaking of Blade Storm, Wolfen does have his, so that is going to be popped this round. How's the buy looking beyond that? Okay, Cold Menta, a little bit of an issue, but Nevera sitting deep towards Wine.
And this is the sort of situation, just to note as well, when it's the Omen on the operator, that reposition becomes so much more difficult. And look at the spacing between him and a teammate here. The Aldron's going to spot him.
So
he still gets one.
I love watching this man on this weapon though. But now he's in danger. Can he even get out in time? He's praying the Zaysh can keep him safe. And he has done. TP's away. And not even that far either. Just towards that first box. They're still holding this beautiful work for that first pick. Timing it right off the back of the Aldro. Neron ignoring it. Focusing on Wolfen. Perfect play. And now resetting this round.
Remove really the punch to any execute that Koi are going to have available to them. Screams reposition here.
From one brother to another.
Little off angle. Goldman gets a ton of damage off, but comes out worse.
And Nevera playing over by Dice now. Flash is good though. Forcing him away. Gonna remove that first opportunity for him. Gotta be careful now. Being baited with, toyed with. Says, screw it. I want blood. Starkso goes down, but the trade is there for Trex. So they're not out of the woods just yet, but he's done serious damage. Two big picks. Zaysh now on the case. Stunning shot. Denies the split through Cat. And with 13 seconds, you gotta give it up. Trex is out of there. The operator should be able to be brought back in hand. It has been. Now we filtered through. Carmine Court looking quite robust.
You got to give credit to this man, Zaysh. Again, a number of situations on map one as well. I know we saw some positives last week, but particularly here today has looked so solid. And that's a lot to ask of a person like this to step into this roster when they were down so bad.
Yes. Yeah, incredibly difficult. And you got to say, you're walking into what could have been an absolute nightmare, and he's really turned things around for them. Again here, just keeping that control on Cat was fantastic, really took the wind out of Koi's sails.
And this is why it's key as well to see him in some of these situations, particularly on map one, to see him as like that flex secondary controller. He's able to really control the rounds and relay that information, which is key in terms of him stepping into the RGL role as well. Particularly here, if we do see a lengthy attacking half, having him to set up screen, that's something I've definitely got my eye on.
How many times do we want to see that done? I mean, you saw glimmers of what it could be at times when you roll your mind back to even like Liquid days when you had Soulcast having a great game.
Soulcast alongside Scream,
on the
sky,
playing him in, and you were thinking, bloody hell, what a duo there. But obviously the inconsistencies hit, and that became an issue unto itself. But even outside of that, you think that's always been the potential. You want to see that realized, actualized.
Yeah, and even thinking, if anybody did read Scream's tweet, again, how much he's actually investing in terms of trust towards Zaysh to actually deliver from that. So that's a huge positive as well. We've talked about some of the composition changes the last few weeks from Carmine Core and this overall stigma that seems to be breaking now of we don't believe in duelists. To have someone now step in and be able to lead that from a different aspect is definitely a positive.
Again, it is very difficult to go against a mentality that someone so iconic can have sometimes, but they seem to have found a nice balance so far. It's working. We'll see if it continues. Again, the best way to prove that it works is to have it in the results itself, and we have so far. This round is mostly on the back of Trex here, maintaining that Vandal into this round. Nevera going to continue with the operator this time, showing his presence over towards B main, and does back out there. Ooh.
Wolfen does find the opener here. Rifle should be cycled across. No smoke to retrieve it. Actually, Starzo does have one available, but it will be the Cloudburst to get that away. So yeah, something to work with here.
But I don't mind that from Scream. I wonder if he gets a little more interested.
But this should be
Audacious.
showing the double operator so early on. Actually, it kind of throws off a lot of the early rounds for Koi. It's if they have this financial position, do we see the double operator again?
Oh, it always
So even seeing Navera early here, it's not like a big
You're
red
not
flag.
100% sure. Yeah. Okay, gonna pop the ult on the way in. This does then put them on a little bit of a back foot here. Wolfen is
so
down
low.
so low. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Scream's gonna back away, try and catch on with the spam. Let's get to keep his life. Spike will be planted though. Don't think anything's gonna deny that, but all players are here. No one wants to invest for Carmine Core to maybe make this more difficult. So Koi gonna stack 3, kind of backside, tracks a little further forward and 1 towards Wine. So plenty of positions, but again, keep in mind the weaponry. Yes, they recovered that rifle, but it's on Wolfen with 8 HP, so very difficult to bring in. Trex bring anything to motion? Not really. Here we go. This is going to be the first real attempt. The utility does facilitate the drop. That's going to be Scream now down. Does not find the connection on the site he was looking for. And Navera has to respect this. Can he get out with his life or does he get hunted down? It looks like they want to get out of there themselves. They found some fantastic upgrades. All making it out with rifles. Koi finally finding a little bit of something, but Navera's got to be careful here. They are not far away from this.
So Trex, I don't think wants to break the door. Just to draw a peek out of Navera or to post up on an angle at all. Let's round again. Zaysh unfortunately giving away a freebie there. There was no second player to really bolster that hold towards A main.
There it
a
is.
Beautiful shot from Wolfen as well.
Really
Again,
nice.
placement of the smoke, very obscure. Not sure if that was planned or what, but Zaysh happy to post up and explore outside it and punished for it.
Thrifty conversion. Wonder how this affects Carmine Core as well. Again, the mental yet to be really tested in this. That first map was fantastic. Yes, it got a little dicey on that comeback potential. But here we now see a good purchase with Koi. It looks like a very clear-cut piece towards B. Pacey for sure, but Navera gets unchecked on. How is he still standing? Shorty! Ready to go, Navera! How is he alive? 70 HP, still standing, finally falls! And Shados gets a shot through the smoke, like no one's there. But it is a 3v2. Coldamentor and Shados, they have yet to clear XMS. They seem aware of the position, but he actually maintains mostly unaffected. Messe and Shados finds it.
The flash from Zaysh was actually perfect as well for one member. We'll pop the null command here. Scream very early on this flank.
No plant down either, so they've got a little bit of time to maybe test where they want to play this, how they want to play this.
I mean, that's a problem, though. They're going to be so close to punish, potentially, this first tap of the spike. Coldamentor desperately trying to bait something for Shados to swing off, but he's just going to get punished.
Yeah, spike at the back of Bowhouse, and actually Shados winning against Scream now. Hold on. 1v1, both full HP, though. Utility still to play for Shados here. 40 seconds as well. He's got time for this. How does Zaysh handle it? So much pressure on the new player's shoulders. And Shados getting proactive, roll back the years. This man used to be a monster. Somewhat got tamed, hunted, and quelled. Turret now going up. Another tap in the spike. No peek. Zaysh getting closer. Has to try and handle this.
That doesn't even spot towards stairs, but 8 seconds for the knife to come back up.
Okay, turret. Okay, position now. Seen. 8 bullets to play with. Lockdown. It's going to force his hand forward. Shados, you've toyed with him. You teased with him. And now he's going to push you. Zaysh is there. What a round from him again. Calm, composed, but Shados giving up opportunities.
Wow. And again, the investment of the lockdown as well. And this is where you really question the null command gets popped. And I think that's what makes Koi reconsider the plant. They don't want to then be in a 2v1 situation. Coldamentor stuck trying to commit to the plant. They're trying to bait out a peek whilst the null command is on, but Carmine Core, they walk the line. Play this perfectly.
Understand.
This is outrageous that he lives this long. He's tagged as well, by the way. He's revealed the entire time. Again, the paranoia gets sent. I know a cloudburst gets posted, and yeah, that is a frustrating round. A very frustrating round.
So
the
that's why
cloudburst comes down, I think, from Wolfen. Okay, well, we're off to a quick start once again.
Yeah, last time around there was Navera there, but this time around they're just going brute force and ignorance, maybe? I don't know. We'll see if it works out. Yes, still one towards the back of Boathouse. That's going to be XMS. Wolfen looking to isolate that. XMS already taking some damage, though. Smoke's still in place, and Shados is connected. That's both big players now who are trying to dedicate themselves to the site. Gone. Scream's been revealed as well. He's being hunted. Wolfen's on the case. And Wolfen looks... Oh, no! Wolfen makes a meal of it. I thought he had that every day of the week, but apparently not. A 3v3. This time plant is in. Shados unnoted.
Surely he's got to be checked here. If the Prowler doesn't, somebody has to hold it. The flash is beautiful from Trex.
That was stunning. Timing could not have been better. Shados, a second attempt made. Zeish again gets a better in barrel. Scene. Trex succeeds. And now Scream. Operator and 11 HP. Does have the knives out as well. I think he's feeling it's time to back away from this though. Trex and Starks are a lot to get past and he's being given no chances at it. Does he get an exit? Oh, the timing. Yeah, not going to find much on that. Scream needs to get away. Wants to keep that operator in play. And a good conversion there for Koi. It felt just run it at him, see what sticks.
It felt like they were just going to run it down B again. The problem being XMS, you noted, takes a little bit of damage and his utils burn up so early on. Based on, I think, the reaction to...
They're pushing.
Oh my God, they're rushing me.
they're all here.
Yeah, very strange TP as well from Navera. Awkward engagement here. The Scream comes out on top of, but he takes a ton of damage as well. I was saying, I think actually the intention is to full clear B main there, but credit to Trex. That flash set Shados in motion.
All right, Scream on the operator this time, able to bring it through. Noting 2 players. He is on the A site, which is actually where they're currently looking towards now. Whether or not they continue towards that, we'll see. But those splits up Cat have been pretty brutal. They've been depending on them, and Zeish did well to handle it before. This time, obviously, the purchase not there, but operator is on the right side.
He's actually an orthodox angle here, but Scream shift walking it.
This is so dangerous. I mean, he's been actually rewarded and doesn't get punished. XMS finds Wolfen, and they have got to be seething at this. Sarkso trying to get in towards the side a little bit here, but Scream backed away fine. He's sitting pretty comfortable. XMS tries to make something of it, but it's Scream again. Big damage, switching it out. Now down to 2, Coldamenta and Starkso. No plant yet again. Now we wait. Oh, and Starkso's position's revealed. Wait, he got screamed with that by sheer accident. The Prowler came in, he takes it out, he took down one with him. Okay, oh, lovely reposition from Starzo. Coldamenta waiting for these players to show towards heaven. You still have that operator, you still have the Sheriff. How much can they do? It's all down to 1 now. Starzo, 41 HP, shit on the other side. Solo, he's got him! How has it happened? Diffuse gonna come through. Devastating round for Koi.
What a fumble. This comes, I think it's the operator, a shorty, and a couple of pistols in this round for Carmine Court. Scream, again, dancing with death on
How
that
did he
peak
get away
towards
with
A
that?
main.
This. They were steps away, Mike, steps away.
But it's like XMS is perfect for the initial repeak, and you're not even expecting him to get a kill there. It's like, hey, create some pressure. You know, make sure the Scream can retreat towards a deeper angle or something. But Carmine Court follow through on that, and that's a big flip. Like I said, in terms of the investment there, a huge round to win. And Koi forcing into this. I mean, a pistol in the hands of Coldamenta, Wolfen, no armor, and a rifle. They haven't really got the ultimates to complement this.
They didn't see who just shot that operator. Yes, you could maybe figure it out, but they are back in play with 2 of them. Scream and Navera. This makes it very difficult to handle.
I mean, this is one of the rounds where you're hoping Koi then go back to, okay, cool, we're going to W key a site.
Yes.
But they're not going to know.
How would they, you could make maybe a good guess. That's about it.
Especially if they continue with Scream being the aggro opper and Navera posted on these deep angles, then.
Because that's the thing, Navera was never that like super flashy, in your face. But if Scream finds his confidence with this weapon, it's quite a scary prospect. Gonna find the first Wolfen's been bullied around this map, really not having those entries that he'd like, not having that impact that I'm sure he'd want. Now patrolling by the stairs, Scream could hold that push through from Market, already maybe reading those intentions, and yet do they notice? Do they figure it out now? They've got to. That's the double operator in play. There's no way that Scream had made it around there that fast. Now, do they continue on this path?
30 seconds
left. And Starzo here.
Ooh, good timing on that paranoia.
Actually, I was going to say, Navera's catch is better, but Coldamenta there for the punish. XMS got to be careful now.
Both ops gone.
Say, it doesn't get caught on the lurk yet. Spike still committed now, will be planted on A.
Spike planted.
And luckily, Shados backs away. He was looking for this backstab. I was looking curious of whether or not XMS would fall there. But he does have the lockdown. Shin has his ultimate as well. So decent position here, but they need to make time while Shados is off site.
Last player standing.
Drifting out through heaven, wasn't going to get it done. Trex was all too aware, it felt. Maybe hunt out XMS. Trying to slip away quietly. If Starzo continues.
He's so paranoid of this lurk. Like I said, nearly caught by Shados on the retreat, so just a total lack of information for him, and Starzo actually going to seal the deal. He'll be able to retrieve the operator. Two off the Blade Storm as well. Nevera actually going to get back onto it. Yeah, it's just, I mean, Coldament has done really well to find that.
It's a lovely shot from him. So I thought the Paranoid was actually going to catch both of them on short, if I'm honest, but no. Managing to get one. I love the way Barbell's just talking to himself at this point. Like, just so you know.
Screaming into the echo chamber.
Just into the abyss. Nothing's there. No one's talking back. It's just getting those feelings out. Pump the
I got to say though, we're having a similar issue, and I noticed this coming into, well, before map 1 had started, particularly on Lotus. Koi's inability to comfortably take opening engagement is a recurring trend now. And with Wolfen stepping back onto the duelist, you then can't really blame like those, you know, players in particular roles. This is an overall problem for Koi.
Which is, it's so weird to me, because I always feel like Coldament has been so good at kind of facilitating good approaches, but again,
resort back to like vanilla Valorant, just an owl drone to clear space for your jet to follow up. You then have a flash layered behind it if anybody swings once the owl drone expires. We're not seeing those basics from Koi.
Simplistic, yeah. And
which against a double operator,
it works very well.
If you do that and play trades, there's no way that an operator's going to find more than one kill.
Yeah, you got to assume you can trade.
But we're not seeing this death balling. Again, credit to XMS, who today already has had a couple of huge rounds individually. But he's usually the one that it's him or Shin that's kind of, you know, that second layer to some of these operator setups. But I'm not seeing the approach from Koi.
No. Caution does need to be aired here. There is threat to this round, that mostly being Nevera. He is dedicated towards A, and the vast majority of, as we noted, Koi leading around towards that B site. High flash, good swing. Nah, they didn't get blinded anywhere near enough for that one.
They actually try and time the utility here as well, giving Koi as many bits of utility to shoot at and try and make use of that flash. But unfortunately, I think Shados looks up towards the reveal and doesn't actually catch the full effect of the flash.
Oh, Shin's in danger. Nice. Again, counter flash isn't bad at all. Sage will go down here. They have been slowed down because of this, though, so they can't really get too far ahead. Slingshot back. Yeah, but none of the Sheriff's really finding anywhere to find damage. So nicely handled by Koi so far. Can't really fault much of it. Clean enough. Couple of attempts from Carmine Core to make it a little bit of a problem, but again, in Nevera's mind, he's not committed to this one. If they weren't coming A, he's probably not going to be leaving it.
Nah.
And on the other side, really, for XMS, there's not much more to be done.
Yeah.
5 alive ain't bad, though.
I mean, actually, here, you look at whether our Coldamenta can get one more orb. Again, opportunity to retrieve one early on in the next round, but well, he goes hunting for a kill here. Down to 450, but plenty of funds to spread across the board.
Here we go.
But that'd be huge to have at the start of the next round.
Delete it.
Well, he's getting it anyway by dying.
Last player standing.
It's not pretty, but now on the run, Nevera.
This will be a big kill to remove this, because I don't think the money's there to find another one.
He's got a lot of players coming his way. Nevera's in a lot of trouble. Okay.
Okay.
He's fine. Christ.
Well.
Eventually goes down, but bloody hell. What was that last stand?
He made him work for it, that's for sure.
Jeez.
And we'll be able to get full shields across, and almost around, you don't see it often, but almost around where we have every ultimate available.
Scream could probably get his as well in it. Scream's really
fight
good
for
for
an
one.
orb?
He's not really good for one.
Here.
This round might be messy.
Yeah. I'm expecting it to be honest.
It's alright, Scream will just walk out and just headshot someone. He'll make it easy, it's fine. Well, we've already heard the knives on the other side. Obviously, that's been Wolfen popping those over towards the A side. Just gonna slip away from that for now.
Take flight.
What is that being used for?
To clear the short angle, maybe if Nevera's posted up deep, but it's, again, such a massive tool for a site entry. Again, you could argue here that they have the null command that kind of negates any real requirement for that. You can just death ball into a site, which is looking like what they might actually do here as last two members of Koi head over towards B.
Xmas
But
does
yeah,
have his
it's-
ult though as well. I mean, and Shin.
I mean,
Almost everyone.
benefit being XMS hasn't got his Killjoy set up on the choke. Again, if this no command gets popped, he's on backside. That's going to be completely negated. Yeah.
There we go. There's the counter lockdown. There's Hunter's Fury. Both lockdowns coming into effect, and said this is going to be messy, but thankfully we've got Scream, and he keeps it clean. 2 found. XMS falls, but still standing as Scream. Has to get away from this, though, and does make it out in time. Spike back into hand for Coldamenta. They're going to get towards site. There's going to be the Nightfall coming in, and there's we Scream re-emerging. It's Coldamenta still. Fighting out the fight! How the hell did Coldamenta just manage to close that out?
Wow. Well, it ends at 6-6. Again, chaotic round, we expected it, but as soon as that contact comes through, I mean, XMS looking to get the lockdown off nice and early to prevent any sort of flood towards site, but it didn't even matter.
No.
Koi were happy to commit behind it and overwhelm B site. Coldamenta coming up huge at the end there. I thought Scream had almost basically won the round.
Yeah, it felt like he had absolutely just gone across the line. Not a problem. Did so much damage early and late, and then Coldamenta said, well, amazing, end things. But let's go take stock of that first half, Mike. Let's go roll it back to the beginning. What scoreline are we looking at here in your mind? Because you said you'd wanted, I guess, Koi to win clean, which is obviously not going to happen, right? But 6-6, is this serviceable? Is this enough? Or are you still worried about some of those aspects?
Absolutely. If anything, with how that started, I mean, it's damage control from Koi to be able to come out even overall for this half. I feel a little bad for some of these rounds kind of slipping through Carmine Core's fingers, to be honest. The defensive setups were good. Again, Scream finding value on the operator. We didn't really see the double operator come to fruition that much, but again, when it's kind of trading rounds back and forth, it's difficult to maintain. Again, you're basically taking 2 people away from that equation in terms of retaking sites or clearing space proactively on the defense. So overall, I'm actually pretty happy for Koi in that regard, because this could have spiraled out of control very quickly.
We're certainly getting a little look back here from how it began to some of those more curious moments. Navarro had a lovely little round here as well. That's quite pretty. But overall, a very competitive matchup between these two, and a little bit more competitive than I liked. And actually, once again, glad we got to see that. The control on short was lovely from the new man to the squad. Very impressed with him.
Yeah, so
overall.
impressed from him today. Honestly, there were some awkward moments last week, but overall here today, looking very, very solid. Zaysh has been, and again, pivotal in terms of some of the choke points that he was tasked with holding onto on defense.
Yeah. It feels a little bit of a cure for what they've needed. Maybe a little bit of a tonic to alleviate some of those issues. And it certainly put them back, at least in a competitive aspect. Is it over yet? Absolutely not. We're at 6-6, tied up all even. There is still life in Koi. We need to see if they can maybe close out this map. It, again, is their choice. This is the one they were depending on to do well here. They drop this, Haven. Then, you know, it's anyone's game. Let's find out. Scream making... well, no subtlety of it. He's straight in there on site, and absolutely no one's present. They are all over towards Market.
Koi completely giving this up. Maybe anticipating a mid-push from actually getting ahead of the curve here, looking to actually pressure KC with his side hold.
So many players here, though. Wolfen did isolate one towards the back inside that side down, but look at the trade out. Shin and Ko fighting back towards those stairs, but it's going to be the catwalk on the other side. They try and take back. Wolfen doing really well here. Finally do some big damage, but here come those frenzies. A 2v3 and a roll swap, a trade of spaces. Diffuse started and not finishing, not stopping. Wolfen on defense. Koi back in the lead.
Nice setup there as well from Koi. I think initially they're hoping for a little bit of pressure, or maybe to catch the backside of a B pinch potentially. Carmine Court, luckily, the stars align for them. It gets a wide open B site, but Zaystein a little ahead of the curve. I think maybe some paranoia building there with how quickly Koi looked to invest some utility to pressure that plant.
Let's keep our eye on the buys. Again, we need to see how Carmine Core look under pressure. On the other side, Purchase coming back in. Wolfen up on that rifle. Scream looking to be the first man forward. Oh, well,
okay.
Well, it's a Shados round, is it? Give him the ace. XMS. Sometimes you have to accept your fate. The crowd are cheering. They want it.
Starzo. Come on, man. There was no threat there.
No, let him have it. Nasty boy. So I've only got 7 kills. Let me get up to 8, please. Shados, you've had plenty.
Yeah, almost a write-off there for Carmine Court, not expecting miracles. Nice piece set up here, actually, once again with the Nano Swarm. Whether or not Carmine Court are going to rely on this.
Sorry.
He's not
He knows
sorry.
that he's not sorry.
He is
I
not
say I'm
sorry.
sorry. I am not sorry.
Okay, the buy going to maintain some of the same tracks on the rifle, Wolfen on the rifle, the rest slightly less. But Nevera, big challenge early on. He's going to find one, actually falls away. Takes a bit of damage for it, 52 HP left remaining, but that's quite indicative of a lot of pressure.
I was going to say, did he spot 1 or 2 other players behind that kill, though? Shados does have a setup towards lane here. Coldamenta already rotating across towards spawn, so Carmine Core not able to barrel out onto B site immediately on the back of that. Sage might even be caught here in mid, but he wins out. Wolfen's going to fall.
Messy from Wolfen, going to be frustrated with that. Big opportunity there for him. And now Starzo does at least have the rifle in hand, but it's all on Shados. And Shados succeeded well before in the previous round, sure, but this is a much taller task. A lot more players to try and handle.
Oh, no.
Scream's been found. And Shados has gone somewhat unnoted here. Isolates one. Oh, big damage. No conversion. Nevera low. Zaysh low. This is still doable. This is still a lot of damage. Coldamenta, a 1v3 that is very possible. Look at the HP. Shin, Nevera, Zaysh all low. Around the world, though, Nevera is playing the time to perfection. Coldamenta can't clear this in time. Avoids the flash, but it's precious seconds found. Further he goes to CT. This is telling. But Coldamenta's gone close. Does he find one of these 2 players? Surely a freebie here on Shin. Sees it, finds it. 2 more to go. Zaysh now back of the site, classic to hand. He's got it as well. 1 more, and it's going to be... Oh, he's done it! Coldamenta finding all 3 players. Nevera not finding the time by any means. And the other 2 players completely unaware.
If the door of market wasn't closed there, imagine what Nevera can do. Coldamenta closing out the first half and finding another clutch here in the second. Beautiful stuff, some massive progress towards some of these ultimates very early on. Unfortunately here, again, you got to question his post-plant setup as well. Very loose hold. Coldamenta punishes for it. Cougar now with a massive opportunity to make this very difficult for Carmine Core. I mean, off the rip. I argue this should be double digits here. Haven't got the Blade Storm. You have a Guardian.
Do you like the Guardian on screen there? Fans can't see your face, Michael.
I nodded.
He's lying. Trex.
Wow.
Oh, see?
Oh. Trex is 5 HP as well.
Crazy, you're a hater. Shay.
What do you do? I love it when Scream plays a Guardian.
Oh, why does it?
Koi locked
so
out of this
well?
pretty early. I was going to say, what's the consideration here?
This is 5 HP. What's he meant to do?
2 upgrades, actually. Only the 1 for Zaysh. Against Nevera, whether or not he gets punished, yeah, you can't TP away from that, buddy. Oh, can you?
He's trying. He's really...
Oh my God, you can.
Oh, apparently it's fine, Nevera. What is going on this round? But he's bought so much time. He's just trying to, I don't know, filter some of the weapons and hope for the best. But it's already screwed. This round is all but over. That Guardian, fantastic purchase, you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see Scream throwing one into a round like this. Landed a couple of key headshots.
They do talk about his headshots.
Historically, they have, yes. So they find this Vandal in mid, actually.
He got moved further away. I wonder if he gets it time.
I was going to say, throw the Guardian to him, dude. Go and pick it up. Yeah, regardless, a big round conversion, actually, here. I mean, this is the thing. It's like when you see a player like Scream step onto the...
It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fun. Yeah, by the Guardian.
D'accord.
D'accord.
D'accord. Bon.
bomb. Why is our French so I'm so sorry. The fans seem okay though. They're not upset. They're like, we're winning rounds.
I think they're more interested in the game.
Thank Christ. However, Wolfen operator and an attempt at a proactive beginning here. See if they can play him in a little, but how far do they search for this? Pretty ballsy play to be challenging this out. Wolfen running out of time now. Yep, has to fall off this. But what do Casey do in response?
And noted the operator very early. Again, the owl drone from Coldamenta as well. He's already in a preemptive rotation. That should tell KC that it's maximum 2 players towards A, but there's a window of opportunity that is rapidly closing.
Okay, scream back away. I thought he might have carried on forward.
He's burnt the dash to get out of there, so have to wait for potentially a kill here. Shin's got an Odin on attack.
Scream's walked in though, and he's found Starzo and lost, so that's okay. This time around though, Wolfen going to be challenged. 3 players coming through on main. The slow peek from Shin, not going to work out either. So short has been controlled, and this drip feed of players remain achieving nothing.
Yeah, again, a little questionable in terms of the mid-round here from KC, and whether or not there was a decisive plan, whether or not that pressure they felt on short and Scream burning that dash up defensively to get out kind of changes things. Yeah, hesitation seems to be the key word. Trex looking to punish. Again, man, this guy's hitting shots today.
He is hitting.
Unfortunately, we'll have to concede. Again, with the Thrifty conversion, should be able to get together at least a full purchase here. I'm looking again. There's some gaps as whether or not Nevera or what Nevera is going to settle for. But a big round in terms of this ult cycle for Carmine Court. Did also note, obviously, Coldamenta retrieving that orb earlier. So Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, and the TP for Stars are available for Koi. In KC, you have to string 2 together, really, to break the bank of Koi and draw out some of these key ultimates on top of that.
Fast work up middle though. Scream's trying to get to
No
work
alarm bot there, and that should be a big indication of the setup.
Okay, the drone did it.
Didn't spot Scream close.
Okay.
But Wolfen's posted up.
Yeah, he's so aware of this. Facing each other down. Preemptive lockdown as well.
Scream nearly caught him on the retreat from that.
Very close. Shadow's gonna just invest that lockdown now.
Very early though.
There wasn't that much
the
pressure.
Yeah, they were ahead of the 60-second mark. I was talking about pulling out some of these key ultimates from Koi, but it's almost a given. It's a freebie for KC.
They've left Shados so alone here. I'm a little worried that they've peeled so many players away. Sitting towards CT with 2 towards 8. No rotations in sight.
Without confirmation, they're guessing that lockdown's forced a rotation. KC have just sat behind it. And Scream's ahead of this utility.
Yeah, he's going to be a problem. Hunter's Fury, yes, going to find it. Nevera's gone down. Smoke's already up, so that's not the biggest problem in the world. But Scream trying to deal with what's towards the back of the site. And already the damage starting to come through. Trex going to find 2 players here. The shutdown is looking like it's on. Just Shin really able to do much in this. 40 HP, though, so little. The flash is great. Trex with a big round.
Nice hold there. Again, questionable initially in terms of the decision-making, but the Hunter's Fury there in a position to back up Shados on B site. Draws out a lot, but Carmine Court also investing into that. No command goes in. Nightfall as well. Yeah, I don't know how he's got away with it, just swinging out of the smoke. And that and utility inside that, obviously, because of the null command. Almost freebies to sweep out. And Shadows getting the support he actually needed with that setup.
Well, that's always the worry, isn't it? Because technically, if that didn't happen, he would have been left pretty much for dead.
The requirement sits on KC to close that gap so fast.
Yeah. Which it did. I mean, more surprising me than anything.
Yeah, the one concern being Scream was ahead of a lot of that utility.
Yes.
So credit really to Coldamenta to call that one from the back lines.
Very well done. Pump the brakes here for Carmine Core. Time to discuss, talk through options, because the scoreline Yes, some of these rounds have been close, but this half has been very good from Koi. It's been quite a one-sided affair, so this is going to be tricky now. Oh, we're into late-night Valorant, Mike. I think we can swear now.
Past the watershed for sure.
I dare you to swear.
Not this week with Carmine Core. Any other week. I mean,
You'd probably be down, yeah. Yeah, I was teetering on the edge for a while with you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We came close. You got a question actually, what's left in the tank for Carmine Core in terms of finances? Obviously, we're talking about the investment of the ultimates in the previous round. Are able to scrape together. Obviously, XMS down on the Guardian. He's backlining, not necessarily a concern. Scream does have the Blade Storm as well. But certainly with the numbers we see on the right side of your screen, you don't want Koi sitting back on that financial cushion. Can ride out a couple of rounds here. Actually, yeah, the flash didn't even catch Wolf in that. So he's going to repost up on this angle. This is problematic.
Yeah, this could be big for him. Bit of a hit and miss game though. This could really bring him back in. Yeah, ooh, bloody hell!
I mean, he was home scot-free there.
Wow, okay. These things get a little bit wilder now. Gonna reposition well. Do they double pump? Do they reconsider maybe going towards that B site? With that contact up middle, they kind of have to address this now. They can't over-rotate.
Do you remember swinging back towards Fountain? XMS will catch wind of one. Scream will find the second. Coldamental will fall.
Trex is here though. He got here quite quickly. Joined by Shados towards stairs. The flash really nice. Going to catch both. Force them away. Very good. Scream going to try and move on forward. Turns Flash not really a problem, but two of them on the site here. Spots one completely unawares. 12 seconds. He's doing everything he can to try and get him on the site. Shadows going to need to find two, so the plant will come in. Starkzo and Wolfen can't really do much about that. Starkzo going to invest a quick paranoia, trying to get towards this as fast as possible, but they're so ready. Shin posted up for it. Going to find both.
Much needed as well for three to survive there. Again, allows Carmine Core to cling on to some of these credits. Blade Storms obviously counterbalance that as well. Beautiful opener from Scream. Like you said, fighting tooth and nail to get Carmine Core onto this B site. And this time around, again, question one of those previous post-plant setups. Much better in terms of that high-low setup towards stairs.
Still funds to be played with that for Koi this round. Do have the operator out for Wolfen.
I mean, it's not as good as I thought it would be. Actually,
perfect.
there's no purchase behind this, so potential here for Carmine Core to knock together a couple and hit double digits and make this very interesting for the second map.
Just looking at the somewhat default they're taking here, clearing through. Looks like it's going to be an A finish. Now, yes, that does play a little towards where that operator currently lays. You also have that double stack towards tree. This is pretty deadly, actually, if they try and get around this. Do have Zysh there, who's been fantastic at trying to set this into motion. Ult will do the job as well. Paranoia has hit, though, so it has slowed it down a little bit. Navarro's on to find it, though. Wolfen still going to find success from Heaven. Going to double back in for a second peek. Does he expect Navarro? It looks like he's aware of the possibility, but the pressure from short just isn't coming in yet.
The timing there for the null command. Absolutely perfect from Trex. Maybe just waiting for a smoke to come back here, but Zay's going to find an opener. Trex will fall. Wolfen will be tested now with multiple bodies on site.
He
saw the TP!
Oh!
30 seconds.
Navarro popped the TP just too early.
We were looking for a round from Wolfen. This is looking like it could be the one, but he needs to finish it. Needs to close out the deal. Knives coming on. Scream spotted it. I flash? No, excuse me. Drawing out a little bit more. Smoke goes in. Wolfen drops down. XMS, wake up! Wolfen's on the side already. Now they're just stuck towards hell. Two players here. Now just Scream needs to somehow hit the both. It ain't gonna happen. We wanted a round. We got one. Wolfen on the case.
I think XMS turns to shoot the recon. Something must have happened there.
Because he seems so unaware of it. Like, surely there's a reason.
Again, the cloud burst in the middle there allows that drop into Gen to be, you know, such a last-minute reactionary thing. It's tough, really. I mean, if we can catch it here in the replay, potentially.
It happens.
Yeah, I think XMS turns for the dart.
Yeah.
The timing is perfect from Koi.
Wow.
And that pause for thought in heaven
It's
pays
enough.
dividends. That's tough there. Again, with the double stack towards Hell, there's no crossfire on sight.
No.
Like I said, that one cloud burst completely rips apart.
They were so unready for that, that timing. Lovely from Wolfen again to find it.
I mean, in that situation, it's easy to criticize XMS, but what's the solution? He plays safer behind Gen, then he's not in a position to swing off the contact of his teammates anyway.
There was no way he wins that fight at
No.
that point. If Wolfen's already down, already pushing,
Hey, I mean,
no one's done anything.
commit to getting revealed. That's the only
That's
solution.
it, there you go.
Yeah.
And I can't even blame him for checking for it, so fair enough to him, but it is now the problem of 12 rounds against you. 12-8, this half has been vastly won by Koi, looking much stronger here. And Carmine Core just losing out on some of these options, some of these, they're just not looking as comfortable here. Hitting a couple of brick walls they haven't been able to break down.
No, but I mean, hey, to celebrate some success, Koi look way more comfortable here in terms of the overall game plan.
Yeah.
Some of the mid-rounding decisions from Cold Menta, that was completely lacking on Lotus.
You're absolutely right. So, slow burn coming out from Koi, finally waking up. Now, they're not out of the woods just yet. There's still a threat here and there, but looking at the buy, what can they achieve? Now, thankfully for Carmine Core, they can get somewhat of a full buy when you're going to get the Blade Storm coming in for Scream. On the other side, they're quite robust here. Wolfen still with the Operator. It looks simplistic, and it looks like it's going towards B.
I'll be honest, a recurring trend for Carmine Core has been the inability to really force Wolfen off some of these angles. He has run rampant with this Operator.
That's unfortunate for Scream there. Gonna have to wait this one out. Just the pistol to hand, fall away from this. Looking for anything. Nah, not gonna see a thing.
A lot burn up initially on that. Gonna have to wait for one, potentially two smokes from Navera to build back in. Again, you look towards Shin's utility. One flash left for Zeish.
The middle's not been comfortable.
No.
Wolfen has been challenging and quite audaciously.
And the other problem being as well, do we burn a... Okay, there's the cloud burst. I was going to say, do we burn a smoke from Navera for this cross? But then we can Scream on the entry. He's hanging around here.
All right. Needs to back away from this. He does have help there. Coldamenta isn't far behind.
30 seconds left.
But they've run this clock quite low now. 25 seconds. They've got to make their minds up. They've got to commit to this, and they're committing in the dark, right? You've got the rotations already coming in from A. They know what is coming their way now.
Scream at least able to make the first shot difficult for Wolfen. But again, we're not getting anybody's out. Zeish finally finds an open. He's found two.
They have to keep moving though. There's still one on the stairs. They need to get that spike towards the site. 8 seconds now. Drex can deny this himself. Shados by his side. Zeish can do well, but it is certainly not enough. Map 3 is coming up.
Carmine Core just leaving it so late. Again, to make a decision around that mid. If they find the pick, potentially that's what they're waiting out for, but it just never came. That one looking a little more like some of the early days of Carmine Core this season. Again, backs against the wall, and the thing we were looking for Koi overall in this series was really to pressure Carmine Core, right? Yeah. Again, we talk about the prep that's gone in, obviously to bring Zeish into this roster as well. Really, where we've seen Carmine Core struggle the most is where actually they're getting bullied in game. People are capitalizing on their inability to really perform.
So that does mean we are now looking towards map 3. Haven is coming up. This is going to be fantastic. We actually have a battle on our hands here. Do not go anywhere.
Bro, why you play me, bro? Why you play me, bro? Nice! Nice! Let's go! Let's go! Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back, everybody, to the studio. And yes, we are 6 out of 6 maps guaranteed. We have to talk about a previous one, though, just for a moment. I know we're half past midnight at this point. I just want to give a shout out to not just everybody watching from home, but even more. The Coliseum is still full. There's a lot of people that are still in there screaming.
They're having the time of their lives. We're talking about teams that haven't found a single map win for weeks, and now both of them have already gotten a win. So we hope that you're enjoying it. We'll stay here for as long as is necessary.
It might be a while.
What
Might be a while, but we'll be here.
It's gonna they're gonna do a
Please don't leave.
SpongeBob meme. They're gonna be like, head out, you know?
I'm a head out, and you're still there 3 hours
We're
later.
going to be the 3,000 years later.
No, not this one. But they have to stay. I mean, obviously,
they can't go. You can go
here
home.
from Poland as well.
That's true.
Watch the match, right?
Oh, they cannot leave because there's only one bus. They're trapped. We're sorry, we're sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
At least you can take the train from Berlin to Warsaw. There's some, but it's about the fun of being in the bus. But it is also about the fun of coming back, because Koi went back into the server, and yes, K-Corp tried their best, but Koi just found their mood again, and it seemed like K-Corp were a bit deflated.
Yeah, especially when we jumped into that second half with Koi going on the defense, is definitely a different light. Let's call it like that. Probably one of the reasons why they wanted to go to this ascent. As I said before, we jumped into the match. It's so important to know that you will be starting on this attacking half. And after K-Corp winning pistols, I don't think that a 6-6 half is a bad result.
Yeah, I don't like saying stuff like this, but I'm gonna say just right now. But
Do
I
it,
feel like
Lothar.
in this map, it was more about punishing K-Corp's mistake by Koi than rather Koi having better game plan, because it just felt like some of the crucial mistakes happening here were just awkward. Like just awkward positioning, awkward trades, awkward spacing, or lack of planning.
Yeah, I think it's longevity is the word of, you know, Colamenta being on the IGL, and especially when you're looking towards Ascent and defending it, knowing what to do in the middle of the round and having a perfect reaction to everything, and being able to read on your opponent and actually being one step ahead. When we talk about retakes, when we talk about getting in your opponent's head to know what they're going to do, what their steps are going to take, I think is what helped Koi.
Yeah, it's very also funny that both teams had faced similar issues, because when the opposing team had an operator, the attacking team failed in understanding how to push away that player with the operator with the utility. Hyperbole was mentioning the drone being used to clear mid a lot, instead of just pushing away the operator players from the choke points on sites, which is a very good point to make. And also there's another piece, there's so many utility pieces that we can use, and they were always just getting dry peaked.
Yeah, we talk about the operators. This time it didn't only come from the hands of Nivera. We went back to the days of the double operator. Now it's a Scream. So it's definitely, it's a weird threat, because we were mentioning how Scream doesn't usually play the operator on round 3. He's there. You know, it's just Scream things to happen. But on the side of Koi, I love to see Wolfen comfortable.
Yeah.
It's been so long, and it's something that has been so demanded for Koi, and now it's finally happening.
It happened in the right map at the right time.
Yeah, Wolfen, again, in those maps like Ascent, where it's the design is so simple, having an operator player that is essentially a turret guarding an entrance is a win condition, and that's just sad sometimes that just one player is just a win condition for a team, but that's just how the map is constructed, and you need to find an answer for it, and that's what both teams struggled with.
In the end, like both maps were kind of mirrored, you know, it's like K-Corp really struggling on the attack, trying to find those rounds. Also highlight that XMS did not have a good second half. He actually couldn't even find a single frag, you know, all those plans also, it looked like they didn't include him. So I'm not going to take anything that Koi has done correctly on this map, but I do think the K-Corp's situation also was a part of what happened.
If we toss that coin, though, on the other side of it, I think Zesh definitely performed well on this, despite the situation that we had for KC.
This guy, because he wasn't here last week, and obviously he wasn't here in the week before.
Yeah.
But this guy, as an assistant coach, and I'm not saying this with a disrespectful tone, but comes into this lobby and divs the tier 1 players in the opposing team. That's just crazy.
You say assistant coach, I say 6th player. You
Yeah,
know?
yes,
He was ready for this, but no, it takes a lot of confidence to go out there and think that you can diff players like Starks and Trex and just do so.
Yeah, they push him on short, and he's like, no. Bam, bam, 2
But
kills.
still, that's you being in charge of what's happening. That's you on the defense shutting down and just recovering that kind of space that if you control with the timings and so on, it's there. But in the end, you know, Koi deserved the win.
But also wanted to just mention, because we were talking about Zage on the KO, both KOs actually had really well-timed flashes on the entire map. We have seen many like support, long-range flashes being thrown for the players in their teams, and they had been very successful. It's very hard to show it during the game because they're just so small. And
I think Hypok is doing a good job with that. I think he's calling out when we see a good flash, when he's very well timed. I think that everybody on Koi's side did their homework. We're happy. Teachers are happy.
Should be pretty happy with it in the performance. And yes, we're supposed to see, and we talked about it in the pre-map, of here are the stats that we have on Koi. Here's what K-Corp also did in map 1. How does this translate into map 2? but I think there's a few rounds that we really need to highlight in particular. We'll start off with round 12 and really put it up on the screen here.
Round 12.
No. You do it. You do it.
Go ahead.
I'll talk about it because this is like really well played by both teams. XMS times his lockdown before the ultimate from Trax actually pops off, which denies every other piece of utility. Then the hold with the Fade ultimate is perfect, but look what Scream will do after he gets the multi-kill, because like I'm almost certain that he thinks the round is done.
100%.
This right here costs them the round. The habit of spraying the ground as just,
You
you
look
know,
cool,
a
and
confirmation. I'm a cool guy, I'm gonna spray the ground, and because we won the round, and then, oh, there's another guy here, uh-oh.
You know, the other week we had Nivera not buy-in. Now we have
That's
his
true.
brother spraying on the floor. You thought you looked cool, and you just made a fool.
This is like, this is that
Unbind
NBA
sprays,
video.
please, just unbind sprays, don't do it, it's a terrible habit to have.
So now from round 12, we move on to round 15, and we get to talk about that more. So let's put it up on the screen for everybody to see in detail. But, Bea.
Oh yeah, this is I think this is the bonus round, isn't it?
This is the bonus round and the possible positioning from KC here. Look, both players on site are watching stairs. No one is
positioning.
aware. No one is aware of lane, and all of them are just one shot. So this is like a Coldamenta's round to win, and it's a KC just needed a standard positioning in post plant.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, they were all one bullet away, but if they had good crossfires, they would have had enough information and enough, power to win against Coldamenta. But Coldamenta obviously had all the information from the team, is that they were all literally one bullet away.
If you were wondering how should they play that, there should have been one player on dice watching the stairs and the one player in the backside just hearing the drop from the lane and then swinging them. So there could have been, there's like 3 different scenarios that you can fix that, but yeah. Unlucky, I guess.
Our night is, of course, not done yet. We still have map 3 in the series, guaranteed. And we'll see him. It's our decider Haven in this case. And now the question is, how do compositions work out? I guess we can talk about the history of it.
That's a good question,
That's a very good question, because we didn't see those teams play Haven since lock-in, and that's quite some time ago. But not only that, there's a very big surprise waiting for us, because there's no way KC is gonna play this composition for Haven, right, Kakuka? What do you think?
Yes, exactly. Do you see something that is missing here? Exactly, it's a duelist. And this is the old K-Corp, okay? They will bring in something new, something different. Newzera obviously is not going to be playing. It will be Zeish, but if we take a look at the compositions, there is a chance, a very, high chance that Koi go for the same. Maybe you swap the roles up. Maybe you give Starkso a Sky, a Breach. You can give in the Omen. There's many things that could change, but I say that they will probably stay on those lines. The same mages, but different people playing them. On the other side, we need to see what K-Corp is going to be doing, because also, how do you prepare for this?
So now we'll get to see things in detail. The final shot here at points that are also necessary, especially for Koi, especially for KC also if they want to move up. Agent select. Let's see, everybody has their eyes squinted down to see what we get through this. Lothar?
All right, so I was just like,
oh, those are the changes.
Okay, Starkso is
changes on both
great.
sides.
Wait, are we gonna see double duelists then? Shaders on Sage as well.
Okay.
And Wolfen on that. Yeah. He has a lot of experience playing the Sentinels, and he was moving from then on the chamber when the the whole meta changed. You look at his face; he's feeling comfortable. Scream is going to be going on the Jet. Zeish is going to be laying on that bridge. Sheen moving away from that Fade, going into the Sova. XMS moving away from the Cypher, going onto the Killjoy. Nivera actually is the one staying on that Omen. Watch out for those timings, Nivera. You missed on the TP the other day. Your smokes and mid were not on point. But it looks promising from both of them.
All right, thank you very much, my friends. We are ready for map 3. We'll toss it then to our casters, please. Banzi Hypok, take it away.
Map 3, the series is going the distance, and I'm actually kind of happy to see it. I don't know how I felt at the start of this. I've been toyed with, Michael. My expectations dashed all over the rocks. I mean, who knows what we're going to see now coming to this? It feels like the further we get into the series, the less out of expectation we know where to go here.
Yeah, we do kind of step into unknown territory now. Obviously, I mean, Lothar noting we haven't seen this since lock-in. They were both ever. Both obviously losses there. Obviously, the one that's a little more concerning, I guess, would be Carmine Corps. It was against FBX. And, there were just a number of issues there. Composition being one, but the overall approach to that, with the composition in mind, was just completely offbeat. So positives here, at least Carmine Corps.
Bring me some.
Yeah, Scream back on the duelist. Cool. It looks as if we're going to try and build around him once again. On the side of Koi, Starzo picking up the raise. Wasn't blown away by it earlier on Lotus, I'm going to be honest. And that comes down to some of the things that I've mentioned a couple of times, which is Koi's ability to really set up these opening engagements. And in that regard, I know Wolfen's been under a lot of criticism recently.
Yeah.
Now the emphasis shifts towards Starzo. I said shifts.
Hey, it's past midnight, so you want.
Yeah.
No one's going to find you here.
One in the swear jar.
Oh, at least Fireflux aren't playing.
Scream donning his best Durka cosplay here for this set piece towards B, actually. But Wolfen's found one in the back line. Shin responds in kind, though.
Okay, 4v4, post plant, make it a 4v3. Coldamenta there, Shin now gone. And we've got 3 players just pouring up middle. Nevera, good for one, not going to get a follow-up though. It's Shados to answer back. 3v2 now. Scream and XMS, what are you going to do about this one? Scream, going to do well enough, stays alive for a second. Does he get any more? Absolutely not. Starkzo's there, and Koi will get the first.
It's just so tough, but again, XMS's position, I think he's so paranoid somebody from Window's going to wrap back into spawn, but if he just picks up a little bit of the slack from mid, it sets Nevera up for success. I mean, Nevera finds his.
Still gets one.
It gets his, yeah. But you look at the mini-map and...
You think, God, imagine if he gets a swing off the back of it or gets a little bit of help. Would have been much nicer.
Very decisive from Koi, though, immediately addressing that back line. Obviously, the comfort really of this B plant is having somebody to play window, or that utility getting drawn up, I guess, in the fray towards site, and being able to comfortably hold on to that.
Okay, round 2. Keep it clean. What do we have? Bulldog, Phantom, 2 Spectres, 1 Ghost. Oh, boy, hiccups, oh no. 3 Sheriffs on the other side, the rest are Classics, and some utility. So, actually, gonna get the plant down, it looks like. Yeah, I'm contested, can't get away though. Okay, gets caught on the way out there, that's Nevera down, but done quite well to do that. Scream getting... Really
Dash is
dangerous.
actually expired, yeah.
Didn't love that. And the wall's gonna go up, and now it's pretty rough. Yes, they managed to break at least a piece of it, but do they even get a kill off this? I don't think so. I think XMS is a little bit done for. Yeah, not gonna happen. So, 5 still standing, Diffuse gonna come in. Here's 1 bonus, yes. Carmine Corps did get the spike down, but that's about it.
Bonus 300 in the bank. Koi definitely come into this with a comfortable setup. I think maybe a light shield requirement to be repurchased, but actually able to get an extra rifle on the board here in the hands of Trex, who did bring the Ghost in previously. So, yeah, looking pretty comfortable for Koi here in this round 3.
We haven't seen much from Carmine Corps though. We've just seen those B pieces, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen any looks anywhere else. So on this buy, let's start looking at what they bring into this, because it's kind of that fresh slate of just checking out how they look here, how those adjustments gone, and similar to be said on the other side for Koi. Obviously on the defending side, don't have to be dictating the pace as much, but maybe they will. Let's see.
The focal point really being actually, from a macro standpoint, how they approach this with some role switch ups, the composition changes. Again, Haven, the early rounds are so important. If you do look for these slow defaults to deal with the utility.
Okay.
Try and probe some of these rotations, Screaming a ton of damage there.
Down to 37. Does deal with the alarm bot, above a minute still. Turret still in place towards B.
Popped his dash so early though.
He's getting punished here. Didn't catch on the paranoia. Looking at the rest of the map though, they're starting to explore other options. Maybe just leave him posted up there for now, see if we can catch a rotation, hear an audio cue, something. Gonna get contact on the other side of the map here.
The concern being is the lack of progress on the back of that. If you're going to give a kill up in Garage, there needs to be some progress in terms of information towards A. Koi have already rotated towards this, and they pick up a kill on the lurk.
Yeah, that's... Oh. This is impressive. Again, these are with Spectres and bits and pieces. Yes, they've got some upgrades here, obviously, with that additional rifle coming in for Trex, but this has been very comfortable. Hasn't really been much of a problem made out of this round here. KC, not finding anything.
Try and hold on to these rifles at least, but yeah, you got to question the approach there. The spacing again. Starzo's done well to actually time that peak with the boom bot.
That was lovely.
Scream commits one way or the other, but
10 seconds left.
again, in those situations, Alex straight towards the minimap.
I'd have actually quite enjoyed if they did try and make progress elsewhere at the same time, maybe make the most of it, but it felt like a secondary thought.
As soon as they found that kill, Koi were already rotating towards A. And I guess the expectation is actually sometimes if that alarm bot gets dealt with, you can tell the attackers are trying to probe a little bit, force that rotation, draw an extra body one way or the other.
This is a very early timeout as well.
It is, yeah, but it comes after a round that I think it's understandable.
Yeah. Huh?
I think he said Zeke. He knows Zeke's set up on that, yeah.
Do I see him out there? I do see him out there.
Yeah? Zeke's here for the long haul as well.
Yeah, he's
dedicated. The entire series, yeah. The Polish superfan. So yeah, I'm not really surprised again after a round like that where it does feel like there's a couple of members of KC just aren't on the same page. There he is. Covered by the flag now.
See you later.
Yeah, your hair looks good, don't worry.
Zeke, you're looking great, mate. Chilling. Big chilling. But yeah, overall though, yeah, right time for the timeout. It feels like it just was really horrific. Round 3. Very flat, didn't quite achieve what they wanted.
Yeah, and this is a tall order. Again, coming back to this, Zay stepping into this. If these sorts of things happen and it's down to a player not listening or a player not following the game plan, then actually credit to him to be able to pump the brakes so early on and say, guys, let's get back on track here. But again, it's a tall order stepping into what is an established roster.
Yes. And a relatively unknown player.
Yeah.
Right, when we used to speak about, you know, let's say famous IGLs that have worked with someone like Scream, if you're rolling mine back, you've got the likes of Existence at times, you've had some ridiculously high class, you know,
meticulous leaders as well.
To such an incredible, I mean, you could even throw Happy into that, for example. A couple of the others that have been, you know, historic, but notorious for their role. For a young player to come in, that's a lot to rein in, to keep in mind of, and not just Scream. You're talking about the likes of XMS, similar scenario. Nevera, I guess Shin is the only other younger player filling into that role. So I don't mind this, because this does feel like learning on the job if you are Carmine Core as well. Making these roster changes, especially to an IGL sort of aspect and everything else that comes in with that, it is going to be learning on the job. You're not going to be able to have all that prep time in the world. You're not going to have the deep map pool yet. You're going to still have some big issues. Let's see if they can maybe identify some of this on the fly, see how they look going forward. Scream given a little bit more room to work in. He slipped through towards C. Cold Dementor, got to be careful now. Just basically staying alive by the smoke, and in the meantime, Wolfen's fallen. Now, he's already got support on the back of the site, though.
So the smoke will fall. Cold Dementor does reset back towards a safer position, but the paranoia is perfect from him. Starzo will find one, but XMS finds a response, a 3v4 now.
They've made something quite substantial out of this, and you could already see the...
Spikes down on default, though.
A little unfortunate, but maybe this player coming through on the flank. Yes, it was Shin. Really nice positioning. Removing Trex, suddenly puts Shados in such a bad position. So hard to deal with, but 10 seconds, they're under the gun. Shados succeeds on one, can't adjust on Scream. And even with that limited purchase, they've actually done very well here.
Yeah, it's a big positive to come out of that timeout and win the following round.
And almost kind of picking up on the round that went wrong to an extent as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, some positive to see, actually, the follow through into Garage. They deal with the utility and no real fear about a player like Wolfen hopping out of that smoke. Shin, I'm not even sure, I missed that on the minimap, but getting himself into a deadly position to backstab.
Now, there was an adjustment of the alarm bot. I think that time, it was over towards B there, but...
Yeah, tucked into the left side, yeah.
But I'd like to see how this kind of then continues forward, right? This is always the mind game of Haven. It's just the kind of constant moving of the Killjoy utility. How do you deal with it? How do you play around with it? And then how do you deal with it on the other side, obviously, for Carmine Core? Different look this time around completely. It looks like an attempt of attention drawn towards Garage. You are drawing out some of that utility here. Trex is very much aware of this. And on the case, Scream, careful now. Has to play...
Lucky to get away with that, to be honest.
Yeah, it felt a little bit lackadaisical almost.
Still 3 members over this side of the map, but early progress on the side of Koi. Stars I posted up all the way towards sandbags, actually.
Still has a boom bot, a little bit of everything. Not too
and
bad.
the flash doesn't tell him an awful lot, but Stars are going to hear some key sound cues here.
Oh, he's on the move. Didn't find a player at the end of that, though.
I think hoping somebody's following up on that Alzone, but it's not there. Coldamenta. Not going to be hard cleared here.
Good trade. Really
Very
good
trade, actually, from XMS.
Surprised he got away with it, and they are going to go for that look back towards C after testing a couple of the waters over towards A. Didn't really like what they've seen. They're heading back this way. It's Wolfen who's going to get the test here. He does have support from Trex now. Flash to hand. But they're already through. Maybe a pop flash on the smoke. Yeah, it is. It's behind Wolfen, but he's doing so well on his own. Not allowing him to step towards his site. This one is Raps. Navarro's got that operator, and he wants to keep it.
Again, the paranoia is posted, but nobody actually hard clears behind that box. Again, everybody looking the same direction towards Logs or potentially backside as well. Unfortunately, it almost felt like Wolfen should have been a freebie there. I mean, if somebody just wants to throw out spam into that box.
Why not?
On the clearance. She ultimately makes them pay for it. 3 huge kills to shut this down. Again, questioning the approach towards carriage once again. Can't really fault Scream in that regard. Again, with no utilities, no dart, there's
him
drones used up earlier. It's him just shift walking in.
And it's such a 50-50 in there. You're going to have a judge especially.
There's so many angles to clear.
Yeah.
Hey, Berkan the greatest.
So yeah, hoping that is something Carmine Core work on. Obviously, Nivera holding on to that operator. 2 rifles here for XMS and Scream, actually. Blade Storm available as well, but not entirely sure how many will be invested here.
It's really quite tricky to get a beat on what that garage hold's looking like. We've seen so many different variations of it so far as well. Different utility set up a couple of times. Different player kind of dedicated towards it. We had Trex in there last time. We had Codamenta kind of post up with that judge. We've had Wolfen occasionally posted towards it too. So it's very hard to get a full-on read on this. So Carmine Core looking like they're done with that. They don't like garage anymore. Trying out a little bit of A, but now with Sewers being denied.
Trex has timed this flash perfectly, and the TP to confirm presence as well. We'll draw out the wall from Shados. It's going to make this A site hit very difficult for Carmine Core.
Scream. Forced to move, forced to fall back on the sword, but he did take down Trex with him. Starkso. Oh my word, he's so close. She's so lucky to be alive. He's actually going to try and tuck into the corner. Ratty positioning here. And if they go for the double pump, they kind of have to commit to this.
Yeah, less than 30 seconds left.
Nowhere else to go. And do they clear the corner now? We saw it being a problem over towards C. Might be a problem again. Let's find out here. Second smoke goes up, and no, they don't. They walk in completely unaware. Starkso reaps the rewards of it. And 13 seconds. Shin can do nothing with this. It's time to back away, and the operator almost becoming the crutch here. They want to keep hold of it, of course. But trying to fall away. The Wolf on the hunt, smells blood, catches Shin. Does he get the operator out of hand? No, that's been Navarra keeping it once again, but...
So Navarra's not even posted up watching that angle. It's, again, Shin's not got a weapon, but... To force the repurchase out on Koi's side, again, you want to chip away at this bankroll at all possible. Trex actually doing the operator here. Beautiful opener. Unfortunately, Scream dashes back into that paint shell from Starzo and doesn't want to risk dashing onto site. And yeah, a little concerning now to see this start for Carmine Core.
But we did say there is going to be maps and depth that they just don't have to the same caliber that they had on maybe the first and second map. They
Yeah, sure. I mean, they're starting way behind in terms of this season.
Yeah.
Already seen some positives today, but coming across the Haven, it's looking fairly similar.
This just doesn't
to the
look...
struggle bus, to be honest.
Yeah. This doesn't look like it's up to par of what they've been able to achieve on the other maps yet. This may just be simply not quite there for them, so we are just seeing kind of the raw team without any of that polish to it. And on the other side, of course, Koi way more robust in that regard. They're looking far more established, far more comfortable here. Starting on the defending side as well, they can just kind of go through the motions. They're not being particularly tested in that regard yet. A couple of okay looks, a couple of threatening rounds, but really, I don't think they got to the point where they've been highly competitive. It's been mostly handled.
Yeah, a lot of stopping power in this composition as well from Koi. So it does demand a lot, especially if you're on the attack. You're going to dedicate a player to an operator. Yes, it's the Omen, but it does make it very hard. And again, even that previous round, if he's going to be sat behind the smoke staring at it, double scoped in, you're entering every round as a 4v5.
Pincho just behind the smoke. Doesn't quite go down toward the end. And Carmichael committing to this, and you've already got the 4-man rotation. Again, on the other side of the map, you've had Trex constantly finding space, holding it. He's basically controlling half of this map off the back a little bit of the KJ utility as well from Wolfen. They've seen no threat through Garage. That hasn't been cleared. There's been no, obviously, attention drawn towards the turret. That's not a problem. They can cheat that player over.
So long,
There's no subtlety to it, is there, Mike? And Saxo again. Should have been spotted this time. How's he alive? He isn't anymore. Finally goes down. XMS is the one to find it. Looking for some value. Scream's going to at least get one. Shados now removed. Coldamenta is here, though. And you got to know, there are still players present. Wolfen again getting away with murder. Carmine Cora desperately trying to fight this out, though. Trex makes it to the site on time. Nevera pulls the trigger and gets the kill, but it doesn't feel like a safe way to win a round.
That was not pretty at all.
No.
Again, Haven, one of the things, if you're going to have a slow setup to any round, there needs to be some information elsewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, just question marks all over the minimap there. So Carmine Core sat behind those smokes for basically 35 seconds. I mean, look at his, 60 seconds on the clock is when this hit finally comes through with no information elsewhere. No utility removed, and no probe towards mid.
Hello, Baba.
Get out of my way.
One of my favorite players to watch on the cameras. Okay, so the Flash has revealed his presence towards A lobby. Cool. I want to see if they try and, I don't know, show a little bit of presence somewhere.
Is that Shin's recon?
I think so.
In the tree in their own spawn.
Yes. I don't think it was... maybe not working as intended.
Spoiler alert, Koi don't have a Sova.
So it was definitely
Yes.
Shin's. No one's in their spawn.
No.
Guys, spawn's clear. Let's go back. Okay, so they're trying to show presence on the other side of the map. Maybe, you know, not being as one-dimensional, but I want to see the timing on this now.
I'm staring at Garage right now.
Garage is
again,
very
they're
secure.
going to barrel into this choke point once again.
Here we go. Now, fortunately, because of that presence on A, they have got a little bit more room to work. But there are players waiting for this retake, and they are close by already. Spike is on the site, though. That should go down. Starkso's going to fly in. Wolfen steps out. He only gets one with him. Screen starting to pop off a little here, though. The brother-in-arm, Nevera, chimes in with one for himself. But it's a 2v2. Spike did not go down. Rez did come up, and we are now down to just one Coldamenta. Oh, he can't get away. Once again, it's Messe, but somehow Carmine Core getting away with daylight robbery.
It's so scrappy, Lauren. Again, Scream doesn't find two there. Nevera doesn't get gifted with one when the smokes drop. It's... you look at it and it's just squeaky bum time. Watching some of these setups, it's
hey
like...
guys, we're running squeaky bum time, right?
We probe a little bit towards A, and then we barrel towards the choke point on C long. Again, Koi don't even really feel any pressure with the probe. It's... sorry, actually, yeah, Nevera wide swings the smoke on C long to find it.
They've broken the money.
I mean, this shouldn't be sustainable. It shouldn't be when you're attacking on Haven. So if Koi are a little more in tune with exactly what's going on the other side of the map, you've got to hope they start to punish this approach. Maybe not here with 3 Sheriffs, a Frenzy, a Stinger in hand for Trex. Again, he's posted up so deep towards sandbags. Nevera will find the opener.
Oh.
Coldamenta spotted as well, the cape at least. Is that information being relayed? Yes. Nevera actually wants to catch it.
Ow, how's it Nevera? So this would be quite difficult. Did actually get screamed, but no more. XMS being hunted down, but buying loads of time and should have support through Garage Door pretty soon. Yeah, nicely done. Maybe the paranoia finding, no. Shados would love to do a bit more damage if he can. XMS is low. Sheriff would be hard-pressed. Now, as much as we've not loved what we're seeing from Carmine Core, because it's not got much finesse to it, there's not much depth to it, but the scoreline is 5-4.
Yeah.
So...
they're winning rounds.
They're winning rounds.
Here, I mean, coming back to the conversation as well, having this commitment to the operator on attack, if this slow burn rewards them a first blood a couple of times, then It is just a joy to watch both of these coaches.
Yeah.
I just want the best for PM.
I know. I hope your life's okay. I hope you're happy. Oh, they're going back to Garage. Garage was not kind to Carmine Core. Now, they've spotted no
Scream's got
utility
a
this
drone.
time. And he's actually got utility set into motion. That's nice. Got the spam towards the window. Oh dear. Lovely. Scream. Support him and he does well. It's crazy. Salso's gone down. That's C unlocked. It's all theirs now. Yes, they have to be ready for this potential retake, but they even have a nice player towards long. You've got XMS down towards it. No threat there yet, but they can sit and get comfy in this post plant.
As I say, they do have the paranoia, but Coldamenta on the other side of the map. Nevera going to find a kill on Strex. He still had the flash left, so now looking a little worrying if you're Koi here on this reapproach to C site. Spam lands. I think Koi just going to give this up, honestly. Way too late in the day, a real lack of tangible utility to make use of here, and you could argue as well the showstopper maybe a big tool to make use of in a C site retake. But much better. I mean, I was talking about it being really disjointed, one-dimensional from KC here. It's back to vanilla Valorant. I was talking about it in the last map, right? The drone clears the space, Scream comes through and finds the kill.
It's quite good.
Yeah, utility is really useful.
That's mad. Do you know, it always used to blow my mind. There's like players genuinely who like, at top level, in other games, right? Previous games I've casted, like high level, arguably in some of the best teams in the world, we literally don't even know lineups. They're just, it used to drive me mad.
I doubt Config is watching.
Okay, yeah. You know.
It might be.
Yeah, when he gave an interview at one point, and it was just like, yeah, it just doesn't know lineups. It's like, oh, all right.
That wasn't in-game audio. That did come from
That
the
was
audience.
very loud. Whoever
Yeah.
did that, very loud. Nice work. Okay, a little bit of a change of the setup. This time we're going to have at least the turret here.
Concern being, no Trex is back on the operator. I'm going to say how deep he actually explores this kind of denial of information smoke committed here. We'll clear with the Trailblazer, and there's nothing behind it. Might even spot the alarm bot, but no, opts to clear sewers. So if Trex does garner this deep control, it's not going to matter because once again, KC are going to come through. Scream is finding another opener.
I don't know how he's done it. Genuinely, don't know how he's done it. Ults galore as well. This will certainly help them. Sending it into the dark here, not finding what they want, but it will at least get them the site. So Spike going to go down.
Spike planted.
4v4 on the post plant now. Already we know Trex has come through on B, so he's not on that big flank at all. Gonna spot the players, but what are you going to do with the Seeks have gone in? They need to work behind this, they need to do something. Nevera's still on the site, pretty comfy here. Paranoia towards the back of the site, gives him a couple more seconds to feel safe to look towards Garage, doesn't need it. Has a dip back, spots them. That's one now seen, TP to the smoke, and he's away. 8 HP is fine with an operator as long as you don't get caught by the spam. And they can set up for this. All the way at the back here, Trex has found Shin. And actually, they're falling like flies. Right, Wolf and walk long and got 3 of them.
Concern being, Coldamenta's still got a smoke. Everybody resets. This plant is very deep towards backside, so the objective is here potentially for Nevera to find a kill, TP away, and they have these open sightlines. How many times do we talk about it though? This post-plant setup, when the enemy Omen is still alive, is never a guarantee. It just isn't. And Wolfen, unfortunately, is just hits some outrageous shots to clear C long and close that round out for Koi.
Oh, they muted that last bit.
Yeah.
Weird. 6-5.
So somehow, yeah, we're here at a 6-5 scoreline.
I don't know how.
You got to credit Scream though.
He's
Again,
getting these entries, man.
Yeah, a very pacey hit towards A.
And Nevera's committed to this. They're all looking towards heaven, and Scream's already firing up one. Site's clear.
Do have the lockdown retake though, so this was probably always the second step for this A site hold. Vera has to be careful.
There it is.
Nice and early as well for the lockdown. Actually, Zaysh will catch the Trailblazer. Shayus will find the kill regardless. Scream.
A try, but it doesn't get him what he wants. Sticking around on that way too long now. 3 players try and hold on to this. The plant is rough because I think there's a wall behind there, yeah. What are you meant to do here? They can just sit on the defuse, and they've got it. There's nothing that Carmine Core could have done about it. It was a rough round, and honestly, a pretty rough half.
It was, yeah. I mean, the miracle being they come out of this with 5 rounds.
It's not pretty, Valorant, is it?
No, it's not. And again, just that last one, it feels like one of those where it's a split decision. That there's not kind of one overall approach there towards the post plant. I mean, it's getting back to that point where some of these rounds are a bit tough to watch.
Yeah, this is brute force sort of Valorant. It's really kind of hard to watch at times. Yeah, it is. It's like you kind of play the utility to hope it tilts it the other way, but very strange to watch at times. But it's kept the scoreline close.
Yeah.
I'm a little shocked at that. But again, not about us. We've done enough today. Let's head down to the interview actually on the half here and check in with one of the lovely influencers.
One of the lovely influencers indeed. I'm here joined by Ibai. ¿Cómo están los máquinas primero de todo?
Good. We are good, but we are...
Tired?
We are tired, yes.
Okay. I want you to tell me a little bit about all the experience that you're living here, having to stream, going up against K-Corp. How is it feeling here?
The experience is amazing because for us it's a dream stay here in Berlin, so for us it's a dream because llevamos muchos años trabajando en los esports y al final, tanto para Barbe, para Ferre y para mí, es increíble poder estar aquí, ¿no?
They've been working on esports for a very long time, so for them it means a lot to be able to be here. No pasa nada, si lo quieres hacer en español, lo hacemos en español, aquí estamos para estar tranquilitos. Han estado cerca los dos primeros mapas, este parece ser que también para España no ha sido una buena semana. ¿Creéis que nos vais a dar una alegría?
Bueno, creo que nos está costando, no sé por qué, creo que es un partido con muchas emociones, creo que K-Corp también saben que si pierden están fuera prácticamente y esto se está notando, para ellos es un todo nada, en Francia también es un partido muy importante y creo que están rindiendo a un nivel muy alto.
Yeah, of course they know that for both of these teams it's a very important matchup, that the nerves are there, that if K-Corp loses they're most likely outside of playoffs, so they can tell that it's here. So thank you very much for your words. We wish the best for Koi and we'll get back to the casters.
Good night.
Can Cougar flex a little less? She can do the analyst desk, she can cast, she can interview, she can translate.
Does it all.
Kind of cracked.
Yeah.
Kind of cracked, damn. All right. And yeah, it is a tense game, I guess, for both of the people involved in these teams.
Yeah, it is. It's, I mean, yeah, to be not only a fan watching, but obviously some added pressure there.
Yes.
And this one coming right down to the wire. Again, to come out with this scoreline here, the first half, K-Corp have a chance to regain, at least in the second, but almost clawing their way into this result from the first half. And Koi got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. A couple of slip-ups towards the back half, but Wolfen, a great start here to the pistol.
And a much better performance from him overall, but it's Scream to try and deal with them. And Zeish's on to actually capitalize, so finds Starzo and slips away a little, so can at least even up that first entry and slip a little deeper.
Swap out though, it's the duelist for the smokes on the side of Carmine Court. They rely on some gunfights here to close out this pistol round for them. Scream repositioning here.
Nice reposition too, actually. Does he follow this? Yeah, he's going to backfill the space, so noting no one towards Garage.
This is the sort of thing that actually was completely absent on their attacking half, so I'm loving this approach. And the pistol, will Scream actually be rewarded here? Yes, he will catch one off guard. Coldamenta will fall.
He shouldn't have to work too hard anymore, again.
They faked with the wall here towards B.
But not hearing anything, Scream's still close enough that he should be able to note some of the Shados is in a position to maybe punish, depending how Scream routes this. But it's a 3v2 on the site, so again, looking at what we've got left, one flash and the dog for Trex.
Spike planted.
Still a lot to work with. And late round utility,
Oh my word.
timing is obscene. Was about to drop anyway, but needs to get a wiggle on here to try and help out towards the side. They need to get a move on this. He's now up to a 4v3, basically holding.
They do have the fault line back as well. Aftershock for Hell, so I mean, lots of utility placed here.
Nice counter
Force
flash.
Koi out of positions.
Wolfen given a fight now. Messe not going to get it. It's XMS to punish. Good follow-up as well. Shados barely breathing, just waiting on that heel to tick up. Not going to happen. Carmine Core. Lovely round there from Scream.
Yeah, composure as well from the other three members of Carmine Core that were still standing. They didn't give anything away ahead of that retake. I already noted as well, just waiting for that utility to come back online. Scream very diligent on the clear for Shados. I think anticipating that, actually, he got himself into a tricky position to lurk in behind that, with that wall being invested towards B. That's a great little bait as well for Scream to take that wide peek, dash away. Zaysh actually capitalizing on that situation. Like I said, taking away the duelist from Koi. Starzo falling in mid. I think actually the second player being Colomented to fall.
Yeah.
And credit to Koi to even get the plant down in that situation.
Scream and his Guardians back out. This time don't mind us at all. On the other side, one Sheriff for Wolfen, and the rest of Ghosts or Classic. So, name of the game, keep it clean, see if they can for Carmine Court. On the other side, do damage, do chip damage they can. Make it hard work.
We can see on the X-ray, not a million miles away with that one. Shin got to be careful. Got to be really careful.
Off on the timing completely.
Yeah.
Way overstaying his welcome. Oh God, this makes me nervous.
Yeah. Screaming, clearing corners.
Yes. It's a bad combination. And Trex is somehow standing and fighting. Incredible work from Trex. A mistake capitalized on. Made the most of. Now he's got the upgrade. He's basically got a whole site there for himself. Beautiful work. The spike can go down. And you've even got that late mid presence from Starzo. Beautiful as well. He's going to get himself out of there quickly. He wants to try and support the side. Nevera's not got much of a hope in hell in this.
Koi flipping this is heartbreaking for KC. Nevera can pull off an absolute miracle, the 1v4 here.
He's quite good with a Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 4K earlier, right?
But this
I don't think this
difficult.
is the one. And that's really tough. Yeah, KC stopped in their tracks really before they can get anything built up off that pistol round win.
And you look back at kind of how it occurred. Shin, yeah, a little off on the timing there, maybe staying a little too long. Scream not clear. A couple of real individual mistakes that will be frustrating. It's going to really sting.
How many rounds do we come out with saying it's frustrating to watch?
Yes.
I mean, dare I say it looks like a different Carmine Court to what we saw play on map 1.
Rolling it back, you can see it here. That was the
fault line's perfect as well. You can't even really say that Zaysh has put it too late. It's reactionary to obviously the contact coming through. He's trying to slow the push from Shin being overwhelmed.
Oh. And here for Logitech G power-up round. Carmine Court don't have much to bring in.
No, Sheriffs across the board.
There. Caution here.
Whether or not they're going to be looking for any engagements here. XMS tucked up very early on towards Cubby. Nevera just jump spotting from default. Koi tentative. But yeah, no pressure from A-Long here at all. Koi should have a wide open approach at least. And with Scream's position and Zaysh's position, it's going to be difficult for Shin to have any backup if Koi decides to commit. But it looks like actually the audible's been called towards mid.
Okay, so a lot of utility invested over towards A-Long, or at least I say a lot, but a lot of Trex's utility at least. But there are 2 players on this, and Zaysh will have a fair shot at maybe setting up Scream for something. I want to see if he can make anything of this. No. Stalling, at the very least. Scream not quite able to see what he wants to here. Temptation calls him in. Oh, the paranoia hits him too, but he takes Colomented down. And now you've got Shin fighting Stark, so okay, a 3v4 hold on Shados. SWAT Scream out of the air, but XMS's position could be huge now. It's being watched though. Wolfen is on this good timing. He's just turned around. Oh my God! The timing is, oh, what is this fight? It's filth. And Oliveira's just got Wolfen. But can they pry out these last 2 players? Oh my God! With a shot like that, you absolutely can! Shin! What in God's name is that?
That round is ridiculous.
They turned it back. They turn it back.
Hits an absolutely insane shot for the first and then closes things out.
Show me it. Show me it. This just... Cool. This was horrific. Oh!
That is disgusting.
And he makes up for it. He had one sloppy round. He makes up for it.
I love the contrast every single time.
It is just night and day,
regardless of the outcome.
Oh, it's wonderful.
I was saying that, KC right back on the board here. I mean, Koi actually throwing some investment back in here. Nevera.
He wanted that.
Yeah.
Desperately wanted that. And all he gets away with is 20 HP. And look at the pivot, Mike.
Yeah, immediately on the back of the operator being noted. Koi looking to step the pace up a little bit here.
Scream could be overwhelmed. Feeling brave and being rewarded. Not even taken that low just yet, but now in danger. Can he get out? Yes, he can. Right to the back of the site. No one closing down on it. Now you've got more problems. But Scream is the biggest one of them all. Finding two already. XMS on the swing is perfectly timed. The utility was good, but it's a 2v3. It's not out of it just yet. Coldamenta, can he do any more? He needs to go huge for this. Nothing less than an ace will do.
To get the clean plant here on a site. Nevera getting that health bar now looking very concerning. He doesn't swap his weapon out either. So bringing that operator to this 2v1 retake.
He's here quick though. But he's not going to be able to progress any further forward. One smoke for Coldamenta.
Shin's got the recon.
Smoke to CT. He's going to hear these steps getting closer. Can you find one? Yes, one more required. The ace clutch for the Kingmaker himself. The young gun against him who turned the previous round. He's done it against Shin. Devastating. Breaking Koi's heart there after a round that could have been theirs.
Back to back for Shin as well to tie things up at 8 apiece. Carmine Core right back in this after an early half blunder. Koi actually throwing investment back into this one.
Oof.
It's descended into chaos, I feel, Lauren.
Yeah. We are in straight up, you know, how far down does the rabbit hole go here? Because we just always had to have an ace clutch from Coldamenta. Shin, who fumbled the previous, suddenly has been the savior of Carmine Core. Unthinkable. Nevera? Nevera he's feeling brave. Can't stick around too long on this. Yeah, has to eventually relinquish that fight, but early posturing. Gonna note the operator, but he switches around, gonna be patrolling over towards C long, and in response, where does Koi then head? Do they look towards the A side? Do they try and pressure towards B?
Placing swarm grenade.
See what the options are.
Wolfen gonna try and find, I guess, timing on the backside of this pressure towards A. Might even opt just to regroup. And the awareness has been there from Carmine Core in previous rounds, but Shin will be tested once again in a very different nature this time, though.
Timing is going to be precarious, to say the least. Now, okay, the smoke's coming in. He's going to hear the dog as well.
So easy for him to get spammed in this position now if he drones. He's just going to go for the shock dart on the plant, I think.
It looks good. Yeah, going to catch Coldamenta on that one. Keeping his life. Doesn't catch on the second. Coldamenta's gone away, and they've got the plant now. 5v5 post-plant.
Let's have the Hunter's Fury for the retake here as well. I was going to say, yeah, very easy to spam him through here, just based on the sound cues of his utility.
There we go, ratty little gap. Scream.
I think he's expecting somebody on the top of this wall.
Excellent. How's he gone away with that? Okay, finds
He's
one.
so far ahead of the curve.
Seems a little out of sorts. Here we go. They are going to try and make this work. Shados is tagged up. He's gone down. This should be the springboard. They got to make their move. Wolfen's not allowing it, but then Shin's there. Nevera's there, and once again it's Coldamenta. But this time the time is on their side. I don't know if they've got the time for this.
No, it's
they
not.
definitely do not. Too late in the day. An attempt can be made. It doesn't matter. You're going down regardless. Koi finally get one in the bag.
I mean, it costs them everything, and this is where it's concerning with those previous investments, but this operator in the retake, it takes them so long to get into a position. XMS is so far ahead of things. The fact he even goes 1-for-1 is a huge bonus, but Koi able to withstand. And Shin trying to make it work, but I'm not even sure. I didn't even catch the UI there of how far we're off. Yeah, a second and a half, basically. Now Koi in a position once again to force this investment.
Navarro's walking long. Hold on, they're all here. He's gone away with daylight robbery. He's out of there. Shin with him. Beautiful pick. Starkso's gone. How are they going to try and entry on this? Okay, Rez going to be invested. He's back on his feet. He'll be fine.
It's such a huge risk to make plays like that as well. Again, they have to have the awareness the Rez is there. At least they draw it out and around here where it's just Sheriffs to complement this operator. The Blade Storm as well. And Koi, a pause for thought.
Here.
The ult.
Ow.
Okay. Counter. Interesting. Why? You play KJ.
Yeah,
Explain to me.
very peculiar. Because I mean, this is almost feels like a win for Wolfen, honestly.
Yeah, he'll take that. Okay.
Especially with the lack of information
Yeah.
that really Koi were so quick to collapse towards A on the back of that. Scream, can he get anything done with the Blade Storm here?
Can anyone set him up for anything? You're still left with that operator in play. Still not feeling so valuable. Here we go. Anyone able to facilitate Scream? Oh my god, XMS hits a belter. Shados plays out from the corner though. XMS continues his reign of terror and he closes it out. How? A Carmine Core getting away with this.
What a retake. Shados tucked into a little ratty corner once again with that wall. Slight adjustment on the placement, but XMS this time around times it perfectly.
I thought he was just the bait for Scream.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, fair
but
enough.
Again, he gets his. Scream actually comes through and catches Starzo on the retreat as well. And 3 for XMS to round things out. That's a big round for Carmine Court. It was a risky play. It was.
Absolutely right. But you've shattered their economy. They're on nothing. But no, in this game, a round winning by.
Yeah. This is the thing though, Carmine Court, the only round wins they have been retakes or defusals at least. That's risky. 1 for 1. No way really for Scream to police that weapon at all.
I get nervous when this starts to happen. You got the showstopper.
I believe this happened on the previous, no, it was Aish, sorry. But giving away a round like this, and maybe misremembering, but did they not lose the round that Aish gave away that opener?
No, it was, wasn't it Shin in Sewer when he did that before?
No, I'm talking about the previous match.
Oh, the other one.
Yeah.
Oh, there's been a couple of opportunities to reference it, yes. You're absolutely right. Okay, so...
Starzo actually didn't go for the weapon, though.
Interesting.
I guess maybe concerned that Navarro's posted up with an operator somewhere.
Yeah.
Wolfen spotted on the cross here. Koi going through the motions.
Yeah.
Again, trying to paint a picture of what this defense looks like.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna get a palm for this. Deep wall.
Spike planted.
And they're staying posted. Oh, Zai, she's in so much trouble. Oh my god, and there's gonna be the showstopper. Scream! Mid-air rocket. No! He's still alive! 9 HP! Starkso! Can he do any more? They're hunting him down. They want this boy dead. The Scream's still standing. Oh, shot from him!
No way!
Dead! Scream! How is this happening? It's a 1v2. The brother's still standing. Navarro and Scream. Wolfen tries and fails.
What the hell is that from Scream? That is ridiculous. Starzo even holding his nerve with the showstopper there, waiting for the moment.
That round was so deadly.
This is just clinical, surgical precision from Scream.
That pen has really seen a rough day.
Oh my god, these rounds.
Oh, time out for Koi.
Yeah, take a breather.
Yeah, Baba needs a new pen.
It's another round where they get the defuse as well. Look at that timeline.
And remember the rounds.
The other 2 rounds, the bomb's gone off, by the way.
Remember the rounds. Yeah, it's like within context, it's obscene. Okay, what is the time right now? 1:30 in the morning. This is a 1:30 in the morning kind of game.
This is like queuing up Frankfurt at 1:30 in the morning. There's some of these rounds.
How bad you feeling, man? How bad you feeling? Oof.
Koi have got to get a grip on this.
Because the thing is, I feel like they are playing to not their caliber, right? When you look at Koi, I think of more structure, more experience as this roster within this collective, you know, as this 5 playing within that. So yes, they've made some adjustments with who's playing what role, but still they have substantially longer within this 5, right? So I'm expecting a little bit more composure, a little bit more diligence in certain areas, and they're making mistakes. Now, yes, Carmine Corp are a seriously deadly team individually, but they're being brought down to that madness level. They're being brought down into the pandemonium. And Carmine Corp love that, absolutely. Yeah, no, please try and take duels against Scream, absolutely. Yeah, challenge, make these mad challenges. That's gonna suit them every day of the week. Now we go back in, a bye for both sides. And Koi need to get their head back in this game, because right now Carmine Corp are tipping this in their favor.
This one feels like the map. Honestly, if you look at the money, look at where the ultimates are going to be in a round or two's time.
They're just going.
Carmine Corp could close this out now with this round win. Starzo way ahead of things. Scream will close it out, but down to 5 HP. He's got another one as well.
He's finding so much value for his side, and his hit's just fallen to pieces. Very wishy-washy on approach. It didn't find much there for Starzo, sadly. So you're down to the 3. 2 through sewer. The smoke just placing on them. There's a player on the other side, that being Shin. High flash, and he's fully blind. Lovely. Okay, but now here's the response in kind. Utility well presented, but better counter from Trex. Pure precision and control, but Nevera on the case. Gonna deliver. Trex is still fighting, and now a 1v1. 37 seconds.
Spike's down, though.
And it's down on long. It's an awkward trip back, and XMS slithering into this. Slipping forward, Trex. We needed a player from Koi to step up, and Trex is doing just that. Beautiful work from him, salvaging what looked like a lost round.
Absolutely. Costs a lot, again, going to be walking the tightrope in terms of these finances. The Carmine Corp will scrape together a purchase, but there's nothing behind this now. I was saying it could have been the map for Carmine Corp. This could flip right back the other way. Unfortunately, Nevera just hasn't got that mobility. He gets that kill, and it's so difficult for him to get back to a safe position.
Okay, Spectre for Shados, Bulldog for Wolf.
Yeah, if anything, KC come into this better equipped.
The angle, it's so good for Nevera, and he's got a second. The rest can only bring back so many. Stars are the one they commit towards. Trex gonna try and pick up the pace a little, take that B side, but there's still Nevera patrolling, still eyes on the prize. Stars are gonna try and deal with one side of it,
Throwing
force him
everything
away.
into this.
But the spike's still at the back by window. Nevera just got another. Starzo sent to his grave twice in one round.
Trex has got the spike, by the way.
He's also got a kill on Scream. Where the hell do you go with this? Shin's in between it. Flash towards A, noting a player still on it, so they haven't overly committed just yet. He can't slip towards that A site. Where do they go? They need someone to find a little bit more safety. I mean, maybe he can slip back towards B, sure, but... Oh, they're paranoid about A long, okay. Plant gonna come in and retake it. There's actually so much utility to work this back in with. Same with Shin, same with Nevera.
Wolfman's position is the problem, though. Gonna play very late behind this. So he's trying to set this in motion from way downtown. It's beautiful to open up XMS. And actually the awareness is there, but Wolfen finds one, Nevera trades it.
Nevera's been a menace this round, but it's Shados only with that Spectre trying to do some more damage, but he's got so many players against him. He's only got that Spectre and shock darts, flashes, it's all flying in. He's got one, but it's only gonna be one. It's 11 for Carmine Corp. And Koi now staring down a barrel of a gun.
And they're broke. Absolutely broken. Again, big investment into this round. Heartbreaking time, and Nevera finds the opener, commit to the res on Starzo, and then probably the next worst player to fall, which is Coldamenta, but then have to approach it in a 4v5, no smokes. Carmine Corp clinging to life here. But looking like they might close out Haven. This one should be 12.
Yeah, but you know what happens when things should happen. They just seemingly don't.
Bladestorm lockdown available for Carmine Corp. Still got that operator in play. Scream now getting a little curious.
It's kind of risky, I think, on these rounds. I mean, he does have Shin behind him, but...
I mean, at least here we've got two set up.
Yeah.
Previously, we've seen a big gap from any forward player on the defense for Carmine Court.
That's true. Okay, that's going to be very telling, though. As though she's just going to be shouldering it. They do need to relinquish side control, but they're going to try and fight from long. They've lost it. Scream gets overwhelmed, and now that's 2 rifles. Okay. It's maybe going to be happening like this. They've got the lockdown. They can get the plan ahead of this, that's fine. Wall towards CT. But you've still got an operator on a retake. So, counter lockdown. Oh, bloody hell. Look at all of them. They've got a scatter. Trex has found the bearer. It's down to XMS and Zeish. Zeish is on 1 HP. He can't even make it out of that window. He has to live there. And XMS have to be the one player to do something with this.
Trex has won it. 1 hit as well.
This is obscene!
Oh my god!
This is obscene! And XMS has just started this. Shados, what can you do? Oh, he can do it all! Of course it's a round back! This game is unhinged! It's 11-11! The money's garbage!
This is so rough. Again, I hate to do it as well, but I got to criticize the utility investment here from Zeish. He goes for the fault line to try and secure the kill from the aftershock. You put the aftershock in when the lockdown's there. It either forces them into the lockdown to be detained, or they tank the aftershock. Just such a minor error in the utility investment. I mean, they brought it right down to the wire regardless.
Yeah.
That's so rough.
What a series.
What a map. All the rounds.
All the rounds, all the maps. All the OTs. I don't want to sleep, it's 1:40. It's worse whenever I look at the time. I've descended into sheer and utter madness at this point.
I mean, I didn't even catch a glimpse of what the purchase is going to look like. The money wasn't great.
No, it wasn't pretty.
It's not any better now I'm over here looking at it. There's a Blade Storm.
All right. That's about it? Oh, that's about it. Okay.
There's a full shield. Couple of sheriffs. I mean, with the thrifty success rate in this series, anything is possible, but Koi looking as if they're going to find the 12th.
Here we go. Let's find out. Pressure towards A. Scream is there. What is Stazo doing? That's the first found. Need 4 more. Site now under control, though. They've got this. Still a little paranoid that someone's around, but they're not. They've already got away. Scream, for the second time of asking, doesn't find anything this time. Okay. Wall goes up. And remember, they've only got pistols. It's very hard to work against. What are you meant to do about this?
Shells has found one. Shin will fall ahead of this retake. Still 4 standing.
Spike planted.
Chip away at this.
What are they doing? This seems insanity!
Oh my god!
What is going on? No! Not again! Not again! Wolfen, please! Someone! Someone, please!
My god,
What is
Lauren.
going on? Mike, I can't deal with this anymore. I can't deal with this anymore.
Please defuse it. This is such a ridiculous map to close out this series.
Why?
Koi should find 12.
He said as a blatant lie.
Koi's money is in the bin.
So the winner
I gotta say it, what is Stazo doing here?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh,
I feel like this has been a recurring trend as well. Stazo has given away a lot of first deaths.
Yeah.
This round isn't on him. I'm not for a second suggesting that. I mean, we're seeing resilience from Carmine Core. They're still very animated on stage. They're still closing out rounds like that. And now they have a chance to close out the series, Lauren.
He's got it. First found. That's Trex gone. Another chance. That one just goes astray.
Get the orb and potentially catch the res, but
Shados is
his
working
head will
OT on
peek
this.
over the top of the stage wall, by the way.
Does
Yeah, Navera's waiting for it. Navera's waiting for it.
They pinged it out. Hello. Bye-bye. Trex just being farmed. Nevera so aware. Back down to 4. And the setup's still good in Garage. They've still got that turret there. They've got to know now. Red alert. Garage being challenged. I'm just waiting for the next thing to go wrong.
Yeah.
Walking to Nevera might just be that. Decides to back
Spot
away.
it, yeah, we'll force the reposition at least of the operator, but the Nano Swarm's there to slow things down, and this is a ton of information for Carmine Core.
They need to move 30 seconds now. They need to get on this site. The cross is being watched. Nevera is still standing. XMS is guarding the site here. Wolfman's fallen. It's all down to 2. Shados, Coldamenta. Anything left in the tank? It doesn't look like it. Coldamenta, the last to fall. The king falls, and Carmine Core in absolute pandemonium somehow turn this game around.
I am at a total loss for words. I mean, it's an understatement of the year to say they needed this victory. But they kept on fighting here in the decider. What a scrappy awful Valorant to watch, but they kept on fighting. And again, there's a number of times where we see these decisions become worse and worse when they're playing from a deficit. They're losing rounds, and those tilt buys come in. Hey, credit where credit's due, they closed out here.
Look, it started quite refined, some high notes, some real rounds to look at. When you started the series out, map 1, map 2, you started to see why there was so much more value coming out from this side. Carmine Core looking way better overall. Map 3, it was just
balls to the wall.
Yeah, straight up.
Anything goes.
Straight up. It was not normal Valorant, but they were the scrappier side. They came out on top, but bigger picture, this must mean the world to them. They have been criticized to no end, some rightly so as well. They have had answers here today.
Yeah, if you, again, I'm left asking a lot of questions now around Koi. Again, in terms of expectations coming into this, the pressure lies with them to come in and take what should have been a win in terms of looking at the schedule and when teams are going to play each other.
Yes.
They needed this one this week.
And you said let's kind of readdress what we wanted from them, to roll our minds back to how they looked at the very start of things. At Na'Vi victory, you wanted a clean win. You want to see them really kind of move aside into
The
those
objectives for Carmine Core, make this interesting.
Yeah, show us some looks.
That's it. Yeah, show us some prep. Obviously, it's not an awful lot of time to integrate Zacian into this unit, but in my eyes, that's a huge tick in the box for me.
It took till 1:45 in the morning, but what a game it was in the end. As said, from quite a refined game to an extent on the first couple of maps, looking a little bit smoother in certain areas, to then descending into sheer and utter madness, or it's just purely scrappy, but
I mean, there's only going to be one team coming out of this and looking back at some of these rounds and kicking themselves, and that's Koi, honestly. Carmine Core can ride this as they probably came in today thinking, hey, let's do the best we can. Again, we've got to give ourselves time to integrate and whatnot. Koi are going to be the ones looking back at some of these rounds very, very, very concerned.
Oh, they'll be devastated. Yes, there have been some role changes with them there, but it's not just the role changes. Some real fundamental issues for that side that they need to fix, because you can see the talent a mile away. Trying to bring it together at the right time is the harder part.
Sure, yeah, and I come back to the same statement again. We saw it week 1. We saw the Gambit Shados. We saw the Ascend Starzo. We saw these players really deliver up to, I guess, the expectation we see when we read those names. So it's there. We just need to see it again.
Wow. What
Thank God that's over.
Yeah, it's been a mad game. But here we have an interview ready, and I can't imagine someone better to have it with. It'll be Scream down on stage.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to the Coliseum. The game is done. Yes, it's been a long night, but what a game we've had. And congratulations to K-Corp. They take the win, and the French fans, oh, they are very much happy. And we have a French speaker, a fellow Belgian here. Scream, congratulations on the win. How you feeling?
Thank you, man. Feels amazing, man. Honestly, crazy best of 3 against Koi. We knew it was gonna be hard, you know, but I didn't expect it to be like so crazy, you know, towards the end, like round back and forth, you know. I'm just happy I won the game, man.
All 3 maps were definitely back and forth, but I want to highlight one thing is that you've been through a lot as a team, obviously, over the past few weeks. You've had to change Zaysh now. You've had the swaps also in the roles. Do you feel that this is the moment now, especially having a mental coach to help you out through it?
Yeah, man, it was a tough split for us, definitely. Like, we had a lot of tough games and some problems, and, you know, to get the confidence in. Now that we have Zeish, he took the lead, you know? He took the lead, and he has a good energy, and I think that's what we missed before. It's kind of playing with a new team right now, you know? So it's a bit sad for the other games, but right now I feel like we're back on track, and I'm happy, you know, like we're gonna try to keep going.
You can only look forward into the future at that point, right?
Yeah,
you got
exactly.
Zeish Diff in this case. That's exactly what you need in that situation. But I want to talk about Lotus first of all, because we were surprised to kind of see it up first, but you look dominant on it. Was that the game plan from the start?
I mean, I think everybody knows Lotus is a big attack map. Like, it's very attack, you know, advantage. And I think starting up with such a strong defense, like, I think it gave us the confidence. And, you know, like, it's our pick after all. We were confident on it. We worked a lot on it. And they changed comp as well, which surprised us a little bit. Like, they changed comp on Lotus and Haven, which is like, I mean, they know what they're doing, and it was a bit surprising, but still, like, we prepared good, I think.
I mean, you talk about Lotus and Haven, but there was a map in between, Ascent, and there was a time where you had control early on, but it slipped away in the second half. What went down there?
Yeah, I think we were a bit too excited, and then I mean, they played good as well. Like, when they were defense, like, they were trying to temporize a lot. Like, we had like a lot of runs where we didn't have much time to finish. I think we have to review Ascent, because I feel like we didn't play our best there. But, you know, it's a grind, man. Like, we're still, like, I feel like, as I said, we're a new team. You know, we have a new player. He's taking the lead, and we still have some stuff to work on. But I'm happy with the way everything is right now. Yeah.
I don't want to bring out wounds here, but there was a specific round on Ascent where you got 3 kills, which is incredible in that moment, and then you sprayed on the floor and took out your knife. Was that by mistake, or did you think the round was over at that point?
I thought the round was over.
It happens.
I thought the round was over, and then I see we lost the round. I was like, what, man? What happened?
Well, you go to map 3. It was a good time, air control, but back and forth constantly. Was there somebody that really stepped up to the plate in between your co-players that really allowed you to push above that line?
I think on the third map we had a really slow start. Like, we had a really struggle in the start. We tried to overthink stuff. Then I told my teammates, guys, just let's play simple. Let's play as simple as we can on attack, and we're gonna come back from this. And then we started winning some rounds on attack, and on defense it was back and forth. On defense it was, I think, who wanted the most to win this game, you know? So I think we had a good mental game today, and I'm very proud of my teammates as well. Like, everybody, like, gave a lot of energy, and it was difficult because the game was long, man. The game was long. It's like 3 maps. I don't know what time it is, but
almost 2 in the morning.
Yeah, it's probably like 2 a.m. or something. But yeah, man, super tired right now.
We've had the NA time slot at this point. To round it out, anything you'd like to say to all the KC fans out there?
Well, KC fans, thank you guys. I appreciate all the KC fans, and everybody else supporting online. I know we had a tough start in the split. As I said, I think, you know, that's not what we wanted, but we're still on track. We're still on track, and we're gonna try our best to qualify for Tokyo.
There you go. Thank you very much, Scream. Congratulations again on the victory. A big one for KC today. And of course, a big thank you to all the fans that stayed with us the entire day until 2 in the morning in competition. That's the dedication we'll have to see here in Valorant. Though, with our day done, we're going to keep it all short. We'll see you tomorrow for our pre-show where we recap this game and set you up for day 3 of week 5. Take care. We love you so much. Good night.
One enemy
barely started. There's a response. There's a response!